There are 298 people on death row in the state of Florida. James Rose, 78 years old, 46 years on death row. For the murder of Lisa Lynn Berry, an 80-year-old girl whose battered and nude body was found by a canal in Davie, Rose has been sentenced to death. The girl's mother has been romantically involved with Rose. Lisa was picked up by Rose at the bowling alley her mother worked at, and she was never heard from again. 4 days later, the girl's body was found. According to the prosecution, she was hammered to death. For more than 43 years, James Franklin Rose went unpunished for the 1975 beating, essay, and murder of Jean Savage in her suburban Delray Beach home. The murder of Savage generated few early leads before going cold until 2015. The cold case unit reviewed the murder's initial evidence at that point and discovered a match. Rose was linked to the murder by DNA evidence, and in an interview with sheriff's officers, he acknowledged his involvement. Harry Phillips, 78 years old, 39 years on death row. On August 31, 1982, a number of gunshots were reported close to the parole and probation building in Miami during the evening. Bjorn Svensson, the parole officer, was found dead from several gunshot wounds in the parking lot. Svensson was murdered by numerous shots to the head and back after fleeing after being shot twice in the chest. This was proven by forensic evidence. The parole of Phillips was overseen by Svensson, who also oversaw a number of probation officials. 2 years before the murder, Svensson and Phillips had conversations about Phillips' unapproved contact with a probation officer. Phillips was given the advice to avoid parole officers and the building unless he was making an authorized visit. Phillips' parole was revoked following one such event, and he was sent back to prison for around 20 months. On August 24, 1982, several shots were fired into the front window of a residence owned by the 2 probation officers who had given a false testimony against Phillips. After Svensson was killed, Phillips was put behind bars for breaking his parole. A number of prisoners claimed that Phillips had informed them that he had murdered the parole officer. William Ziegler, 78 years old, 47 years on death row. He killed 4 people in an insurance fraud scheme. In addition to killing his wife Eunice and her parents Perry and Virginia Edwards, he also shot Charles May Jr., a fellow employee, and then beat him to death. Ziegler took his wife to his furniture store in Winter Garden on Christmas Eve 1975 and planned for his in-laws to visit as well. Eunice was found with her hand in a coat pocket, shot from behind, and was murdered by him suddenly and violently. Virginia was wounded in the hand when she was discovered, indicating that she was likely in a defensive position when she was shot. They fought for some time before Perry was shot and died, and Ziegler was taken aback by his power and endurance. Henry Cirecci, 75 years old, 47 years on death row. On December 3, 1975, Cirecci visited a used automobile dealership, walked into the office, and spoke with Howard Petit, the lot owner, about purchasing a vehicle. In court, Cirecci claimed that the visit was made with the intention of him getting some keys so that he could return later and steal a vehicle. However, the state argued that his actual intention was to rob the owner. A struggle started, and Cirecci had a wrench and a knife. Petit sustained many stab wounds, lacerations, and abrasions, according to the forensic evidence. There were a total of 55 stab and incision wounds on Petit's body, all of which were found on the chest, back, head, and extremities. The neck has also been slashed. The cause of death was severe internal and external hemorrhages. Cirecci allegedly stabbed Petit 60 times while striking him with a wrench, according to later evidence. Harold Lucas, 72 years old, 46 years on death row. For the 1976 murder of 16-year-old Anthea Jill Piper, Lucas has been waiting for death since 1977. Lucas, who later claimed to be drunk at the time of the murder, fatally shot Piper 7 times inside her home. He was found guilty of Piper's murder and the attempted murders of her 2 companions whom he had injured but managed to survive. Harold Lucas knew Jill Piper for 4 years, and they also used to date. One witness testified that Lucas stated they were going to get married. James Hitchcock, 67 years old, 46 years on death row. A few weeks prior to the murder, James Hitchcock, who was unemployed, moved in with his brother Richard and his family in Orlando. On the night of the murder, Hitchcock stayed up late with his brother and his family to watch television until about 11 p.m. At that point, Hitchcock left the house and spent the next several hours in Winter Gardens with some pals, smoking and drinking beer. Hitchcock returned to the home at 2:30 a.m. according to a statement he made to the police after being apprehended. He entered the house through the dining room window before making his way upstairs to the victim's bedroom. He essayed Richard's stepdaughter, who was just 13 years old. The victim informed Hitchcock that she had been hurt and that she would tell her mother what happened. She then started screaming when Hitchcock forbade her from leaving the bedroom. To stop her from yelling, Hitchcock choked her and led her outdoors. He then battered and choked the victim till she stopped making noise, after which he dumped her body in the bushes close to the house. After the crime, Hitchcock came home and took a shower before retiring for the night. Hitchcock claimed that shortly after the essay, his brother Richard entered the bedroom, brought the girl outdoors, and then he choked her. According to Hitchcock, he tried to stop Richard from strangling the girl, but it was too late. According to reports, Richard had assured Hitchcock that he had no plans to really murder his stepdaughter and that this was an accident. Richard was assured by Hitchcock that he would protect him. William Thompson, 71 years old, 45 years on death row. Thompson was found guilty and given the death penalty for the kidnapping, essay, and murder of Sally Evester on March 30, 1976. In Dade County, Florida, William Thompson, Rocco Suarez, Barbara Savage, and Sally Evester shared a motel room. The two women were told by Thompson and Suarez to phone their families to get money. When Sally learned that she could only receive $25 from her family after having earlier asserted that she could get close to $200, both Thompson and Suarez grew furious. Suarez then commanded Sally into the bedroom and started punching her in the face with his chain-link belt. Thompson hit Sally repeatedly as Suarez urged her to remove her clothes. The two men then essayed her using a nightstick and a chair leg. Internal bleeding resulted from the severe rammings. With cigarettes and lighters, Thompson and Suarez burned Sally, made her eat sanitary napkins, and made her lick beer off the ground. Sally was then led by the two men to a phone booth where she was instructed to contact her mother to request further money. Following the call, Thompson and Suarez returned Sally to her motel room where she was subjected to more brutal beatings. Sally died as a result of the assault-related wounds. Barbara Savage, a witness to Sally Evester's murder, stated in court that she was afraid for her life and wouldn't have been able to escape the motel in the midst of the vicious attack. Paul Scott, 67 years old, 44 years on death row. James Alessi was murdered in his home by Paul Scott and Richard Condian on the evening of December 4, 1978. Charles Sotullo, a witness, stated he was invited to take part in a plan to loot and kill the victim, but he declined. The victim, who was acquainted with both men, picked up Scott and Condian before taking them back to his house. On a sofa in his house, Alessi's naked body was discovered. His hands and feet were firmly bound with telephone wire and electrical cord, and he was covered in blood. Alessi had suffered injuries to the limbs, chest, and head. A fractured, crushed skull was the result of one head injury. It was concluded that the head injuries were the cause of death. According to the evidence, there was a violent struggle, and the victim made an effort to free himself. Broken items could be found all over the house, and the walls, chairs, drapes, and floors were stained with blood. Scott left his prints all throughout the house, including on a bloodied knife that was discovered on the sofa where the victim's body was found, and several other prints were found on the neck of a broken vase. Brian Jennings, 65 years old, 37 years on death row. On May 11, 1979, the naked body of 6-year-old Rebecca Kunash was discovered in a canal in Brevard County. The autopsy report states that she had a fractured skull. Asphyxiation was the second cause of death after being assayed. Brian Jennings broke into Rebecca's bedroom and sealed off her airways until she passed out, according to the evidence presented at trial. Jennings threw the victim to the ground so hard when they left the house that she had a broken skull. After moving the child to a nearby canal, Jennings essayed her and then held her head under the water for about 10 minutes. Etheria Jackson, 64 years old, 37 years on death row. In Jacksonville, Florida, the victim, 64-year-old Linton Moody, co-owned a retail furniture store with his brother Wendell. On December 2, 1985, Linton worked at the shop till early in the afternoon. Before choking the victim with a belt to unconsciousness, Jackson handcuffed and gagged him. Jackson struck the victim in the face with a cast on his forearm when Linton regained consciousness. Jackson sat on the victim's body and repeatedly stabbed him in the chest. The victim's face, head, and neck were all bruised according to the autopsy. In addition, he suffered a rug burn on his left elbow, bruising on his kneecaps, and a shallow cut along the neck. Kenneth Quince, 64 years old, 43 years on death row. The body of an 82-year-old woman was discovered on the floor of her bedroom on December 30, 1979. Detective Larry Lewis, the one who discovered the body, examined the victim's forearm and under her ear for bruises, her pelvis for a tiny abrasion, and her nose for dried blood. The cause of death was determined to have been strangling. 2 cuts on the victim's skull were discovered and are believed to have been caused by a sharp edge either from a tool or the lip of furniture. The victim may have lost consciousness as a result of the injuries. Although it could not be established if the victim was awake at the time of the assault, it was determined that the essay took place before the victim passed away. Ian Lightbourne, 64 years old, 42 years on death row. Ian Deco Lightbourne was found guilty and given the death penalty for the first-degree murder of Nancy O'Farrell on May 1, 1981. The murder took place during the night of January 17, 1981, according to the facts of the indictment from February 18, 1981. O'Farrell's house window screen was broken by Lightbourne as he pried it open. He seized a few of the victim's possessions, including a necklace, a tiny silver bank, and some cash. According to sources, Lightbourne acknowledged shocking O'Farrell with the incursion and compelling her to engage in essay. Lightbourne killed O'Farrell in order to avoid being recognized as the victim knew him. A pillow was placed over O'Farrell's face before Lightbourne fired a .25 caliber automatic handgun shot to the left side of her face. Medical professionals asserted that the victim bled to death. Thomas Pope, 74 years old, 41 years on death row. For the killings of Christine Walters, Al Dorrance, and Cesar DeRusso, Pope received a death sentence. The bodies of Al Dorrance and Cesar DeRusso were found on January 19, 1981, in a residence that Christine Walters had rented. Both had been dead for a few days, but DeRusso's body was further along in the process of decay than Dorrance. Dorrance had been shot 3 times, while DeRusso had been shot 5 times. Under DeRusso's body, a spent .22 caliber shell casing was discovered. The body of Christine Walters was discovered floating in a canal 3 days later. Her skull was cracked. It was determined that she had been thrown in the canal while she was still breathing, and then she was shot 6 times with explosive ammo. Omar Blanco, 73 years old, 41 years on death row. John Ryan was shot to death by Omar Blanco inside the Ryan's residence. Talia Vezos, the victim's 14-year-old niece, testified that while she was asleep in her Fort Lauderdale house at around 11 p.m. on January 14, 1982, a man with a revolver and something resembling a brown pocketbook was standing in the hallway. He signaled for Vezos to maintain silence. He then severed the connection to her phone and walked out of the room. As soon as Ryan entered the hallway, he made an attempt to seize the intruder's gun. In the commotion, Ryan was shot and fell on top of Vezos. 6 more shots were fired before the invader decided to flee the scene. Bruce Pace, 64 years old, 34 years on death row. On November 4, 1988, Barbara Mack spoke with her father Floyd Covington over the radio while he was driving his taxi. She tried using the same radio later that day, but couldn't get through to him. The victim's daughter-in-law, Frankie Covington, reported a missing person to the Santa Rosa Sheriff's Office on November 7th. The missing taxi driver was put on the police search list. A white Buick station wagon belonging to Mr. Covington was discovered in a rural area. A mass of brush had been piled over it. The driver's seat occupant had been shot from the passenger seat, as was evident from the bloodstains in the cab. The blood type was discovered to be 0, which matched Mr. Covington's blood type. Covington had been in the driver's seat when he was shot twice in the chest with a shotgun and then transferred to the passenger seat. On November 10th, Mr. Covington's body was discovered 12 miles away in another wooded location. About 20 feet from the body, his wallet was also found. Pace informed his stepfather that on the morning of November 4, 1988, Mr. Covington had drove him home. Pace was compelled to enter the home through a window because he was missing his key. When he finally entered, he discovered that the shotgun rack was missing his brother's shotgun. Pace stated that someone approached him from behind and choked him, knocking him out. He claimed to have awoken in the woods. When he saw his brother's shotgun, he took it. He observed blood in Mr. Covington's taxi. He then took a stroll over the Green's house. Pace went to the sheriff's office on his own initiative after telling his stepfather all of this information. Milford Bird, 74 years old, 41 years on death row. Bird was found guilty of killing his wife, Deborah Bird, and he was given the death penalty. On October 13, 1981, Deborah Bird's body was discovered strangled inside the Tampa motel that she and her husband ran. Deborah had numerous non-fatal injuries, including 4 gunshot wounds, bruising, and scalp abrasions, according to the medical examiner. Bird stated in his testimony to police that he had gone to the gym and a few bars the night of the murder and discovered his wife dead when he got home at 6:45 a.m. Bird was asking about his wife's $100,000 life insurance policy and how long it would take for the claim to be settled shortly after the murder. Ronald Sullivan, a resident of Bird's motel, was detained on 27th of October for violating his parole. He was then charged with killing Deborah. Sullivan's comments to the police led to Bird's arrest on October 28, 1981, in relation to the murder of Deborah. Without a warrant, police officers detained Bird on the basis of probable cause. Bird asserted in the police station that if he could speak to his girlfriend in private, he would give a statement regarding the murder. Detectives finally gave in, and Bird reported the following details. He had developed feelings for his new girlfriend, and Deborah would not allow him to get a divorce. Bird admitted that he had talked to Sullivan and James Andress, who was Sullivan's roommate, about killing his wife. Bird made an offer of $5,000 for them to plan the murder and make it appear to be a robbery. According to Bird, he wasn't there when the murder was committed. In exchange for a plea deal, Sullivan turned state's evidence against Bird and testified against him in court. He said that all 3 of them were present and they took turns at strangling Deborah. Alfonso Cave, 65 years old, 41 years on death row. Frances Julia Slater was just 18 years old when she was abducted and murdered. John Bush, J.B. Parker, Terry Wayne Johnson, and Cave departed for Pierce, Florida on the evening of April 26, 1982, and they traveled by car to Stuart, Florida. They arrived in Stuart that evening at 11 p.m. On April 27, at around 3 in the morning, the 4 arrived at a Stuart convenience shop. Cave and 2 of the men entered the shop, and Cave threatened Slater with a revolver and demanded the money. The men took the money, then kidnapped Slater and put her in the back seat of the car. She was taken out of the car by the 4 men when they arrived to a rural area. She was then stabbed by one of the men, and while she was falling, another man shot her once in the back of the head, killing her instantly. The men left the area and headed toward Fort Pierce before being stopped by police due to a broken tail light about an hour later. When the car and its passengers were connected to the convenience store robbery, they were apprehended. J. Parker, 61 years old, 40 years on death row. He was one of the co-defendants in the case of Julia Slater. Parker was convicted of first-degree murder, robbery with a firearm, and kidnapping, and in 1982 was sentenced to death for the murder conviction. After 11 appeals, he was resentenced to death in 2000. Kyle Bates, 65 years old, 40 years on death row. On the afternoon of June 14, 1982, Bates abducted 24-year-old Janet Renee White from her office, took her into a wooded area behind the building, attempted to assay her, then stabbed her to death, and removed a diamond ring from one of her fingers. At his original trial in 1983, a jury recommended 11-1 that Bates be sentenced to death. He has been sentenced to die 2 other times, once in 1985 and again in 1995. His latest appeal focused on a ruling from the Supreme Court of the United States stating all death recommendations have to be unanimous from juries, and that juries, not judges, are who have the ultimate say in death penalty cases. Milo Rose, 73 years old, 40 years on death row. Robert Richardson was killed on October 18, 1982, when Milo Rose, who was residing with Richardson's mother, hit him in the head with a concrete block. Witnesses claimed that because of the area's good light, they could easily see Rose. They also said that earlier that evening, while hearing the sound of breaking glass, they had spotted Rose and Richardson going down the street. They saw Rose taking up a concrete block while Richardson lay on the ground. According to them, he lifted the concrete block above his head and repeatedly hurled it down on Richardson's head 5 or 6 times. Rose and Mrs. Richardson were hosting 2 more guests. They picked up Rose, who was traveling on a nearby street shortly after the murder. They learned from Rose that he had murdered Robert Richardson. Rose was detained by the police at the apartment he and Mrs. Richardson shared. Joel Wright, 66 years old, 40 years on death row. The 75-year-old Lima Smith's body was found in her bedroom on February 6, 1983. Smith's brother discovered her dead after growing concerned when she didn't answer the door. Smith had been assayed as well as repeatedly stabbed in the face and neck. Joel Wright visited Charles Westbury's home on the morning of February 6, 1983, and confessed to killing Smith, according to Westbury, a state witness. In order to steal money from her pocketbook, Wright admitted that he broke into her house through an open window. Wright acknowledged killing her as a result of her ability to recognize him after seeing him in the corridor. He made it known that he didn't want to return to jail or prison. He then requested an alibi from Westbury. When Westbury told his wife about the situation a few weeks later, she called the police. Wright's fingerprint was found at the Smith's house. Apparently, that was not the first time he had broken into the residence. Derek Smith, 61 years old, 33 years on death row. Smith was found guilty of murdering Jeffrey Songer and given the death penalty. Derek Smith and Derek Johnson committed a heist that they had planned in advance on March 21, 1983. In accordance with their plan, Smith made a cab request from a payphone at a restaurant in St. Petersburg. The 2 males were picked up by cab driver Jeffrey Songer after they asked to be driven to a neighboring residential area. Songer grew suspicious and radioed his dispatch an emergency code. His dispatch sent a second cab driver and the police to respond to his call. Songer was discovered laying about 70 feet from the automobile, dead from a gunshot wound to the back, by the police and the other cab driver. Smith and Johnson were identified thanks to a witness. He testified that Songer attempted to flee the taxicab and that Smith shot him in the back. Another witness claimed during the trial that Smith held him and his wife at gunpoint in their motel room while using a weapon resembling the one Songer was killed with. Smith was given a life sentence after entering a guilty plea to those accounts. Songer's murder weapon was never discovered. However, Smith's uncle claimed that a gun of the same sort, a .38 caliber revolver that numerous witnesses claimed to have seen Smith carrying just before the murder, was gone from his house. In addition, the authorities were able to determine that Songer was killed with the same kind of bullet that Smith's uncle had purchased from his missing gun. On the restaurant payphone that had been used to call for the cab, Smith's fingerprints were also discovered. He admitted to selling Johnson the gun the day before the murder over the course of the investigation. While Smith acknowledges that he did call for the taxi, he maintains that he changed his mind about the robbery and decided not to go at the last minute. Robert Peed, 79 years old, 39 years on death row. On March 30, 1983, Robert Ira Peed rode his motorbike from Hillsborough, North Carolina to Jacksonville, Florida, hoping to convince his estranged wife Darla Peed to accompany him back to North Carolina. He intended to use Mrs. Peed as a decoy to lure Geraldine, his ex-wife, and Calvin Wagner, her boyfriend at the time, to a motel where he would murder them. He flew to Miami, Florida after selling his motorcycle. Pete contacted Darla around 5:15 p.m. and asked her to pick him up at the airport. Darla agreed, but before she went, she gave her daughter specific instructions to phone the police and give them the car's license plate number if she hadn't returned by midnight. Darla also gave her daughter the phone numbers for Geraldine and the Hillsborough Police Department. Darla was afraid that if she had to go back to North Carolina, she would be slaughtered along with the others. She deliberately only carried her handbag when she left her house. Pete claimed that Darla had picked him up at the airport. She was then instructed to travel north on Interstate 95 by him. The two entered the turnpike in the wrong direction toward Orlando. The song Swinging started playing on the radio at some point. Pete slashed Darla in the side with his knife because he thought she and Geraldine had posted an advertisement for S partners in the national publication Swinger. They started talking about Pete's idea on the Swingers magazine ad. Pete pulled over the vehicle on the side of the road, about 5 or 6 miles outside of Orlando, hopped into the back seat, and stabbed Darla in the neck. She bled to death from this wound in 5 to 15 minutes. Pete kept on driving toward North Carolina. In Camden, Georgia, he dumped Darla's body in a forested location. At some point during the trip, Pete threw his knife out the window. Pete's shotgun was loaded and next to the door when he was apprehended, indicating that he still intended to kill Geraldine and Calvin. Pete was taken into custody at his Hillsborough, North Carolina residence. Darla's vehicle was parked in front of his house. The inside of the car was extensively bloodied. Pete confessed to killing Darla by stabbing her in the throat in a written document. He also demanded that the death penalty be applied and that it be executed as soon as possible. That is all for today, guys. I just want to apologize for the voice. I caught a cold and this is the reason why I did not post any video on Monday. I hoped that my voice would get better. Apparently it didn't, so here we are. Jason Walton, 65 years old, 39 years on death row. On June 18, 1982, in the early hours of the morning, 80-year-old Chris Fridella called the police to report that his father and 2 of his father's friends had been shot. When the police came, they discovered Bobby Martindale, Gary Peterson, and Stephen Fridella lying face down on the ground, dead, with their wrists bound behind them. The victims' wallets had been searched, and it appeared like someone was looking for valuables because the entire house had been ransacked. 6 months later, Stephen Fridella's ex-wife, Robin Fridella, gave police evidence that helped identify Jason Walton, with whom she had a relationship at the time, and his accomplices Terry Van Royal, Richard Cooper, and Jeff McCoy. Walton admitted to the robbery in an interview, but said he didn't shoot the victims. He stated that the 4 co-defendants had been planning the heist for more than a week when they went to the Fridella home on the evening of June 18, 1982. The adults in the home were gathered up by Walton, Royal, McCoy, and Cooper, who then bound their hands and placed them on the living room floor. The other 3 men stayed in the home while Jeff McCoy went back to the car. Chris Fridella, age 8, was similarly shackled and led into the restroom where he was left unhurt. Cooper and Royal were in charge of protecting the prisoners while Walton searched the home for cash and cocaine. Walton stated that after one of the detainees recognized him, he gave the order for everyone to escape. He claimed that when he left the residence, he heard gunshots. According to co-defendant Richard Cooper, Walton ordered the 3 men to be shot after he was identified. When his own gun malfunctioned, Walton ordered Cooper and Royal to start firing on the captured men. Walton left the home and informed Cooper that one of the men was still alive. He then gave Cooper the order to go back and shoot Fridella once more. William Kelly, 81 years old, 39 years on death row. Charles Von Maxey's murderer, William Harold Kelly, was found guilty. Irene Von Maxey, the wife of Charles Von Maxey, and John Sweet, her boyfriend, hired him for murder. Charles was fatally shot and stabbed by Kelly on October 3, 1966, inside his home. Sweet and Irene intended to cohabitate using the victim's over $1 million inheritance. The case went cold for more than a decade after Sweet was let go for lack of proof. Sweet got involved in Massachusetts criminal mob activity in 1981. When asked by the police about the killing of Von Maxey, Sweet provided a statement in exchange for immunity. This testimony was largely the foundation for Kelly's conviction. Because the jury was unable to come to a conclusion, Kelly's first trial was declared a mistrial. A guilty judgment for first-degree murder was returned in Kelly's second trial, which started in March 1984, along with a recommendation for the death penalty. The case was abandoned for more than 10 years after Sweet was let go owing to insufficient evidence. Carl Puyatti, 61 years old, 39 years on death row. The victim, Sherilyn Ritchie, was killed by Carl Puyatti and Robert Dewey Glock, who then robbed and killed her. On August 16, 1983, Ritchie was approached by Puyatti and Glock when she got out of her car in a Bradenton shopping center parking lot. After forcing Ritchie back into her vehicle, the two took off in it. They grabbed $50 from her purse and forced her to use her bank to cash a $100 check. As they were leaving Dade City, they took Ritchie to an orange grove where they stole the victim's wedding ring and left her by the side of the road. The two drove a short way before deciding to kill the woman, at which point they drove back to her. She was twice shot by Puyatti. When they saw she was still standing after they had driven off, they turned around and shot her again. The two took a third pass with the automobile, and when the woman didn't collapse, Glock shot her once more. 4 days later, a New Jersey state trooper pulled over the victim's car and discovered 2 firearms inside. On the basis of a weapons violation, he detained Puyatti and Glock. The murder weapon was eventually determined by police to be the revolver in the glove box of the vehicle. The following day, Puyatti and Glock each admitted to robbing and killing the victim. Although the early admissions were inconsistent, on August 24, 1983, both men delivered a joint statement in which they concurred that Glock had first suggested shooting the victim, that Puyatti had fired the opening shots, and that Glock had fired the last shots. Jeffrey Muehlman, 59 years old, 39 years on death row. On May 2, 1983, 97-year-old Bowman hired Muehlman as a helper. Muehlman impersonated Jeff Williams. On May 4, 1983, Muehlman had decided to rob and kill the victim by the afternoon. He requested assistance from a friend with the heist and body disposal. When this acquaintance failed to show up on the evening of May 4, 1983, Muehlman made the decision to carry out the crime himself. He placed 2 nearly empty coffee cups on the kitchen table and covered it with breadcrumbs. These acts were an attempt to give the impression that the two had breakfast and then gotten into the victim's car to go for a drive. After that, Muehlman cleaned the house to get rid of his fingerprints. He repeatedly struck the victim, who was sleeping in his bed, with a cast-iron frying pan. Muehlman tried to strangle the victim after these blows failed to kill him, but he was unable to stop the blood supply to the brain. The victim was awake long enough to plead for mercy as he lay in his bed helpless and staring at Muehlman. Following that, Muehlman pushed 2 newspapers into the victim's throat while removing their plastic wrappers. As the bags showed the victim was still breathing, Muehlman pushed them further down the throat. In the end, the victim died. Gregory Kokel, 60 years old, 39 years on death row. On September 29, 1983, at midnight, Gregory Allen Kokel and William O'Kelly picked up victim Jeffrey Russell, who was a hitchhiker. Then they took a car to a park in Jacksonville Beach. Russell was attacked as soon as they got out of the car and battered with Kokel's pool cue before being robbed. Russell was ordered to go about 100 feet, where he begged for his life while being knocked out by the pool cue. It was discovered during the autopsy that the victim was murdered by a gunshot. Only the investigating cops knew that a gunshot was the cause of death. Police caught Kokel the following morning when he took off in O'Kelly's pickup from a fueling station without paying. Kokel offered O'Kelly's Colorado license, the victim's New York license, an Arizona vehicle registration in O'Kelly's name, along with his own Florida license when the police officer asked for identification. In connection with the gasoline theft, the police detained Kokel and inventoried the truck. The murder weapon and the box of shells bearing Kokel's prints were discovered during the truck's search. However, Kokel was let go since the officer was unaware of his role in the killing. Kokel told a friend about the heist and murder later that day, including information that was only available to the police, such as the fatal gunshot. After a warrant was issued for Kokel's arrest, he was taken into custody. Norman McKenzie, 59 years old, 16 years on death row. Two staff of Flagler Hospital were alarmed on October 5, 2006, when respiratory therapist Randy Peacock failed to show up for work. The two workers took a car to the house Charles Johnston and Peacock shared. When they got there, they saw that Peacock's green convertible wasn't there. When the staff members arrived at the house, they saw Peacock face down in a pool of blood on the kitchen floor. After securing the area, when deputies from the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office arrived, they discovered Charles Johnston's body in a shed that was also on the property. Police officers discovered a hatchet inside the shed as they were examining the crime scene. It seemed to contain blood on its grip and blade. The kitchen sink contained a butcher knife. In the driveway, deputies spotted a Gold Sport utility vehicle, which they later discovered belonged to Norman Blake McKenzie. Joe Nixon, 62 years old, 38 years on death row. Nixon was found guilty of murdering and kidnapping a woman from a parking lot at a Tallahassee, Florida shopping center. On August 12, 1984, in the parking lot of the Governor's Square Mall in Tallahassee, Florida, Nixon approached Gene Bickner. Bickner was asked to assist Nixon in jump-starting his vehicle. He later accepted Bickner's offer to drive him home. Nixon gave the woman the indication to travel to a remote location after they were on the road in Bickner's 1973 MG sports car. Bickner was eventually subdued by Nixon, who then stopped the vehicle. He put Bickner in the car's trunk and headed to the woods in southern Leon County, Florida. Bickner was freed from the trunk by Nixon, who then used jumper wires to tie her to a tree and set her on fire, ultimately killing her. The next day, on August 13, 1984, a pair of joggers moving through the wooded region discovered Bickner's burned remains. Around this time, Nixon learned that Bickner's body had been discovered, and panicking, he set fire to both the MG and Bickner's personal effects. Nixon's family members eventually phoned the police when he admitted to them that he had killed someone. Shortly after, Nixon was detained and accused of kidnapping and killing Bickner. Nixon was sentenced to death in Florida's electric chair on July 30, 1985, after being found guilty of murder, kidnapping, armed robbery, and arson. He is currently incarcerated on death row and waiting for the Union Correctional Institution to carry out his execution. Richard Rhodes, 70 years old, 38 years on death row. The body of Karen Nieradka was discovered amid debris that had been brought to St. Petersburg from the Sunset Hotel's Clearwater demolition site on March 24, 1984. The demolition took place on the 15th of March. It was discovered that Nieradka had been manually strangled to death. Richard Rhodes had been pulled over by the Florida Highway Patrol on March 2, 1984, and was later detained for operating a vehicle without a license. Rhodes was stopped while using a vehicle under Nieradka's registration. He was questioned by the police on March 26, 1984, and he provided various accounts, but he insisted on denying any participation in the killing. On April 27, 1984, Rhodes attempted to cut a deal with the police, stating that he would reveal Nieradka's cause of death in exchange for being sent to a mental hospital. According to Rhodes, the victim's death was the result of an unintentional fall from the Sunset Hotel's third floor. However, 3 Pinellas County Jail inmates testified throughout the trial that Rhodes had admitted to killing Nieradka. Matthew Marshall, 59 years old, 34 years on death row. Marshall was found guilty of first-degree murder and given the death penalty on December 12, 1989. On November 1, 1988, Marshall and Jeffrey Henry were both detained at the Martin Correctional Institution. Marshall was incarcerated at the time for prior criminal offenses. Witnesses reported hearing screaming and wailing coming from Henry's cell on the day of the murder. Blood was spotted on Marshall's arms and chest when he left his cell. Witnesses heard similar noises coming from Henry's cell again moments later when they watched Marshall enter Henry's cell once more. Marshall was observed leaving Henry's cell after a little period of silence, this time covered in blood. In his cell, laying face down with his hands tied behind his back and his sweatpants pulled down to his ankles, Henry was discovered dead. Heavy blows to the back of the skull were the cause of Henry's demise. Marshall claimed that Henry was referred to as the muscle man by prisoners who ran football game pools. Marshall won a lot of money and tried to get the other prisoners to pay him his gains. The inmates instructed Marshall to get his winnings from Henry. Marshall and Henry got into an altercation once Henry refused to pay when they met at Marshall's cell. Henry attacked first, and Marshall claimed that he killed Henry in self-defense. Manolo Rodriguez, 67 years old, 27 years on death row. On December 4, 1984, unrelated males Manuel and Luis Rodriguez went to Sam and B. Sabe Joseph's apartment to rob them. Luis Rodriguez and Manuel Rodriguez broke into the Josephs' apartment. They robbed the couple and Genevieve Marie Abraham, a friend of the Josephs who was at their apartment. They shot each victim in the head, killing all three individuals. Abraham's wedding band, diamond watch, and diamond bracelet were all found to be missing by the police. Shortly after the killings, Manuel Rodriguez called the police and gave them false information about the killings while posing as Antonio Chait. Manuel Rodriguez became a suspect in the killings after the authorities were able to establish that he made the phone calls himself. Later, he made another call to the police and posed as Antonio Traves. On the night of the killings, he reported to the police that he had seen a man named Geraldo leave the Josephs' apartment. Rafael Lopez, Luis Rodriguez's brother-in-law, told police in 1992 that Luis had acknowledged to him that he and Manuel Rodriguez had robbed and killed the Josephs and Abraham in order to collect the reward for information about the case. This information led the authorities to speak with Luis Rodriguez, who confessed and implicated both himself and Manuel Rodriguez in the armed robbery and murders. Manuel Rodriguez shot Sam Joseph and B. Joseph before ordering Luis to shoot Genevieve Marie Abraham. Luis Rodriguez was found guilty of the 3 counts of second-degree murder and 1 count of armed robbery and was sentenced to 4 life sentences. Harold Harvey, 61 years old, 37 years on death row. Harold Lee Harvey and Harry Scott Stittler met up on February 23, 1985, with the intent to rob William and Ruby Boyd. They were armed with an AR-15 assault weapon and a pistol. Harvey and Stittler received money from the Boyds, but they then made the decision to murder them. The Boyds fled when they learned about the plan, but Harvey shot them with an AR-15. Harvey and Stittler walked away from the site, but Harvey subsequently came back to get the bullet casings. When he returned, Mrs. Boyd was whining in pain, and he shot her in the head at close range. In Okeechobee County, Florida, on February 27, 1985, Harvey was pulled over for a traffic offense and later arrested for the Boyd killings. When he was questioned following the reading of his Miranda rights, he confessed to being involved in the killings. On May 11, 1986, Harvey broke out of the Okeechobee County Jail. The following day, a North Miami Beach police officer discovered Harvey sleeping in a vehicle. Harvey pointed a revolver at the police after he awoke him, and the officer then shot Harvey. Harvey tried to flee in the policeman's patrol car but was apprehended and restrained. Harry Scott Stittler agreed to a plea deal, admitted to first-degree murder, and received a life sentence. Kenneth Stewart, 60 years old, 37 years on death row. In 1984, Ruben Diaz's body was discovered in the morning. Diaz had received 2 headshots, one in front of the head and the other behind the right ear, at a distance of no more than 1 foot. Around 12:15 a.m., a resident of a nearby neighborhood reported hearing gunshots to police. Later that day, in the parking lot of a mall, police officers came across Diaz's burning car. A few months later, police detained Stewart in connection with related crimes, and while he was in custody, they accused him of first-degree murder and second-degree arson for the crimes committed on June 6, 1984. Randall Bilbray and Terry Smith were two crucial witnesses for the prosecution at Stewart's trial. Bilbray testified that Stewart admitted to robbing a man who matched Diaz's description. Bilbray lived in the same trailer as Stewart for around 10 days. In his testimony, Stewart and his accomplice allegedly planned to rob the driver of a large, expensive-looking car that was parked outside the bar the night of the murder. Diaz was inside the pub when the two men approached him and talked with him before persuading him to give them a ride. Stewart, who was riding in the rear seat, requested that Diaz drive to a forested area after pulling out a revolver. At the location, Stewart gave Diaz the go-ahead to exit the vehicle, lie on the ground, and cover his head with his hands. Stewart stole a tiny cocaine vial and $50 from Diaz's wallet. The second man was inciting Stewart to shoot Diaz twice in the head, and he actually did it. After leaving Diaz's body at the scene, the two men went to a nearby mall, parked the car, and lit it on fire to prevent fingerprints from being left behind. Grover Reed, 62 years old, 36 years on death row. Grover Reed arrived in Jacksonville in December 1985 with a female girlfriend, 2 kids, and no money or lodging. They were housed in the residence of a preacher, Reverend Orman, and his wife Betty, through a group called Traveler's Aid. When he discovered the drug paraphernalia, Reverend Orman requested them to leave the house, but he continued to provide Reed with financial support and transportation for a while. The Ormans eventually stopped supporting Reed financially because they thought they were being taken advantage of. In response to the interruption of support, Reed threatened to get even. Betty Orman was essayed, strangled, and stabbed on February 27, 1986. That evening, after he got home from class, the Reverend discovered her in the living room. A baseball cap was found by the cops. Police broadcast a recreation of the crime at the scene and showed the headgear as evidence. The hat was recognized by one viewer as being comparable to the one Reed was wearing on the day Betty Orman was murdered. Additionally, Grover Reed's fingerprints and hair samples collected at the site could be linked to him by the police. According to testimony from an expert, Reed's DNA was recovered. Additionally, checks that were taken from the house and dumped in the yard had Reed's fingerprints on them as well. Reed's cellmate, Nigel Hacksaw, testified that he acknowledged to entering the house illegally and killing Betty Orman. Mark Davis, 60 years old, 36 years on death row. When Orville Landis moved into an apartment on July 1, 1985, Mark Davis had just arrived in St. Petersburg, Florida, and was residing in the Gandy Efficiency Apartments parking lot. Landis accepted Davis's offer to assist with the relocation, and once they had settled in, Davis and Landis started to share beers. Landis loaned money to Davis, and according to witnesses, Landis had about $500 in cash on hand that day. Separately, Davis revealed to 2 residents of the apartment building that he intended to rob Landis and do him in. Later, Landis and Davis were observed fighting over money before entering Landis's residence. Around 8:30 p.m., Landis was last observed alive. Around midnight, Davis was last seen driving off in Landis's vehicle. Landis' window was opened by a worried neighbor, and she saw him laying on his bed in a pool of blood. The only thing in his wallet was a $1 bill. He was repeatedly stabbed in the back, chest, and neck. He was struck multiple times in the face, choked or struck hard enough to break the hyoid bone in the throat. He was so intoxicated that he was unable to defend himself, and he was still alive and conscious at the time each wound was administered. Evidence established that the chest and back wounds were caused by a large butcher knife discovered at the scene, while the throat wounds were caused by a small blade knife that was broken during the attack. Paul Brown, 73 years old, 36 years on death row. On March 19, 1986, in the early hours of the morning, Barry and Gail Barlow were awakened by the sound of 2 gunshots. They discovered Pauline Cowell, Gail's sister, who was just 17 years old, dead in their house's Florida room after looking into the shot's origin. Cowell's friend Tammy Bird had also been shot, but she lived. The door was found to be open and the padlock that had kept the chamber secure from the outside was missing. Brown was identified by the authorities as a potential suspect and the search was launched for him. Sheriff's deputies discovered Brown hiding behind a shed in the trailer park where his brother resided. A handgun that matched the one used in the shootings of Cowell and Bird was discovered in Brown's jeans. At the time of the murder, Brown was residing with Cowell's mother, and Cowell had only recently relocated from her mother's to her sister's house. Brown said under questioning that he broke into the Barlow home to confront Cowell about some lies she was spreading. He claimed that his objective was to shoot Cowell only if she started to scream. He did not intend to kill her. Michael Rivera, 61 years old, 36 years on death row. Stacy Lynn Jasvac rode her bicycle to the store on January 30th, 1986 to get school supplies. Her mother started looking for her when she didn't come home. A Broward County deputy sheriff who had located Jasvac's bicycle was confronted by the mother. At that point, a police inquiry started. Upon receiving a call from a man claiming to be Stacy Lynn Jasvac's killer, Star Peck reported the incident to the police. Peck stated that a man who identified himself as Tony contacted and talked to her about his thoughts regarding sex while dressed as a woman. Peck had more than 30 of these calls from Tony. Peck's final call came not long after Jasvac was killed. Tony told Peck that he intended to expose himself to Jasvac since he had seen her get off a bike. Tony claimed to have forced Stacy into the van, put ether over her mouth, and then essayed her inside. He also said that he had no intention of killing the 11-year-old girl, but it still happened. Similar calls from a man named Tony were reported by other local women as well. According to the authorities, Tony was actually Michael Rivera, an employee of Peck. Police discovered Stacy Lynn Jasvac's body on February 14, 1986, in a Coral Springs field. She suffocated to death, according to the medical examiner. Melvin Trotter, 63 years old, 36 years on death row. Trotter disemboweled Virgie Langford, the owner of a grocery shop, on June 16, 1986, after stabbing her 6 times in the right side and once in the left. On that day, Trotter was seen rushing away from the Langford's store, according to Eleanora Oates' testimony. Trotter inquired about the availability of crack cocaine from Oates. Oates accompanied Trotter as he purchased the drugs and afterwards went with him to his mother's house. The day was spent watching television and using substances. That afternoon, Trotter had tied money and food stamps in a red bandana, and Oates assisted him in counting them. Trotter explained to Oates that he was given the cash and food stamps in exchange for working. After the assault, Langford was discovered by a truck driver still alive. When questioned, Langford was able to provide details about the attacker, describing him as a short black male with a Tropicana Steph ID. After being taken to the hospital and having a surgery, the victim later passed away from a cardiac arrest as a result of the injuries. Both the victims' and witnesses' descriptions of Trotter were accurate. Police specifically asked about a Tropicana employee called Melvin after seeing the employee identification tag. Trotter's handprint was also discovered on the meat refrigerator. Later, the authorities discovered a t-shirt at Trotter's house with a blood stain that matched the blood type of the victim. James Daly, 77 years old, 36 years on death row. In the gruesome 1985 Florida killing of 14-year-old Shelley Boggio, Daly was found guilty. She had 31 stab wounds when she was discovered naked in a canal. Most of the injuries were to her hands, which the authorities believe were caused by her attempt to defend herself. She was probably still alive when she was pulled into the river and left to die, according to a medical examiner. According to his lawyers, there is no physical or forensic evidence linking Daly to the homicide. Daly's roommate, Jack Piercy, was a person of interest in the investigation at the time of the murder. He admitted that he at least once stabbed the girl, but Daly was the one who murdered her. Piercy signed a declaration saying he acted alone in the death of Boggio, but later recanted. The document stated, "James Daly had nothing to do with the murder of Shelley Boggio. I committed the crime alone. James Daly was back at the house when I drove Shelley Boggio to the place where I ultimately killed her. William Reeves, 75 years old, 31 years on death row. On September 23, 1986, Deputy Sheriff Richard Rokowski responded to a 911 call made from a Zippy Mart convenience store payphone close to Vero Beach. Reeves claimed that the reason he made the call was because he lacked the funds to call a cab. To hire a taxi and find out if William Reeves had any outstanding warrants, the deputy also dialed 911. Reeves said that while he and the deputy were waiting for the cab, a revolver accidentally dropped out of his pants. The deputy stepped on Reeves' hands as he attempted to grab the gun. After a struggle, Reeves managed to get the gun away from the deputy by holding him by the throat. Deputy Sheriff stepped away from Reeves, asking him not to kill him, and then he turned and ran. The deputy was shot 4 times in the back by Reeves as he was running. The witness who located the deputy claimed to have seen a black male sprinting away while wearing red shorts and a white t-shirt. Later in the morning, the deputy passed away. Dominic Ochikone, 78 years old, 36 years on death row. On June 10, 1986, early in the morning, Ochikone woke up his ex-girlfriend Anita Gerety by banging on the slide glass door to her bedroom. She lived there with her parents, Raymond and Martha Artzner, and her kids. After Gerety declined to speak with him, Ochikone walked away but later came back with a weapon. After cutting the outside telephone wires, Ochikone awoke the family. Gerety Artzner's father confronted him outdoors and Ochikone shot him. While Gerety and her daughter were trying to escape the house, he entered the home and then shot Martha Artzner, Gerety's mother, 4 times. Dennis Sokor, 71 years old, 36 years on death row. Dennis Sokor was found guilty of murdering Patricia Gifford and given the death penalty. His brother, Gary Sokor, testified that on New Year's Eve of 1981, he and Dennis met Patricia Gifford, the victim, at a bar. Gary reported that while he waited in the pickup outside the lounge, Dennis and Gifford were kissing. Gifford consented to go to breakfast with Gary and Dennis. Gary stated that Dennis had driven to a remote location in the truck while the victim was seated between the brothers. Dennis then dropped the car to a stop. Gary asserted that Dennis assaulted Gifford while she yelled for help and that he attempted to intervene to hold the assault but was directed to return to the truck. After some time, Dennis returned to the truck as well and they drove home. Gary discovered a woman's shoe, sweatshirt, and set of keys in Dennis's truck the following morning. The keys were concealed by him. Gary noticed later that the shoe and sweater had been taken off and that the truck had been cleaned. Dennis requested the keys, so Gary gave them to him. A few days later, Gary went back to Michigan. At the trial, a female friend of the victim who had gone to the lounge with Gifford gave testimony. She claimed that they celebrated New Year's Eve in the lounge. The friend fell ill in the middle of the night and Gifford helped her to her car with the Sokor brothers' assistance. The following morning, Gifford's companion got out of bed, noticed that Gifford was gone, and dialed 911. A picture of Gifford and an unidentified male from that night was found by the police. The image was shown on television, and according to testimony from Dennis Sokor's roommates, when he saw the image of himself at the pub with the victim, Sokor swiftly departed. Gary Sokor was questioned by the police when they learned that he had recently moved back to Michigan. Gary claimed to the police that Gifford's disappearance was the fault of Dennis Sokor. He also consented to go back to Florida and assist in locating the body. However, the body of the victim was never discovered by the police. After being detained in Georgia on unrelated charges, Dennis Sokor was sent also back to Florida. John Freeman, 60 years old, 35 years on death row. On November 11, 1986, Leonard Collier discovered John Freeman breaking into his house. A neighbor overheard the two fighting over the rifle and also heard a gunshot. The neighbor saw Collier attempt to crawl away from the attack while Freeman took hold of the rifle and struck him repeatedly. Collier was hit 10 to 12 times in the head, but didn't have any bullet wounds. He eventually passed away as a result of his injuries. Later, Freeman was discovered hiding beneath a wharf and arrested by authorities. Richard Anderson, 75 years old, 35 years on death row. Anderson was found guilty and given the death penalty for the murder of Robert Grantham on May 7, 1987. Connie Beasley, Anderson's girlfriend, apparently received from Robert Grantham an offer for a large quantity of money in exchange for a night together. Beasley informed Anderson of Grantham's offer after rejecting it. Anderson assumed Grantham was wealthy and was aware that he would be bringing his earnings back from a gaming trip to Las Vegas. Beasley was told by Anderson to agree to spend one night with Grantham in exchange for $10,000. She was also instructed to get Grantham drunk so that Anderson could rob him later. After dinner and a few beers, Beasley took Grantham to Anderson's apartment. Later that evening, Anderson showed up at the flat under the pretext that he needed a ride home after returning Beasley's car. Anderson requested that Beasley ride with them, and Grantham consented to drive him. From the back seat of the car, Anderson fatally shot Grantham 4 times in the head. He then dumped the body in a forested location. When Grantham was shot, Connie Beasley was seated on the front passenger's side. At the Tampa International Airport, Anderson abandoned Grantham's vehicle and took Beasley back to his apartment. Anderson and Beasley searched Grantham's possessions but only came up with $2,600. Jerry Halliburton, 69 years old, 35 years on death row. On August 9, 1981, while on parole, Jerry Halliburton broke into Donald Bohannon's home and stabbed him 31 times in the neck, chest, arms, and private parts. Bohannon died as a result. Halliburton was detained by the police after the crime was committed, and when a lawyer was hired, he was not permitted to speak with Halliburton. Halliburton underwent a polygraph test while being questioned. The interrogation was halted until a court order was secured, allowing the lawyer to speak with Halliburton. The defendant allegedly admitted to killing Bohannon because he just wanted to test his ability to kill another person. Paul Johnson, 74 years old, 35 years on death row. In a night-long spree that started just after midnight on January 9, 1981, when a dispatcher overheard a stranger's voice over a taxicab's radio stating that cab driver William Evans had been knocked unconscious, Johnson was found guilty of killing 3 people. Evans had been shot twice in the head, his wallet and fare money were missing, and his cab had been set on fire when his body was discovered in a grove 5 days later. Johnson requested a ride from Ray Beasley and his friend Amy Reed at 3 a.m. on January 9 so he could use the restroom. Johnson wanted them to stop along a lonely section of Drainfield Road. Johnson was convicted of shooting Beasley on the side of the road, and when Reed fled in the car to call for help, Johnson fatally shot Deputy Theron A. Burnham 3 times with his own service revolver after he responded to Reed's call. Johnson was arrested the following day after telling friends he had shot a deputy. Randall Jones, 55 years old, 35 years on death row. Randall Jones and Chris Reish used a .30 caliber rifle to shoot targets on July 26, 1987, in the area of Rodman Dam in Putnam County. After midnight, they tried to find a fisherman to help them when Jones's car got stuck in the sand pits. The fisherman declined, but advised them to approach the driver of a Chevrolet pickup truck casually parked in the lot if they needed assistance. Matthew Brock and Kelly Perry slept in the truck's cab. A 12-year-old camper reported hearing 3 gunshots. The following morning, a concession worker at Rodman Dam discovered blood, shattered glass, and cigarette packs in the parking lot. Brock's body was located when she followed a trail of blood across a parking lot and into a forested area. Perry's partially dressed body was found after a police sweep of the area. Shots to the head caused the demise of both Brock and Perry. On July 27, 1987, at 7 a.m., Brock's brother Richard Brock and sister-in-law witnessed Brock's truck being driven by Jones at a convenience store in Green Cove Springs, Florida. They observed a rifle inside and bullet holes in the windshield. Jones asserted that Matthew Brock had sold the truck to him for $4,000 when Richard Brock questioned him about the car. Jones was detained on August 16, 1987, in Mississippi for having a stolen car. He confessed to the killings during a questioning with Putnam County Sheriff's deputies, but he accused Reish of carrying out the crimes. Chris Reish entered a guilty plea as part of a plea deal to 1 count each of armed robbery, armed burglary, accepting money to conceal a crime twice, and firing a deadly missile into an occupied vehicle. He received a total of 4 sentences, 2 terms of 20 years, 2 terms of 5 years, and 1 term of 15 years of community supervision. Daniel Burns, 78 years old, 35 years on death row. Following a traffic stop on August 18, 1987, Florida Highway Patrol Trooper Jeff Young was killed. Daniel Burns Jr. was found guilty and given the death penalty. Samuel Williams and Daniel Burns were traveling from Fort Myers back to Detroit when Florida Highway Patrol Trooper Jeff Young stopped them on I-75. Williams said that Trooper Young approached the car and requested identification. Returning to his police cruiser, Trooper Young radioed dispatch to do a wanted people search and to verify Burns' Michigan license plate registration. Burns agreed when Trooper Young next asked if he may search the car. Young and Burns fought after checking the trunk and discovering what seemed to be cocaine. Witnesses claimed that Burns took Trooper Young's revolver and pointed it at him while they were wrestling in a ditch filled with water. Burns fired 1 shot that struck Trooper Young in the head and his wedding ring as he threw his hands in front of his face. By the time more troopers arrived at the scene, Young had already passed away. According to the testimony of the medical examiners, the shot was fired at such a close range that gunpowder was left on Trooper Young's face. Burns escaped on foot and was found later that evening. Williams claimed that Burns was traveling to Florida on multiple occasions to buy $10,000 worth of cocaine. Samuel Derrick, 56 years old, 35 years on death row. Harry Lee, a bystander, discovered Rema Sharma's body on a walkway in the woods next to Sharma's convenience store in Pasco County on June 25, 1987, at 6:30 a.m. The body left a trail of blood that extended 20 feet away to a blood puddle. The body was discovered with a piece of t-shirt and 2 pairs of tennis shoe prints, one of which belonged to Lee. According to the evidence, Sharma was stabbed 31 times and he passed away between 10 and 15 minutes after the last wound. David Lowry, a friend of Samuel Derrick who testified at the trial that Derrick informed him he killed Sharma, implicated Derrick in the crime. Derrick admitted to the killing after being apprehended, saying that he jumped Sharma as he was leaving the shop with the intention of robbing it. Derrick grabbed Sharma as he turned to get back to the shop. When the victim screamed and recognized Derrick, the latter admitted stabbing Sharma to shut him up. Derrick removed a bloody piece of his shirt and removed $360 from Sharma's pocket. The knife was thrown away in the forest, and Derrick dumped some clothes and shoes in a pond. Frank Walls, 56 years old, 31 years on death row. Frank Walls allegedly admitted to breaking into Edward Alger and Ann Peterson's mobile home early on July 22, 1987, with the intent to commit a burglary. While entering the home, Walls deliberately knocked over a fan, waking both Alger and Peterson. When the two arrived to check the noise, Walls ordered Alger to lay down while Peterson bound his ankles, tied his hands behind his back, and gagged him. He then instructed Peterson to lie down so he could shackle her in a similar way. Alger attacked Walls when he was able to break free of his bonds. Walls slit Alger's throat with a knife he had brought along while he was fumbling. Walls dropped his knife after Alger bit his leg. Then Walls fired 3 times into Alger's head. Walls went back to where Peterson was bound and discovered her sobbing and attempting to communicate while wearing the gag. He unfastened her and took the gag out of her mouth. Peterson and Walls fought after learning that Alger had died, and he tore off her clothing in the process. Then Walls fired a shot at Peterson's back of the head. Peterson continued to scream after surviving the initial shooting. She was pushed into a pillow by Walls, who then shot her again. Later that day, when Alger didn't show up for work, the bodies were found. On the basis of evidence given by Walls's former roommate, who lived close to the victims, investigators were able to secure a warrant to investigate his mobile home. Walls was apprehended after investigators found evidence at his home connecting him to the murders. Perry Taylor, 57 years old, 34 years on death row. Taylor was found guilty of killing Geraldine Birch and given the death penalty. Taylor acknowledged that he had killed her. He claimed that Birch joined the group of friends he was with when they were standing together. Taylor alleged that after the group split up, Birch called him as he was walking away to let him know that she was attempting to reach Sulphur Springs. Taylor claimed that he didn't own a car. Birch now demanded cash or crack cocaine in exchange for relations. They arrived at a Little League field dugout after agreeing on $10. Taylor claimed that Birch bit him and he had to choke her and punch her to get her to release his grip. Taylor also acknowledged hitting Birch more forcefully out of frustration. Birch, according to the medical examiner's testimony, had at least 10 significant strikes to her body, most of which had caused internal organ damage, including to her brain, throat, heart, lungs, spleen, and ribs. In addition, Birch had injuries on her face, chest, and stomach, as well as bald spots and a bite mark on her arm. Taylor did not have the expected wounds to correlate with his story. George Hodges, 66 years old, 34 years on death row. Hodges was detained in November 1986 on suspicion of indecent exposure as a result of a complaint made by Betty Ricks, a 20-year-old convenience store employee. On January 8, 1987, at 6 a.m., Ricks was discovered laying next to her car in the parking lot of the store. Due to the Ricks report, Hodges' criminal diversion program arbitration hearing was set for the same day her death was discovered. Ricks was shot twice, and the following day she passed away without waking up. Hodges was on the maintenance team at the department store, which was across the street from the convenience shop. On the day of the shooting, a co-worker told police she observed Hodges' truck at the convenience store at 5:40 a.m., but Hodges said he was at home sleeping because he was not required to be at work that day. At first, his wife and son, Jesse Watson, helped him maintain his alibi. Hodges was detained for the murder in February 1989 when his identity emerged as the main suspect in the inquiry. Tony Watts, 57 years old, 34 years on death row. On the morning of February 18, 1988, Glenda Jurado was returning home after going for a jog when Tony Watts dragged her with a gun. Watts told Glenda he had just been released from jail and needed money to go out of town. When Glenda's husband, Simon Jurado, opened the door, she informed him that Watts was holding a gun and demanded money. Watts sought more money after Simon gave him all he had, threatening to kill Glenda if he didn't get it all. Simon presented Watts with a piggy bank filled with cash in response to his threats. Following a thorough check of the home, Watts ordered Glenda and Simon to undress in the bathroom. Then Watts assaulted Glenda. Simon roared and threw a chair at Watts when he saw what the man was doing to his wife. Watts was thrown into the corridor by the chair. While the two men fought, Glenda fled the house. Glenda heard her husband screaming and a gunshot. She also saw Watts leave the house carrying a rifle and flee down the street. Simon fled the house as well, but passed away after collapsing on the grass. The gunshot wound to Simon's mouth, which severed an artery going to his brain, was the cause of his death. Glenda and the neighbor who saw Watts fleeing the house that day in September 1988 recognized him as the attacker. The Jurados discovered Watts's baseball cap inside their home, and it had microscopically identical hairs to his. His prints were also visible on the front porch door. Alan Cox, 61 years old, 23 years on death row. Thomas Baker was killed and Alan Ward Cox was found guilty and given the death penalty. Cox was a prisoner at the Lake Correctional Institute serving multiple life sentences. He discovered that someone had entered into his personal footlocker and taken $500 on December 20, 1998. Several prisoners testified that Cox told the other inmates that he would give $50 to anyone who would catch the thief. Upon learning the identity of the thief, Cox threatened to murder him and showed no regard for the repercussions. Cox signaled for Thomas Baker to approach him during the inmate's lunch break. He struck Baker, causing him to fall to the ground. Baker fought to remove himself from the assault and insisted on not having taken the $500. Cox then used an ice pick-shaped shank to stab Baker 3 times. He buried the shank in a pipe and ran behind the jail pump building. Thomas Baker ran from the scene to the nearest jail guards after being stabbed. According to him, His assailant was Big Al Ecodorm Quad 3. Baker screamed wildly to the police that he was having difficulties breathing and that he could feel blood filling his lungs. On his way to the hospital, Baker passed away. Medical examiners stated that Baker's lungs and aorta were both punctured by the fatal stab wound. Jeffrey Atwater, 60 years old, 33 years on death row. On August 11, 1989, Jeffrey Atwater was found guilty of killing Ken Smith and given a death sentence. Atwater made an effort to enter the John Knox apartment complex in St. Petersburg, Florida on the day of the murder. He lied to the security guard by claiming to be Smith's grandson and fabricating the reason for his visit. He went to visit Smith's room after entering his flat. Atwater left the apartment after 20 minutes and Smith's body was found the following day. Smith's pockets were turned inside out and all of his money was gone, suggesting that he had also been robbed. Atwater allegedly told multiple others that he killed Smith after the slaying, and he was subsequently detained later that day. There was proof that Atwater searched for Smith for up to 3 days before killing him. Smith had reportedly previously given Atwater money, but because of his dread of him, Smith had pledged never to do so again. A medical examiner testified at the trial that 64-year-old Smith had suffered over 40 knife wounds, and there was evidence that he had also been beaten either before or during the murder. Mark Geralds, 56 years old, 33 years on death row. Tressa and Kevin Pettibone's 80-year-old son discovered his mother's body on the kitchen floor on February 1, 1989, after she had been battered and stabbed. Tressa Pettibone suffered 2 deadly stabbings on the left side of her neck and 2 on the right side. These stab wounds matched the weapon that was discovered in the kitchen sink. The victim's head, face, chest, and belly all had bruises and abrasions that were the result of physical trauma, according to the medical examiner. The victim's wrists had been tied with a plastic tie for at least 20 minutes before she passed away. Her car was among the many things from the house that had vanished. Prior to the murder, Geralds, a carpenter, assisted in remodeling the Pettibones' house. Circumstantial evidence linked Geralds to the crime. He pawned jewelry from the Pettibone home that had blood traces that were consistent with Tressa Pettibone's blood type, but inconsistent with Gerald's blood type. He gave the victim's sunglasses to a friend. His shoes were found to be matching the victim's shoes, and Geralds knew that Kevin Pettibone was out of town at the time of the crime. Konstantin Fotopoulos, 64 years old, 33 years on death row. Fotopoulos started an extramarital relationship with Dieter Hunt, a bartender who worked at his establishment, in the summer of 1989. On October 20th, Fotopoulos and Hunt convinced Kevin Ramsey that he was going to be admitted into a club in order to coax him to a remote shooting range. To stop Ramsey from extorting money from him over his involvement in counterfeiting, Fotopoulos planned to assassinate him. If Hunt didn't kill Ramsey, Fotopoulos threatened to kill her. Hunt shot Ramsey with a .22 handgun 3 times in the chest and once in the head, while Fotopoulos recorded the incident. Ramsey was bound to a tree. Fotopoulos put an end to the video recording and used an AK-47 assault rifle to kill Ramsey. In order to obtain the $700,000 in insurance proceeds, Fotopoulos then planned to murder his wife, Lisa. To enlist Hunt's assistance in killing Lisa, Fotopoulos utilized the videotape of Hunt killing Ramsey. He gave Hunt the order to hire a hitman to murder Lisa. Hunt made 2 attempts to employ a man, but the idea never materialized. Lisa Henderson, a friend of Hunt's, introduced him to Tasia James, her lover, who had been paid $5,000 to assassinate Lisa Fotopoulos. Brian Chase was hired to murder Lisa after James' first 2 attempts failed. On November 4, 1989, Chase visited the Fotopoulos residence after making multiple fruitless attempts. He shot Lisa once in the head, but she survived the wound. Chase was then repeatedly shot by Fotopoulos in an effort to make the murder attempt look like a botched burglary. Police discovered the Ramsey murder videotape, a .22 caliber pistol, and an AK-47 assault weapon when searching the residence. Ronald Clark, 55 years old, 32 years on death row. Ronald Willis was killed on January 12, 1990, and Ronald Clark was found guilty and given the death penalty. John Hatch, a co-defendant, testified during the trial that he and Ronald Clark were traveling to Jacksonville on January 12, 1990. The two men were waiting for a ride while shooting at various targets along the highway with Clark's pistol that he had been refurbishing. When Ronald Willis spotted the two men, he pulled over and offered to give them a ride. Clark informed Hatch in a hushed voice that he intended to take the truck once he was inside. When Willis got out of the truck after Clark had told him to stop, Clark shot him 7 or 8 times. After shoving Willis's body into the middle seat, Clark started his car and headed for a more distant area. Willis's money and boots were stolen by Clark, who then abandoned the body in a ditch. After dinner, Clark and Hatch visited an ex-girlfriend as they carried out the rest of their plans for the evening. The two men came back later to get Willis's body. They brought the body to Nassau County Sound Bridge, where it was weighed before being thrown into the water. Willis's ex-wife didn't start driving around looking for him until she started to worry about his unexpected departure. Clark and Hatch continued to use Willis's stolen truck. When his ex-wife saw his pickup at the hotel, she recognized Clark and Hatch as the drivers. Police were called by Willis's ex-wife, but Clark and Hatch escaped before they arrived. Hatch and Clark escaped to South Carolina. On February 7, 1990, Hatch traveled back to Nassau County, where he was detained while Clark was captured in South Carolina. Michael Griffin, 57 years old, 32 years on death row. On April 27, 1993, Michael Griffin, Samuel Velez, and Nicolas Tarallo made the decision to break into a house. Griffin's father's Cadillac took them from Tarallo's apartment to a Chrysler LeBaron, where they changed cars. The LeBaron, which had been used in earlier break-ins, had been stolen by Griffin before. After looking for a suitable target, the three ended up at a Holiday Inn in Newport, Florida, where Griffin had carried out previous successful burglaries. Griffin and Velez broke into a hotel room and took a pocketbook and a cell phone. Griffin and Velez split up the stolen goods while Tarallo drove. The three saw a police cruiser as they were leaving the Holiday Inn. Griffin cried out in fear and instructed Tarallo to flee the police car. Officers Martin and Crespo were operating a different police vehicle when they saw the LeBaron and started to follow it. Griffin refused to return to jail and told Tarallo to keep avoiding the police, despite his attempts to pull over. When Tarallo eventually pulled over, Griffin started firing at the police, killing Officer Martin, and the three tried to flee. Officer Crespo accepted the surrender of Tarallo and Velez, but Griffin left in the LeBaron and was subsequently caught. David Pittman, 62 years old, 32 years on death row. For the murders of Clarence, Barbara, and Bonnie Knowles, David Pittman was found guilty and given the death penalty. Marie Knowles, a daughter of Clarence and Barbara Knowles, married Pittman. Pittman did not desire the divorce that Marie sought to pursue. Pittman had vowed to hurt Marie and her family during the divorce. On May 15, 1990, early in the morning, witnesses called the fire department to report that Marie's parents, Clarence and Barbara Knowles' house was on fire. Following an investigation, it was determined that the offender had disconnected the phone link before starting the fire and stealing Bonnie Knowles' car afterward. Clarence, Barbara, and Bonnie's bodies were discovered inside the house. All three of the victims were said to have died as a consequence of several stab wounds that caused heavy bleeding. Bonnie Knowles' throat had also been cut. Another witness stated that he spotted a car that looked like Bonnie Knowles on the same morning of May 15, 1990, in a ditch by the side of the road close to the Knowles' house. The witness noticed a truck come up next to the car, and it was discovered that it belonged to Pittman. Later, the witness saw the burning car. Pittman was then recognized in a photo lineup by another witness who observed the man fleeing from the flaming car. Pittman confessed to the previously mentioned offenses according to a jailhouse informant's testimony. Rodney Lowe, 53 years old, 32 years on death row. Donna Burnell, the victim, was a clerk at an Indian River County New-Pack convenience store. She was shot 3 times with a .32 caliber handgun on the morning of July 3, 1990, by a man who had just walked into the store. Miss Burnell was shot in the face, head, and chest, and when she was being transported to the hospital, she passed away. Without collecting any cash from the shop, the man fled the scene. Because Rodney Lowe's fingerprints were discovered at the scene and his car was observed leaving the convenience store's parking lot, the police were able to connect him to the incident. The following week, they brought him in for interrogation. Law made a statement that connected him to the murder after having a brief talk with his girlfriend. He was detained after making this admission. Stephen Stein, 55 years old, 32 years on death row. The murders of Dennis Saunders and Bobby Hood led to the conviction of Stephen Stein. Dennis Saunders and Bobby Hood, shift supervisor at the Pizza Hut on Edgewood Avenue, were shot and killed there on January 20, 1991. Hood was shot 5 times while Saunders was shot 4 times. Additionally, $980 was taken from the diner. The following day, Saunders and Hood's bodies were discovered in the Pizza Hut's men's restroom. A little after 11 p.m., an employee named Ronald Burrows had left the establishment. He claimed that when he departed, there were still 2 clients inside. The co-defendant, Mark Christmas, and Stephen Stein were the customers, according to Burrows. Stein worked for Pizza Hut and Christmas had previously worked there. Christmas' fingerprint was also discovered by the police on the unpaid guest check. Stein and Christmas's roommate Kelly White testified that the two had discussed planning a robbery at a Pizza Hut. Stein and Christmas claimed they were going to see Christmas' father about selling the weapon when they left the apartment on January 20, 1991 at around 9:30 p.m. However, Christmas's father stated that neither Stein nor Christmas had visited him that evening. By 11:45 p.m., Stein and Christmas had returned home. Stein provided a statement to the police after being detained. He declared his want to discuss the crime and waived his rights. He acknowledged participating in the crime and claimed that things had gone bad. He never acknowledged shooting Hood or Saunders. Emmanuel Johnson, 60 years old, 32 years on death row. On October 4, 1988, the body of Iris White, 73 years old, was found by the police. The victim was discovered naked below the waist. She had received 24 stab wounds and the back of her head had sustained brutal damage. Defense-related injuries were evident on White's physique. Police found a cut-open screen and an open living room window at the crime site. On the windowsill, Emmanuel Johnson's fingerprints were discovered. There were also 2 hairs found at the scene. Under a microscope, these hairs exhibited the same traits as Johnson's, but a specialist testified that a perfect match could not be made. Johnson had been employed by White to work on her yard several years prior to the murder. A questioning of Johnson took place on October 12, 1988. The cops were able to record a confession during this conversation. Johnson admitted that he visited White's home to talk about lawn care in this confession. Johnson grabbed White as soon as she opened the door and choked her till she passed out. He then repeatedly stabbed White. He locked himself out of the house and fled through the front door. Once he was locked out, he realized he had forgotten to take White's wallet. He cut the screen and slipped inside the house through the living room window after about 20 minutes. Johnson claimed to have thrown away the wallet at a specific location. The wallet was discovered by a road surveyor in the same spot where Johnson claimed to have left it. Billy Kears, 51 years old, 32 years on death row. Billy Leon Kears was found guilty of murdering Fort Pierce police officer Danny Parrish on January 18, 1991, as well as armed robbery. Kears was found to be traveling the wrong way down a one-way street by Officer Danny Parrish. Parrish stopped Kears after radioing the car's license plate number. Kears supplied Parrish a number of aliases that did not correspond to the history on his driver's license because he did not have his own. Then Kears was told to get out of the car and put his hands on the roof. A fight started when Parrish tried to handcuff Kears. Kears fired 14 shots after snatching Parrish's gun. Parrish was hit by 13 bullets, 9 of which entered his body and 4 of which entered his bulletproof vest. A neighboring cab driver heard the gunfire and witnessed a dark blue car driven away from the site by a black man and woman. The cab driver then used Parrish's radio to make a help request. Emergency services took Parrish to the hospital, where he succumbed to his gunshot wounds. A 1979 dark blue Monte Carlo driven by a black male was the subject of a Be on the Lookout alert. When the police looked up the license plate number Parrish had requested prior to the traffic stop, they found that it was registered to a Fort Pierce home, which is where Kearse was taken into custody. Kearse gave up his right to a Miranda warning and admitted to shooting Parrish while they were arguing. During the trial, a friend of Kearse's stated in testimony that he shot Officer Parrish because his probation was suspended and the police was looking for him already. Anthony Mungen, 57 years old, 30 years on death row. Anthony Mungen was found guilty of first-degree murder and given the death penalty on January 28, 1993. Betty Jean Woods, a clerk at a convenience store in Jacksonville, was shot in the head on September 16, 1990, and she passed away 4 days later. Since there were no witnesses to the shooting, a customer who entered the convenience shop immediately after the shooting remembered seeing a man running out of the business with a paper bag. The injured employee was found by the customer, who later recognized Mungen as the man leaving the business. A store manager noticed a $59 difference from the register after the incident. A .25 caliber semi-automatic pistol, bullets, and Mungen's Georgia driver's license were discovered during a police search of his home on September 18, 1990, leading to his arrest in Kingsland, Georgia. The bullet recovered from Woods was examined, and it was established that it had been shot from the .25 caliber weapon found at Mungen's house. Chadwick Willacy, 56 years old, 32 years on death row. Marlis Sather came home from work on her lunch break on the afternoon of September 5, 1990, only to find Chadwick Willacy breaking into her house. When Sather entered the house, Willacy hit her many times in the head with a blunt weapon hard enough to fracture and displace a portion of her skull. Willacy used wire and duct tape to bind her hands and ankles. Then, in an effort to strangle her, he tied a telephone cord tightly around her neck. Willacy drenched Sather in gasoline and lit her ablaze after this failed to work. According to the medical examiner's reports, Sather's death was caused by smoke inhalation. After receiving a call from her work informing the family that Sather had to return from her lunch break, Sather's son-in-law went over to the house and found her body. Antonio Melton, 51 years old, 31 years on death row. On January 23, 1991, Antonio LeBaron Melton and his pal Pendleton Lewis entered Georgia Carter's pawn shop in Pensacola. He pretended to be interested in pawning a jewelry, claims Lewis, who was given immunity by the state to testify against Melton. Melton claimed that Carter and Lewis were discussing the necklace when he put on surgical gloves and reached for a ring. When Carter noticed this, he reached for one of his guns. Melton drew his own revolver while Lewis grabbed Carter's hands. Carter's gun was subsequently taken by Melton. According to Melton, Carter rushed him before falling and hitting his head. Melton then ordered Carter to stop moving, but Carter grabbed for the gun in Melton's hand. Carter was fatally shot in the head during the two's fight for the weapon. The one undeniable truth that remains despite the different accounts is that Melton was the one who fired the shot that eventually killed Carter. Ernest Suggs, 68 years old, 31 years on death row. Suggs was found guilty of murdering Pauline Casey and given the death penalty. Pauline Casey was employed at Walton County's Teddy Bear Bar. The bar was discovered to be unlocked and to be missing money on August 6, 1990. In addition, Casey's car, handbag, and keys were discovered at the establishment, but the victim was not there. Casey's neighbor, Ray Hamilton, told the police that as he left, Casey and the client he didn't identify were playing pool. Police were alerted to the situation and searched for the man and his car that fit Hamilton's description. Based on the description of the vehicle, Ernest Suggs was stopped. Suggs gave officers permission to search his house and car. They discovered $170 in little banknotes, Casey's hand and fingerprints on Suggs' shirt, and blood that matched the victim's blood in his car. The cops also discovered a bar key and a beer cup that resembled those from the Teddy Bear Bar in the harbor behind Suggs' house. The authorities identified Suggs' tire track from his car with those discovered on a nearby dirt road. Police searched this area, and not far from the road where the tire tracks were discovered, they also discovered Casey's body. She had 2 stab wounds to the neck and 1 to the back. Suggs claimed that he had been set up to commit Casey's murder. Ronnie Johnson, 56 years old, 32 years on death row. Around 9 p.m. on March 11, 1989, Tequila Larkins, the business owner of the Sparkle City Laundromat in Perrine, Florida, closed the establishment's entrance. along with Miss Larkins. Customers Jerry Briggs, Valerie Briggs, Eric Beetle, and Walter Hills remained inside the laundromat. Soon after, Ronnie Johnson knocked on the door and requested a change. Johnson barged in as Miss Larkins opened the door, argued with Miss Larkins, and then started fighting with her physically. Johnson took a gun and shot Miss Larkins after dealing her multiple punches to the face. On April 2, 1989, Johnson admitted to the crime, but he later tried to have the confession suppressed. Curtis Wyndham, 57 years old, 31 years on death row. In the early hours of February 7, 1992, Curtis Wyndham discovered that Johnny Lee, a friend who owed him close to $2,000, had recently won about $100 at the dog track. Wyndham promised that he would kill Lee and that Jack Luckett, the man who had informed him of Lee's gains, would make sure to read about it. According to the sales receipt, Wyndham bought a .38 caliber revolver from Walmart on the same day. Wyndham was described by the store clerk who sold him the rifle as being as calm as could be. After making the purchase, Lee was talking to two women by the side of the road when Wyndham found him. Lee was shot twice in the back by Wyndham, who had pulled up next to him. Wyndham then exited the vehicle and shot Lee once again quite closely. Then Wyndham took off running in the direction of the apartment building where his love Valerie Davis and her mother Mary Lubin resided. Wyndham, who shared a kid with Davis, had occasionally resided with her. A friend of Davis's named Cassandra Hall had just arrived at the apartment when Wyndham shot Davis once in the chest. Davis was shot and murdered without being the provoker, according to Hall. Wyndham shot Kenneth Williams in the chest at close range as he was leaving the residence. Williams made it through the shooting. He saw that Wyndham was weird and obviously upset just before shooting him. When numerous men attempted to take the gun away from Wyndham, he escaped behind Brown's bar. Valerie Davis's mother, Mary Lubin, had discovered that her daughter had been shot by this point and was returning home. Wyndham approached Lubin's car after spotting her at a stop sign. Before killing Lubin with 2 shots, Wyndham muttered something to her. On 3 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of attempted first-degree murder, Wyndham was found guilty. Charles Finney, 69 years old, 31 years on death row. Around 2 p.m. on January 16, 1991, Sandra Sutherland's body was found on the bed in her apartment. In addition to being bound and gagged, she had also suffered 13 backstab wounds, all but one of which had entered the lungs. Sutherland's bedroom had been broken into, her purse's contents had been thrown on the ground, and her VCR was gone. There were many fingerprints recovered in the flat, including prints on a piece of paper and a pot of face cream that was discovered in the bedroom. A nearby pawn shop was where the VCR was found. A fingerprint on a pawn shop receipt for Charles Finney, who had pawned the VCR for a $30 loan, matched the fingerprint on the evidence discovered at the flat and on the VCR. Finney claimed that he was homesick and never left his flat when asked by police where he was on the day of the murder. When the police discovered that Finney had pawned Sutherland's VCR, Finney claimed that he had discovered it while putting out his rubbish and had pawned it for money. Finney used to live next door to Sutherland, but 8 months before the murder, she moved to a separate apartment in the same building. Sutherland contacted Finney about installing a screen on her patio at her new apartment, and he was in Sutherland's apartment to assist her with moving boxes, according to Finney's testimony. Alfred Fenney, 62 years old, 31 years on death row. Driving a 1986 Cadillac, Mary Sheerin departed her house on September 8, 1991. 2 men discovered a body on the side of the road later that day, face down. Police officers found the victim with the hands bound behind the back and a single gunshot wound to the back of the skull. The body was identified as belonging to Mary Sheerin by police afterwards. Police discovered her car on September 9, 1991, being driven by 2 males who gave their names as Ezel Foster and Ansel Rose. Police discovered a piece of rope that matched the rope used to bound Sheerin's hands when the car was seized, along with the .25 caliber revolver that fired the bullet that was retrieved from the victim's body. Further police inquiry revealed that Alfred Fenney was using the identity Ezel Foster and Michael Frazier was using the alias Ansel Rose. Police also discovered that Sheerin's ATM card had been used to withdraw money from her account. Fenney and Frazier accused each other of being involved in the abduction and murder of Sheerin. John Marquardt, 57 years old, 30 years on death row. Stacy Willets, the victim, and two men, John Marquardt and Mike Abshire, drove from North Carolina to Florida in June 1991. They all intended to relocate to Florida and would split the cost by traveling together. Mrs. Willets' car was supposed to be used by the three. Before they left North Carolina, Marquardt and Abshire discussed murdering Miss Willett in exchange for her car and money. Marquardt told Abshire that he would murder Miss Willett that evening on June 20, 1991. He claimed that he wanted to kill her because he was fed up with their arguments. The three stopped in South Carolina, where the conversation took place. When the group of three arrived in St. Augustine, Marquardt and Abshire made the decision to assassinate Miss Willett by luring her into the woods. They convinced her to accompany them by claiming she had been invited to a party. The three walked into the woods after driving her in a deserted spot. Marquardt stabbed Miss Willett after approaching her from behind. She eventually collapsed to the ground on her stomach. When Marquardt discovered she was still breathing, he pressed her face into a puddle until she stopped. He then sat on her back. Then, when Mrs. Willett's body started to shake, Marquardt pushed her face once more into the puddle. Abshire started participating in the crime by stabbing the body of Miss Willett. The two then made an effort to cut Miss Willett's head off the body. Marquardt confessed after being detained for the crime. He claimed to have no recollection of the crime, simply of entering the woods and approaching Miss Willett while holding a knife. Abshire gave a thorough account of the slaying. Brett Bogle, 54 years old, 30 years on death row. On September 13, 1991, Brett Bogle was found guilty of murdering Margaret Torres and given the death penalty. 4 to 5 nights a week, Margaret Torres spent time with her sister, Katie Alfonso. Alfonso first met the defendant in June 1991, and shortly after that, Bogle moved in with the two sisters. Torres and Bogle never got along, so Alfonso had to ask Bogle to leave. On September 1, 1991, a week after Bogle moved out, the three continued to be acquaintances and went out together. Bogle and Torres got into a fight throughout the night. To prevent Torres from calling the police, Bogle forced his way past Alfonso and through the screen door when the sisters refused to let him inside their home. If Torres informed the authorities and filed a report, Bogle threatened to murder her. A few days after the event, Bogle called Alfonso and threatened to kill Torres if she reported the incident to the police. On September 13, 1991, Bogle saw Torres in a nearby bar. According to witnesses, Bogle entered the bar unharmed and clean, and he and Torres had a brief conversation. 5 minutes after Torres left the establishment at 1 a.m., Bogle also was spotted leaving. Bogle's face was scratched, his rear end was wet, and his clothes were filthy when he was seen 45 minutes later outside the bar. The following day, Torres's naked body was discovered close to the bar. Medical examiners discovered she had been essayed and she had been badly battered. Her head had also been crushed with a piece of cement. The evidence matched Bogle's DNA. Frederick Cummingsell, 65 years old, 30 years on death row. Cummingsell was found guilty of killing his ex-girlfriend Katie Good and given the death penalty. Before their relationship ended, Frederick Cummingsell and Katie Good had been dating and sharing housing for a while. Good obtained a restraining order against Cummingsell after he assaulted her at a neighbor's home and proceeded to harass her. Good was repeatedly threatened verbally by Cummingsell, who said, "Katie, I'm going to murder you. I am going to murder you, Katie." He also said that he loved her and that nobody else could have her if he couldn't. The Good home was broken into by Cummingsell early on September 16, 1991. He went into Good's room where she was asleep and repeatedly stabbed her. While fast asleep next to Good, her 8-year-old son heard his mother screaming and saw Cummingsell punching her. Good's nephew, who was 20 years old, saw Cummingsell leave the scene while he was asleep on the bedroom floor. Cummingsell was met by Good's mother in the hallway as he was running away, and in his haste to get away, he knocked her to the ground. Good, bleeding and injured, stumbled from her chamber and cried out in her mother's arm, "Fred, Fred." Medical examiners came to the conclusion that Good died as a result of her numerous stab wounds. She practically drowned in her own blood as her lungs filled with fluid. After the attack, She was alert for a while and continued wondering what was taking the emergency staff so long, according to reports. Victor Jones, 62 years old, 30 years on death row. Matilda Nestor, 66 years old, and Jacob Nestor, 67 years old, were found dead in their place of business on December 19, 1990. New hire Victor Tony Jones was discovered with a .22 caliber automatic weapon under his arm, slumped over the couch in the main office. Jacob Nestor was discovered in the main office with a stab wound to the chest, while Matilda Nestor was discovered in the toilet with a stab wound to the back. The evidence shows that Jones attacked Matilda Nestor as she entered the restroom and Jacob Nestor as he was walking from the main office into the restroom. After being stabbed, Jacob Nestor went back to the main office and made an attempt to telephone for assistance. Then, after taking his .22 caliber revolver out of his holster, he fired 5 shots at Jones, striking him once in the forehead. Jones's pockets contained Nestor's cash and personal belongings. Jones' response to the question, "What happened?" was, "The old man shot me." After being brought to the hospital, Jones informed the nurse that he had to go since he had killed those people. Jones gave the reason, "They owed me money and I had to kill them." John Reese, 58 years old, 30 years on death row. Reese was found guilty of killing Charlene Austin and given the death penalty. He was acquainted with Austin through Jackie Greer, a close friend of Austin who served as his occasional girlfriend. Because of her close friendship with Greer, Reese had already expressed envy of Austin. Charlene was discovered essayed and dead in her bedroom on January 28, 1992. Greer and a neighbor visited her house because they were worried about not being able to contact her. She was lying under a sheet in the bedroom when they entered through an unlocked door. Reese's handprint was visible on the waterbed in Austin's bedroom, according to the authorities. When he was questioned by the police, he admitted to the crime. He claimed to have entered Austin's house illegally and waited for her to return. He also said that he was afraid and hid in the closet when Austin finally got home 4 hours later. When she fell asleep on the couch, he emerged from the closet. Reese claimed that he panicked when Austin began to move. Then, after dragging her into the bedroom, he essayed her before strangling her with an electrical cord. Ronnie Farrell, 59 years old, 30 years on death row. A witness stated that on 22nd of April 1991, the victim, Gino Mayhew, was selling crack cocaine outside of his car when Kenneth Hartley and 2 co-defendants, Ronnie Farrell and Sylvester Johnson, approached him. The witness observed Hartley pull Mayhew into the driver's seat while holding a gun to his head. Farrell slid into the front passenger seat, and Hartley took the seat in the rear, behind Mayhew. Johnson followed the car, a Chevrolet Blazer, out of the parking lot in a pickup. Police discovered Mayhew slumped in the driver's seat on April 23, 1991, suffering from 5 gunshot wounds, 1 to the forehead, 3 to the back of his head, and 1 to the shoulder. Alvin Morton, 51 years old, 29 years on death row. Alvin Morton, Bobby Garner, and Tim Kaine broke into the home of the victims, John Bowers and his mother, Madeline Weiser, sometime between late in the evening on January 26 and early in the morning on January 27. Although they went with the defendant, Chris Walker and Mike Rodkey did not go inside the house. One of the other men carried a huge serrated knife while Morton carried a shotgun. The 3 men entered the living room in search of a takeaway object. From another area of the home, Bowers and Weiser entered the room. Morton commanded them to lie down. At this moment, Bowers begged for his life while also pledging to give them whatever they wanted. Bowers would contact the police, Morton retorted. Morton said, "This is what they all say." Then he shot Bowers in the back of the neck to kill him, despite Bowers' insistence that he would not contact the police. The gun jammed as Morton tried to shoot Weiser. Then Morton attempted to stab Weiser, but the weapon was unable to cut through the victim. Gardner then shoved the knife in by stepping on it. In the end, Weiser was fatally stabbed 8 times in the back of the neck, severing her spinal cord. Before the 3 men left the house, one of Bowers' pinky fingers was severed, according to Garner or Morton, as they later demonstrated to a body named Jeff Madden. On the basis of a tip, The police and firefighters headed to the victim's home. They discovered the victims and learned that mattresses had been set on fire. Morton was discovered by the cops in his home's attic. Under Gardner's mother's trail, they discovered the murderous instruments. In the end, Morton admitted to shooting Bauer and helping to make the first cut to Weiser. William Thomas, 63 years old, 29 years on death row. Rachel Thomas was killed and William Thomas was found guilty and given the death penalty. William Thomas intended to abduct and murder his wife in order to avoid paying his half of their expected divorce settlement. Thomas and Douglas Shroud went to Rachel's house on September 12, 1991, with the intention of abducting her. After beating Rachel, Thomas bound her. Rachel tried to escape, but Thomas held her back inside the home by her hair. After loading Rachel into her car or truck, Thomas drove away. She vanished without a trace. In May 1993, Thomas was eventually charged with killing his wife. He had made a number of accusations regarding Rachel Thomas's abduction, but once his mother was killed, Thomas came under intense scrutiny. Authorities thought that Thomas killed his mother to stop her from accusing him of killing Rachel Thomas. Leonardo Franchi, 53 years old, 30 years on death row. Pablo San Martin, 56 years old, 30 years on death row. Ricardo Gonzalez, 53 years old, 29 years on death row. Leonardo Franchi robbed the Kislak National Bank in North Miami, Florida, along with co-defendants Ricardo Gonzalez, Pablo San Martin, and two other accomplices on January 3, 1992. A cash box was stolen from one of the drive-thru tellers during the heist, which also resulted in the shooting and death of a security guard. Gonzalez confessed to the crime after being stopped by police on January 18, 1992, and he also blamed Franchi for the robbery. San Martin admitted to the robbery as well. On January 18th, when the police questioned Franchi, he also confessed to the crime. Johnny Hoskins, 60 years old, 29 years on death row. Police were called to Dorothy Berger's home on October 18, 1992. Although she was not at home, neighbors had seen that her door was open and that both her air conditioners and television were on. Even though there were no obvious traces of forced entry, a shoe print could be seen in the floor dust, and some items were out of place. Berger's vehicle had also vanished. A witness had observed Johnny Hoskins, a neighbor of Berger's, driving a vehicle resembling Berger's the previous evening. Hoskins came at his parents' place in Georgia and requested to borrow a shovel on the same day that police were summoned to Berger's residence in Brevard County. About 20 minutes later, he went back to his parents' home. On October 19th, Hoskins was pulled over in Georgia for a traffic infraction. It was later discovered that the victim was the owner of the vehicle. The victim's body was eventually located in a grave when authorities discovered plants in the trunk of the vehicle along with blood. Her mouth was muffled and her hands were tied behind her back. The victim was assayed according to post-mortem examinations, and DNA evidence found on the victim and on the victim's bed may have been the work of Hoskins. Berger suffered many blows to the head and severe physical wounds, but strangling was the cause of death. Floyd Damron, 72 years old, 28 years on death row. Damron broke into the RGC Mineral Sands property and took equipment while claiming to a friend that there was some more of that nice stuff down there that he wanted to get. After enjoying some beer with pals a few weeks later on May 1, 1994, Damron and Jeff Chittum went back to steal more machinery. The two broke into the maintenance barn's electrical shop. Employee Don Miller found Chittum, but Damron snuck behind him and hit Miller with a steel pipe. Miller and Chittum begged Damron to save his life, but after pacing the floor, Damron bludgeoned Miller to death by beating him with the steel pipe 4 times on the body and 7 times on the head. The shift manager, Michael Knight, came into the building and yelled at Damron as he was dragging Miller's body across the floor. Damron had lived in Knight's area since he was a boy, so they were acquainted. Knight fled screaming from the building as Damron threatened him with the pipe. Damron was detained after Knight gave the police his identity. Several witnesses' claims that Damron told them false information about the murder served as additional proof connecting him to the crime. Additionally, the blood on Damron's clothes matched the blood on Miller. Dameron had a long history of criminal activity at the time the murder occurred. Anthony Wainwright, 53 years old, 28 years on death row. Wainwright and Richard Hamilton broke out of a North Carolina jail, took a Cadillac and several weapons, and then fled to Florida. The car overheated at Lake City on April 27, 1994. At this point, they forced a young mother of two named Carmen Gayhart out of a Winn-Dixie parking lot and took her Ford Bronco. Gayhart was essayed, strangled, and shot twice in the back of the head by the two males. After a gunfight with the police on April 28, 1994, Wainwright and Hamilton were captured in Mississippi. Despite having AIDS, Wainwright confessed to essaying Gayhart after kidnapping and robbing her to the police after being apprehended. Wainwright denied any involvement in the victim's shooting and strangulation. Tony Davis, 53 years old, 28 years on death row. From September 1992 to December 1992, Tony Davis shared a home with Gwen Cunningham. On December 9, 1992, Gwen Cunningham left Davis to watch over her 2-year-old daughter Kalisha while she did errands. Thomas Moore, a friend of Davis, showed up at the flat around 12:45. Kalisha was slung over Davis's arm as he opened the door. Moore was informed by Davis that Kalisha had choked on a French fry and Davis revived her while Moore dialed 911. Davis's elevated voice and thumping sounds were heard coming from the apartment before the 911 call, according to the neighbors. When Kalisha was evaluated at the flat, she was wet, unresponsive, and had blood in her mouth. She was fully dressed when Gwen Cunningham left the apartment, but she was naked from the waist down when they found her. Kalisha was revived but passed away on December 10, 1992. In addition to injuries that showed essay, the emergency department doctor who examined Kalisha saw bruises, swelling of the brain, and pools of blood in the skull. 4 hits to the head resulted in cerebral bleeding, which was the cause of death. Kalisha's hair bow was discovered in the bed, and her blood was discovered on Davis's underpants, pillowcase, sheet, and in the bathroom. Marbel Mendoza, 57 years old, 29 years on death row. Conrad Calderon was the target of a planned heist by Marbel Mendoza and Humberto Cuellar. Lázaro Cuellar was given the job of driving the getaway car by Humberto. In the early morning hours of March 17, 1992, Humberto Cuellar and Mendoza were waiting outside Mr. Calderon's home after learning about his schedule. Mr. Calderon left his home at around 5:40 a.m. and went to his car. Mendoza and Humberto Cuellar met Mr. Calderon on the driveway between the two cars while they were concealed behind a hedge. Humberto Cuellar held a 9mm automatic handgun and Mendoza carried a .38 caliber revolver. The three men began to struggle with one another. Mr. Calderon was struck in the head by Humberto Cuellar's pistol, which prompted the victim to pull out a .38 special revolver and shoot Humberto Cuellar in the chest. Then, while Humberto Cuellar was running to the car, he heard gunshots. Mendoza informed Humberto that he had shot Mr. Calderon when he got to the car. The men drove to the hospital. Police found the car at the hospital along with Humberto Cuellar's weapon, hair found embedded in the side of the gun, which was in line with the account Humberto Cuellar would provide to the authorities. Mendoza was detained on March 24th. The heist resulted in no theft of money. Under Mr. Calderon's body, authorities discovered his gun and the money bag. The victim's wallet and pocket both contained cash. From the car next to where the victim's body was discovered, fingerprints belonging to Mendoza were also found. Humberto Cuellar's X-ray revealed a bullet that was consistent with the victim's gun. Mr. Calderon was shot 4 times, 3 times at point-blank range and once less than 6 inches away, according to casing and bullets collected from the scene and the victim's body. Ernest Whitfield, 56 years old, 28 years on death row. Clarita Reynolds was murdered on June 19, 1995, and Whitfield was found guilty and given the death penalty. Ernest Whitfield paid Clarita Reynolds a visit in June 1995. He begged Reynolds, Willie Mae Brooks, who shared a home with Reynolds, and Estella Pierre for money while they were there. Whitfield's previous relationship was with Estella Pierre. Whitfield tried to snag Pierre's pocketbook, but all 3 women resisted. He was thrown out of Reynolds' home after she put him in a headlock. Whitfield yelled, "I'm going to kill all 3 of you bitches," as he turned to leave. Whitfield pleaded with Brooks to let him enter Reynolds' house early on June 19, 1995. He was rejected by Brooks, who then went back to sleep in the bedroom she shared with her 1-year-old. Whitfield then entered Reynolds' house while brandishing a huge knife. He entered the room where Brooks was sleeping with her infant. He essayed Brooks while threatening to stab her if she made any noise. Then Whitfield entered the room where Reynolds and her 5 children were. A short while later, Reynolds stumbled into Brooks's room and requested that she shut the door. Reynolds, who had been repeatedly stabbed by Whitfield, alerted Brooks to her impending death. Through the bedroom window, Reynolds' daughter and Brooks were able to flee, and they went to a neighbor's house to make a call for assistance. Reynolds passed away shortly after the police arrived, while Whitfield escaped the scene. He admitted to stabbing Reynolds after being apprehended and provided the murder weapon to the police. He additionally acknowledged being high on crack cocaine at the time of the crime. Robert Gordon, 61 years old, 28 years on death row. Robert Gordon and his co-defendant Merrill McDonald were hired by Denise Davidson to kill her estranged husband, Dr. Louis Davidson. McDonald and Gordon awaited Dr. Davidson in the parking lot of the apartment building early on January 25, 1994. Gordon and Dr. Davidson met, then the two of them strolled over to Davidson's residence. Later that day, Dr. Davidson's fiancée found his body. He was laying face down in a bathtub full of blood, bound, gagged, and hogtied. Although Davidson's watch, camera, and money clip were gone, the flat still contained over $19,000 in cash and a few credit cards. According to the medical examiner's testimony, Davidson had severe blunt force injuries to the back of his scalp, 3 fractured ribs, and bruises on his face and shoulders. His cause of death was drowning. Robert Gordon was implicated in the murder plot thanks to the money transfers from Denise Davidson to him. There were also phone records and tangible evidence retrieved from the hotel where Gordon was staying at the time of the murder. Merrill McDonald, 77 years old, 28 years on death row. Merrill McDonald was convicted of first-degree murder and was sentenced to death as co-defendant of Robert Gordon. Ronald Knight, 55 years old, 25 years on death row. Richard Kunkel was killed on July 8, 1993, and Ronald Knight was found guilty of the crime. In a bar, Knight and 2 co-defendants, Timothy Pearson and Dane Bruneau, made the decision to lure a guy away from the establishment before beating and robbing him. Richard Kunkel, the victim, was asked to leave the pub and go out with the defendants. Kunkel departed the bar and drove to Miami Subs with the men. Pearson and Bruneau persuaded Kunkel to leave his car there after they finished eating and travel with them to the party. Knight then took them to a remote location where they twice pulled over and exited the vehicle to relieve themselves. After their second stop, Knight held Kunkel at gunpoint and ordered him to turn around and take off his jeans before getting back into the car. Knight fired a single shot into Kunkel's back as he was obeying. Kunkel then collapsed to the ground and cried out for assistance. Following that, Knight instructed Pearson and Bruneau to check Kunkel's pockets. Bruneau refused to do that, but Pearson did check his pockets. Then, Kunkel's body was pulled by Knight and Pearson from the road to the side of a canal, where he was left to perish, and he was later found there. Knight threatened to kill Bruneau and Pearson if they revealed the murder to anybody. Kunkel had left his car at Miami Subs, so they went back there. Later that day, the 3 men broke into Kunkel's home after Knight stole his car and took it for a joyride. Pearson and Bruneau initially denied having any knowledge of the murder when questioned by the authorities about it, but both men subsequently confessed. Christopher Holt testified at Knight's trial along Pearson and Bruneau. Knight gloated to him about the murder. Bobby Raleigh, 49 years old, 27 years on death row. Bobby Allen Raleigh and Domingo Figueroa confronted Douglas Cox about allegedly assaulting Raleigh's mother at Club Europe in D-Land on June 5, 1994. Cox was accosted by them in the club's parking lot, and Raleigh's mother then showed up and began yelling at Cox. Raleigh drove his mother away in his car before coming back to Cox. Then he expressed regret for his mother's behavior. Cox and Raleigh shook hands before separating. Raleigh went home to get his pistols after leaving the club. He then took Figueroa with him to Cox's trailer. Raleigh approached Cox's front door while holding a revolver in his hand. Cox's friend, Ronald Baker, met the men at the trailer door and informed them that Cox was sleeping. Raleigh and Figueroa arrived in a car and parked on a neighboring street. They eventually went back to the trailer after some time had passed. Raleigh entered the trailer's back and quickly shot Cox 3 times in the head. The victim's roommate, Timothy Eberlin, was shot by Figueroa and Raleigh until their weapons jammed. Raleigh struck Eberlin with his revolver as he was screaming until he stopped. The 2 men proceeded to Raleigh's house after the killings. They emptied bullets into a neighbor's yard, burned the clothing they had worn during the murders, and buried their weapons in Raleigh's Subaru's hidden compartment. The cops visited Raleigh's house that night. Raleigh consented to talk to them but said he had no involvement in the killings. Raleigh, however, did admit to the killings after learning that Figueroa had accused him of the crimes. He confessed on tape. Joshua Nelson, 46 years old, 27 years on death row. In order to escape the city of Cape Coral, Joshua Nelson and Keith Brennan devised a scheme to kill Tommy Owens, a friend, and steal his car. Nelson and Brennan lured Owens to a lonely street under false pretenses, knowing that Owens kept a baseball bat in his car. Nelson persuaded Owens to get out of his car, then whacked him with the baseball bat. After receiving many hits, Nelson and Brennan chained Owens' arms and legs before he collapsed to the ground. Owens begged for his life and promised to give up his car, but Nelson and Brennan talked it over and concluded that they should kill Owens in order to avoid being apprehended. With a box cutter, Brennan attempted to slit Owens' throat. However, Owens was still awake when Brennan started stabbing him, and he asked Nelson to hit him with the baseball bat to knock him out before Brennan continued. Brennan had what he wanted, but he kept on stabbing. Before taking Owens' body to nearby bushes, Nelson and Brennan proceeded to hit him with the bat. Later on, Owens passed away. Tina and Misty Port were picked up by Nelson and Brennan in Owens' car, and the 4 of them drove out of town. They stopped in Daytona, then drove out of the state to New Jersey. Over the course of the journey, Tina and Misty were told that Nelson and Brennan had killed Owens. The 2 women both testified at the trial. Nelson confessed on camera and on audio after Brennan and Nelson were captured by law police in New Jersey. In his confession, he provided a comprehensive narrative of the murder that took place both where the bat was found and where it actually happened. At the trial, the jury saw the video that had been recorded. A DNA match to Owens was discovered on Nelson's blood-stained shoes, the box cutter, and a pair of underpants wrapped around the box cutter, according to testimony from a Florida Department of Law Enforcement analyst. James Guzman, 59 years old, 7 years on death row. Around August 5, 1991, Martha Cronin and James Guzman moved in together at the Imperial Motor Lodge where they met David Colvin, who also lived there. On August 10, 2001, at around 3 p.m., Guzman admitted to Cronin that he had slain Colvin and stolen a diamond ring and some cash from him. Later, in the spring of 1992, Guzman also spoke with a cellmate by the name of Paul Rogers about how the crime had been committed. Colvin's body was found face down on the bed of his motel room on August 12, 1991. He had a left-hand defensive wound in addition to 19 stabs, incisions, and hack wounds to the face, head, back, and chest. The body was covered in blood, and there was also a lot of blood on the walls. The light bulb over the bed was where a twisted and bent samurai sword was discovered. Robert Treese, 70 years old, 26 years on death row. In order to rob Paul Edison, Robert Treese and his sidekick Hope Siegel planned the theft. Treese used a knife to murder the victim during the heist. Treese instructed Siegel to grab a gun, which he did, and began questioning the victim while holding it to the head. Treese shot a non-lethal bullet into the victim's skull after he refused to cooperate before asking Siegel to get a knife. He then proceeded to slit the victim's throat, killing him. Treese denied having any knowledge of or involvement in the incident after being detained, but Siegel provided a thorough statement that implicated them both. Albert Holland, 65 years old, 26 years on death row. According to Thelma Johnson, Albert Holland asked her whether she had a hitter, a device used to smoke cocaine, when he approached her. Despite Johnson's denial, she led Holland to a forested spot with the aim of sharing a cocaine joint. Holland then proceeded to smoke the first half of his cocaine off of a beer can, but Johnson held back because she did not like Holland's smoking technique. Holland became aggressive after smoking the second half of the rock. Johnson pleaded to Holland not to kill her as he pushed her to the ground, held her down, and beat her on the side of the head with a bottle. Holland continuously threatened to murder her while he thrashed her. Johnson's shirt was torn by Holland, who also unbuttoned his pants. Johnson was compelled to have sex with Holland. When a witness shouted for Holland to stop before killing Johnson, he stopped striking her and fled the area. Johnson needed major plastic surgery because of her severed ear, fractured skull, and numerous facial injuries. Police officers reacted to a call about the assault and started looking for the culprit. Officer Winters got out of the patrol cruiser and told Holland to touch the vehicle. Holland gave in to the demand. He pivoted and swung at Winters' head as he reached down to activate the radio on his belt. After a fight, Winters placed Holland in a headlock. Winters kept attempting to use his nightstick to knock Holland to the ground, but Holland kept getting up and turning, forcing the two to face one another. Before leaving the scene, Holland was able to steal Winters' gun and shot the officer twice. According to police, Winters called for assistance at 7:25 p.m. and reported being shot at 7:26. Winters' gun had vanished by the time the police arrived. Due to gunshot wounds to the lower stomach and groin, Winters passed away at around 8:30 p.m. Wayne Doughty, 50 years old, 10 years on death row. American double murderer Wayne Charles Doughty is now on death row after killing fellow prisoner Xavier Rodriguez, 21 years old, on May 17, 2011. Michael Bell, 53 years old, 28 years on death row. On December 9, 1993, Michael Bell was given 2 death sentences for the murders of Jimmy West and Tamika Smith. Theodore Wright killed Michael Bell's brother earlier in 1993. Wright said he shot in self-defense, which led to the incident being classified as justifiable murder. Bell pledged to his friends and family that he would kill Wright in retaliation for the death of his brother. On the evening of December 9, 1993, Bell saw Wright's car in the neighborhood. He went back to the area where he had first seen his car, gathering 2 of his pals and an AK-47 assault rifle he had bought the day before. Bell didn't know that Wright had sold the car to Jimmy West, his half-brother. Bell waited for West to leave the club after spotting the car in the parking lot of a bar. After some time, West, Smith, and the third female started to leave the lounge and get into the car. Bell entered the vehicle from the driver's side, unlocked the door, and opened fire from a close distance. Smith passed away from 4 bullet wounds while traveling to the hospital, while West died instantly from 12 bullet wounds. The other female was able to duck to avoid being hit by the bullets. Bell opened fire at the spectators gathered outside the club before running to his aunt's house. Bell also had other murder convictions. In 1989, he shot and killed LaShawn Cowart and her 2-year-old son Travis. The 3 were driving together when Bell stopped, exited the vehicle, and opened fire on the mother and son. Afterwards, an accomplice vehicle came and picked up Bell. In 1993, Bell shot and killed Michael Johnson, the boyfriend of Bell's mother. After the couple had an argument, Bell went to Johnson's house and shot him to death on the front porch. Glenn Rogers, 61 years old, 26 years on death row. Glenn Edward Rogers was found guilty of murdering Tina Marie Cribbs and given the death penalty. On November 5, 1995, Tina Marie Cribbs and Glenn Edward Rogers were photographed leaving Tampa's Showtown barn. Cleaning staff discovered Cribbs in a Tampa motel room on November 7, 1995. She had suffered stab wounds to her buttocks and chest. Tina always wore a sapphire and diamond ring and a gold watch, according to her mother. These jewelry items were not discovered alongside Cribbs's body. Police were informed by a bartender that Rogers had purchased drinks for Cribbs and her pals. Later, Rogers requested a ride from Cribbs. In order to meet her mother, Cribbs informed her companions that she would return shortly. When Cribbs's mother arrived to the pub, she paged her daughter because she had not come back. Rogers arrived at the motel in a cab a few days before the murder, according to a hotel employee. He paid for another night on November 5, 1995, and he requested that no one clean his room. The cashier then saw Rogers loading a white Ford Festiva with baggage. Rogers was detained on the 13th of November 1995 in Kentucky while using Cribbs's vehicle, which he said the female had loaned him. According to Rogers, the girl was still alive when he left. The wallet of Cribbs was discovered at a rest stop on Interstate 10 in North Florida a few days earlier on November 6, 1995. Rogers' fingerprints were found on the wallet and in the Tampa hotel room.
The nationwide manhunt started closing in on Glenn Rogers here in Waco, Kentucky about 3 o'clock today. At this point, Rogers is only minutes away on Kentucky 52, being chased downhill at high speed by Kentucky state troopers. Frantically, they raced to set up this roadblock. But the roadblock doesn't stop Glenn Rogers. 2 minutes later, though, other troopers do by ramming his car, forcing him off the road, dragging him out moments later at gunpoint.
Anthony LaMarca, 68 years old, 25 years on death row. Anthony LaMarca met Tonya Flynn and Kevin Flynn at a bar on December 2, 1995. Kevin left to drive LaMarca home at around 7:45 o'clock. LaMarca arrived to the bar at 8:30 p.m. and informed Tonya that they had to go to a relative's home in Houston County to pick up Kevin. There was nobody home when they got there. LaMarca allegedly essayed Tonya, after which he demanded that she leave Florida with him. He stated that her feelings for her husband would not last. Tonya then reported the essay to the police over the phone. LaMarca was seen by police walking alongside the road, but they were unable to catch him because he ran away. On December 3, 1995, the police showed up to LaMarca's house quite early in the morning. In the bedroom, they found Kevin Flynn's body. Blood splatters and bullet casings were discovered in the living room. The path to the bedroom was marked by blood. A neighbor confirmed that he saw LaMarca and another man with whom he appeared to be arguing arrive at his home on the evening of December 2, 1995. Jeremy Smith, a different witness, confirmed LaMarca's admission of killing Kevin. A prisoner also testified that LaMarca told him he planned to assassinate Kevin Flynn after his release while they were both detained together for a separate reason. Despite the absence of any medical proof to back up Tonya's allegations of essay, it was established through testimony that LaMarca had also essayed his stepdaughter. James Duckett, 66 years old, 35 years on death row. On the evening of May 11, 1987, in the Florida city of Mascot, James Duckett was the only policeman out on patrol. Around 10 p.m., Teresa McCabe, age 11, strolled to a convenience store to buy a pencil and, as she was leaving, paused to chat with a 16-year-old male outside the shop. Soon after, Duckett entered the convenience store and asked the shopkeeper how old McCabe was before approaching the man and the youngster. Duckett instructed McCabe to go home after a brief talk, leaving the youngster to wait for his uncle. The 16-year-old and his uncle saw McCabe enter the passenger side of Duckett's patrol vehicle. McCabe's mother went to the convenience shop around 11 p.m. in search of her daughter. The mother was informed by the store clerk that McCabe had left the premises with Duckett and was most likely at the Mascot police station. The mother drove to the nearby Groveland police station and reported her daughter missing after no one was located at the Mascot police station. Duckett arrived at the Groveland police station in 20 minutes after the Groveland police officer made contact with a Mascot police officer. Using a photo of McCabe, Duckett created a flyer that he promised to publish at local convenience stores, but he never did. The store clerk stated that Duckett stopped by about 9:30 p.m., but did not return for a few hours, despite the fact that the police drove by the business every hour. Additionally, from 9:50 p.m. and 12:10 a.m., Duckett did not make any radio calls. McCabe's body was discovered in a lake the following morning, less than a mile from the convenience store where she had been last seen. Medical evidence proved that she had been essayed while still alive, before drowning. Her underwear had blood, and later it was determined that genetic material of Duckett was also present. The tires found on the patrol cars of the Mascot Police Department were linked to distinctive tire tracks seen at the scene. She was apparently sitting backwards on the car's hood because Duckett and McBeeb fingerprints were discovered there. 3 witnesses who were between the ages of 17 and 19 stated at the trial that Duckett had made advances and given rides to each of them in the 6 months before the murder. One of the girls admitted in court that she had relations with Duckett. Norberto Pietri, 60 years old, 33 years on death row. Pietri was waiting to be transferred to a more secure facility when he was at the Lantana Community Correctional Work Release Center. He fled the center on August 18, 1988. He consumed cocaine throughout the course of the following 4 days and committed burglaries to get the cash he needed. On August 22, 1988, one such incident happened. A .38 caliber pistol and a 9mm semi-automatic rifle were among the goods Pietri seized from a home. Pietri was operating a stolen silver pickup truck prior to the break-in. A witness observed a man speeding by Officer Chappell in a silver pickup truck. That man was eventually recognized as Pietri. Officer Chappell was searching for speeding drivers while riding his motorcycle. Pietri halted the truck after being pursued by Officer Chappell for almost a mile. The officer allegedly approached the truck while carrying a revolver in his holster, according to witnesses. Within 2 to 4 feet of the truck, the officer was shot once in the chest. Officer Chappell reported being shot over the radio. His revolver was still in its holster when the first officer arrived on the scene, according to him, but the strap had been unsnapped. Officer Chappell died as a result of the gunshot. Pietri drove to his nephew's home after leaving the scene. He dumped the truck into a canal near Florida Turnpike to dispose of it. On the inside of the driver's window, Pietri's fingerprint was discovered. He stole another car on August 24, 1988. He was recognized by an officer who was not wearing a uniform. Pietri made a gun-wielding threat before running away. Later that evening, Pietri stole a car from a young couple's driveway. While the husband went back in the house to get something, the wife was sitting in the driver's seat. Pietri sprang into the car and insisted that the wife take the wheel. The man said, "Drive or I'll shoot you." Pietri began to drive away after pushing her out of the vehicle when she hesitated. In order to let the spouse remove the infant from the rear seat, Pietri did slow down. The stolen car was discovered by a policeman. He signaled for the officer to approach the car as he came to a stop. Pietri ran away as the cop approached with his rifle pulled. A car pursuit took place, then Pietri lost control of the vehicle. He leaped off the vehicle and started to flee. He reached inside his pants while running, took out a bag of cocaine, and put it in his mouth. Pietri was detained after a policeman caught up to him. According to a forensic expert's testimony, Chappell was shot between 3 and 8 feet away, and the 9mm bullet that killed him matched the bullet casings from the stolen weapons. Juan Rodriguez, 67 years old, 33 years on death row. Rodriguez was found guilty of Abelardo Saladriga's first-degree murder, armed robbery, conspiring to commit a crime, attempted armed robbery, armed burglary with an assault, aggravated assault, and an attempted first-degree murder. The incidents that led to these convictions took place over the course of 2 days. On April 22, 1988, Rodriguez visited a bondsman and got to know Ramon Fernandez and Carlos Sponsa there. Rodriguez's bail was paid for by Fernandez, who provided the bondsman the title to his car. Rodriguez told Fernandez that he would be able to pay him back with the money. Sponsa and Fernandez met with Rodriguez on May 13, 1988, to seek the unpaid bail money. The 2 men were instructed to accompany Rodriguez to an auto parts store because he knew where they could acquire the money. Sponsa and Fernandez were directed by Rodriguez to wait in their car outside the front of the shop while he made his way around the rear. Rodriguez approached Abelardo Saladrigas at the store's back exit after spotting him. In order to get Saladrigas' briefcase and watch, Rodriguez pulled a revolver on him. Saladrigas did not obey. Rodriguez shot him 4 times, stole his watch and briefcase, and then fled back to his car. Sponsa and Fernandez asserted that they ran away as soon as they heard the opening shot. Later, Rodriguez gave Fernandez the other half of the $1,200 he had discovered in the suitcase. The Rolex watch was kept by Rodriguez for himself. Before he passed away, Saladrigas was able to recount the events to a member of his family, a police officer, and a store employee. Saladrigas suffered 2 wounds to his right arm, 1 to the upper left chest, 1 to the right knee, 1 to the right chest, and 2 fatal wounds to the right chest as well. Saladrigas' body had 6 wounds, but the medical examiner determined that 4 of them were compatible with gunshot wounds. Rodriguez, Fernandez, and other men made an attempt to rob a home the day after the murder. The homeowner had a gun and fired 3 shots at the men, but they were unsuccessful. One of the criminals Rodriguez was traveling with fired back once. Fernandez was detained 3 weeks after the attempted home invasion robbery. He admitted to taking part in both the attempted robbery and the crime at the auto parts store. Rodriguez was detained when Fernandez admitted to authorities that he had shot Saladrigas. Francisco Reyes stated that he offered Rodriguez $3,000 to kill Fernandez in the county jail before Rodriguez's trial, saying that if Fernandez died, the state would no longer have a witness for the case against him. Rodriguez was found guilty of every charge in the indictment on January 31, 1990. He received a death sentence on March 28, 1990 for the murder of Saladrigas. Ronald Heath, 62 years old, 33 years on death row. To visit Heath's grandmother in Jacksonville, Ronald Heath and his roommate Penny Powell took a car. Powell returned to their home in Douglas, Georgia following a disagreement with Heath. Heath and his brother Kenneth took the car to Gainesville to visit some acquaintances. Heath and Kenneth visited 2 of Heath's buddies who were waitresses at the Purple Purpose Lounge that evening, May 24, 1989. The boys struck up a conversation with Sheridan, a traveling salesman, throughout the course of the evening. He bought the brothers a drink and then asked if they used Mary Jane. The brothers agreed to rob Sheridan at a different location at Heath's suggestion. The group was transported by Heath and Kenneth's car to a remote part of Alachua County. All 3 of them got out of the car after Heath had parked it on a dusty road and started smoking Mary Jane. Heath then questioned Kenneth, "Did you get it?" while waving a revolver in the air. Kenneth returned with a small caliber handgun after reaching under the car's seat. Sheridan was told he was being robbed as Kenneth pointed a gun at him. When Sheridan made it clear that he wouldn't be giving the brothers anything, Heath encouraged Kenneth to shoot Sheridan once in the chest. Heath kicked Sheridan as he started to remove his belongings, stabbed him in the neck with a hunting knife, and made an unsuccessful effort to slit his throat. Then, after getting the go-ahead from Keith, Kenneth shot Sheridan twice in the head with the gun. When they got back to the Purple Purpose, they moved Sheridan's rental car to a different spot and burned it after removing some items. They then moved the body farther into the woods. The brothers used Sheridan's credit cards the next day to make a number of purchases at a Gainesville shopping center. Even though Kenneth had signed all of the credit card slips, several store employees were able to identify Heath from a photo lineup. After being confronted with biographical inquiries they were unable to adequately respond to, the brothers stopped using the credit cards and went back to Jacksonville. The handgun they threw into the St. Johns River was never found. Heath went back to the Georgia trailer he and Powell shared. Several weeks after the murder, Heath was detained at his trailer for using the credit cards that had been taken. Powell granted the officers permission to search the trailer. The police discovered Sheridan's watch and several apparel items that had been bought with his credit cards. Guillermo Arbeláez, 66 years old, 32 years on death row. On February 14, 1988, Guillermo Arbeláez was found guilty and given the death penalty for the abduction and murder of Julio Rivas, a 5-year-old boy. Arbeláez met the victim's mother, Graciela Alfara, at a cafeteria where she was a waiter. After a while, Arbeláez moved in with Alfara, paying $150 a month for a room he would share with Alfara's cousin, who was 19 years old. Soon after Arbeláez moved in, the 2 of them got close, but when Alfara accused him of essaying one of her daughters, the relationship quickly terminated. Alfara gave the defendant till February 15, 1988 to leave. Arbeláez claimed that he and Alfara, who were scheduled to be married on February 15, 1988, were still together at the time, but on February 13, Alfara returned home after hours with a different man, and Arbeláez saw her kiss him goodnight. Alfara slept the following morning, and Arbeláez removed her son Julio Rivas from the house. At Alfara's workplace, Arbeláez made a coffee stop, and observers noted that he appeared composed and normal. There, Arbeláez told a friend of his that Alfara had been unfaithful and that he was going to do something to ensure that she would never forget him. Arbeláez drove to the top of the Powell Bridge after leaving the cafeteria, pulled over, and raised the hood of his vehicle to make it appear as though he had broken down. The youngster was then grabbed by the arms and thrown over the edge of the 70-foot-high bridge by Arbeláez. He then sped away from the incident, left his car in a nearby neighborhood, and made his way to the house of his buddy, Pedro Salazar. Arbeláez admitted to Salazar that he wished to get revenge on Alfara. He took a flight to Puerto Rico before returning to his native country of Colombia, where he was found on March 16, 1988, by Miami cops. He was detained at Miami International Airport on April 11, 1988, as soon as he exited customs. A medical examiner testified during Julio Rivas' trial that he drowned and he was also strangled to death. The boy's body had numerous huge bruises and his head had numerous abrasions. The pathologist concluded that these injuries were sustained before he passed away. Alfara said in court that her son didn't have the scrapes and bruises the morning he was taken. William Sweet, 56 years old, 32 years on death row. William Sweet was found guilty of killing 13-year-old Felicia Bryant and he received a death sentence. 3 men physically harassed and robbed Marcine Kofer in her apartment in June 1990. Kofer was able to place 2 of her attackers by name, and on June 26, 1990, she was transported to the police station to use photos to try to place the 3rd attacker. The following evening, Detective Robinson returned Kofer to her apartment. As Kofer left the detective, William Sweet was observing from a distance. Sweet had already named himself to a friend as the 3rd person responsible for the assault and robbery. Kofer asked her next-door neighbor, Mattie Bryant, if she could let her 2 children, Felicia and Sharon Bryant, stay with her in her apartment that same evening. Around 8 p.m., Mattie consented, and the girls headed over to Kofer's house. Sharon reported hearing a loud kick on the apartment door about 1 a.m. Kofer was awakened, and she told her about the noise. Kofer looked around and urged Sharon not to be concerned because it seemed that whoever had been there had left. Kofer then returned to her bed. Sharon again informed Kofer when she noticed someone yanking on the screen in the living room. Then Kofer peered through her front door's peephole and saw Sweet standing in front of the flat. Felicia was instructed by Kofer to bang on the bathroom wall in order to wake her neighbor and mother, Mattie Bryant. A few minutes later, Mattie hurried over. Kofer was positioned at the end of the line behind the door as the other 3 women lined up. William Sweet pushed his way inside the apartment as they tried to escape while attempting to hide his face with a pair of jeans. Sweet started shooting at Kofer before moving on to the other 3 women. It was 6 shots. Both Kofer and Felicia received 2 shots. The gunshot wounds to Felicia's abdomen and hand caused her death. On June 28, 1990, William Sweet was detained. Stephen Taylor, 54 years old, 32 years on death row. Taylor was found guilty of killing Alice Vest and given the death penalty. On September 15, 1990, at around 11:30 p.m., Vest arrived at her mobile home. Taylor and his co-defendant Gerald Murray were dropped off close to the victim's area at around midnight after traveling around and listening to the radio with a 3rd person. A Ford Ranchero was reported missing from the same region early on September 16, 1990. At about 4:30 that morning, a bystander saw the car close to Vest's house. Later the same day, the car was discovered behind a car dealership close to Taylor's home. Vest's body was discovered in her bedroom by a neighbor on the morning of September 16. The medical examiner claims that Vest was essayed. A knife and some scissors that were discovered at the scene were also used to stab her about 20 times. Vest had further wounds, including head wounds and a broken jaw that was probably caused by being struck with a bottle, while the other head wounds were probably brought on by being struck with a metal bar and candlestick. The lamp, metal bar, and bottle were all discovered on the spot. The medical examiner discovered bruising on her chest as well. Trial testimony indicated that the phone line had been disconnected. Vest's home had been broken into and jewelry had been stolen. Taylor and his roommate left the duplex they had been residing in December 1990. The next month, Taylor's former roommate removed the fence from the property. He discovered a jewelry-filled sack that was buried while taking down the fence. The former roommate submitted a statement and turned over the valuables to the police. It was discovered that the jewelry was taken the night of the murder and robbery from West's house. Taylor went back to the duplex in January 1991 with pals to see his former roommate. The roommate saw Taylor enter the backyard and walk over to where he had previously removed the fence to have a look. The following month, Taylor and his friends paid their old roommate another visit. Taylor entered the backyard and proceeded to the spot where the fence had formerly been. He entered the duplex from the backyard with dirt on his hands, according to a witness who had been at the complex with Taylor. In his testimony, he also stated that when he asked Taylor what he was doing, Taylor responded that he was looking for something that was not where he had left it. Taylor's blood, saliva, and hair samples were taken on February 14, 1991, with the help of a search warrant obtained by the Duval County Sheriff's Office. Taylor inquired after the samples had been taken as to when the results would be available. The officer asked Taylor why was he curious. The genetic material discovered on West's clothing matched Taylor's DNA profile, according to testimony from a Florida Department of Law Enforcement expert. Taylor's cellmate, Timothy Cowart, gave testimony throughout the trial. Cowart claims that Taylor said to have participated in an unsuccessful burglary. Taylor said that he and an accomplice had been robbing a mobile home when the owner returned home, and he had stabbed and strangled her. Taylor also admitted that he strangled the girl to make sure that she died. Additionally, Cowart alleged that Taylor had asserted that the prosecution had presented sufficient evidence to support a conviction. Taylor allegedly requested Cowart for help with an escape strategy. Gary Whitten, 64 years old, 31 years on death row. James Malden was murdered on October 10, 1990, and Gary Whitten was found guilty and given the death penalty. At a halfway house in Pensacola, where the two men were receiving alcohol treatment, Gary Whitten met James Malden in March 1989. Whitten and Malden continued to see each other after leaving the halfway home, usually during meetings of Alcoholics Anonymous. Malden spent the night at Whitten's house on October 7, 1990, after arriving inebriated. The two guys traveled to Destin on October 8, 1990, so Malden could make a withdrawal from his bank. The man came back the next day because the bank was closed. When the bank teller informed Malden that he could not withdraw money without his passbook, which he lacked, Malden canceled his account. Because Malden was too drunk to accomplish it himself, Whitten helped him complete out the paperwork needed to close his account. Malden took over $1,000 out of the bank. The two men then booked rooms at a Destin hotel. Whitten used the fictitious license plate number on the hotel documents. Because of the mismatch in the license plate numbers, the hotel clerk noted it and entered the right details on the forms. At around 12 p.m., after checking in, Whitten departed the hotel, and he asserted he never came back. Whitten then admitted to the police that he did come back for a little period of time, but that Malden had already passed away when he got there. The hotel employee reported seeing Whitten's car come at around 10:30 p.m. and depart once more at around 12:30 a.m. Next day, Malden's body was discovered by the same hotel employee. Malden had several wounds, including stab wounds to the shoulder, cheek, neck, scalp, back, and heart. He also had a cracked skull. Malden had only some spare change on him when he died, according to police records, and tests showed that he had a 0.34 blood alcohol level at the time. On October 11, 1990, the hotel clerk informed the police that Whitten had provided fraudulent information on the hotel papers, and they summoned Whitten to the station for questioning. A pair of blood-stained boots that matched Malden's blood type were discovered during a search of Whitten's house. In his car, the authorities discovered bloodstains that also matched Malden's blood type. Whitten admitted to an inmate and was overheard by another inmate that he went back to the hotel to rob Malden and killed him because he was scared that Malden would testify against him in a parole violation hearing as a result of the robbery. Whitten was being held in jail awaiting trial at the time. Statements from both convicts attesting to this knowledge were provided. Dusty Spencer, 71 years old, 31 years on death row. For the murder of his wife, Karen Spencer, Dusty Spencer was found guilty and given the death penalty. Early in December 1991, Karen Spencer gave her husband Dusty the order to vacate their residence. Dusty questioned Karen about money she had taken from the bank account for their painting business on December 10, 1991. During the violent struggle that followed this argument, Dusty choked, beat, and threatened to kill Karen. After she called the police, they arrived and took Dusty into custody. Later, Dusty called Karen from behind bars and yelled at her. Since Christmas was close, Dusty was invited to spend the holiday with his family, but Karen asked him to leave after Christmas. Dusty admitted to his pals on New Year's Day that he had pondered drowning Karen by tossing her over his boat. He visited Karen's house once more on January 4, 1992, and they fought again. During their fight, Timothy Johnson, Karen's son, woke up and entered his mother's bedroom. Johnson claimed that Dusty was standing over Karen and striking her with a clothes iron. Johnson stepped in, and Dusty whacked him with the iron as Johnson went to his room. Karen left the house in search of help. Dusty removed the phone from the wall while Johnson was attempting to call for help. After leaving the residence, he also left the city. Tim Johnson and Karen Spencer were transported to the hospital, where a doctor determined that Karen's injuries were compatible with being struck by a clothes iron. Timothy Johnson overheard arguing on November 18, 1992, in the backyard. He went outside after taking a gun from his mother's room. He saw Dusty Spencer slamming a stone at his mother. He saw blood on Karen Spencer's face as well. Johnson claimed he attempted to shoot Dusty Spencer, but the gun malfunctioned. He used the gun's butt to strike Spencer in the head as a result. Karen's nightgown was then pushed up by Dusty, who also shouted filthy remarks and banged her head against a concrete wall. Johnson attempted to help his mother flee from Dusty while Karen begged him to stop. Johnson fled to a neighbor's house to get help after Dusty threatened him with a knife. When the police arrived, they discovered Karen lifeless. She had been stabbed 4 or 5 times in the chest, according to the police. She had also sustained defensive cuts to her wrists and arms, as well as blunt force damage to the head. Roderick Orme, 62 years old, 30 years on death row. Orme and Red were friends. On March 3, 1992, Orme made a call to Red at the motel where he was staying. Red was a nurse, and Orme called her because he had been freebasing cocaine and was experiencing a bad high. According to Orme's first and second statements, Red came at his hotel room sometime between 7 and 8:30 p.m. and between 9 and 10 p.m. Orme claims that Miss Red accidentally knocked the crack pipe out of his hand, resulting in the loss of his drugs. She also inserted a number of crack pieces into the toilet. Then Orme drove away in Miss Red's car while using her keys and handbag to go partying. Orme claimed that he had gone back to the hotel several times and that when he recognized something was wrong, it was still dark outside. However, he was unable to enter the room since he had left his key there. Orme did not acknowledge any involvement in the murder of Miss Red in either of his statements to the police. In the early hours of March 4, 1992, Orme arrived at a rehab facility in Panama City, Florida. He had received treatment at this facility for his significant history of substance misuse 1 year prior to this day. Orme was confused and unable to respond to inquiries that morning, yet he still managed to write down the name of the hotel. Orme was showing signs of delirious tremors and had a flushed complexion, all of which are signs of acute cocaine withdrawal. Cocaine was detected in Orme's blood, and for almost 30 hours he was in intensive care. Additionally, Orme had illegal barbiturates in his possession. Calling Lee's motel, someone at the rehabilitation facility requested that room 15 be checked. The body of Lisa Red was discovered when the motel owner examined the room. She had been severely assaulted, and strangling was the manner of death. Michael Robinson, 58 years old, 28 years on death row. Michael Robinson was given the death penalty for the slaying of his girlfriend Jane Sylvia. Robinson's mother phoned the police on August 8, 1994. She informed them that her son had admitted to killing Jane Sylvia, his lover. The police conducted a search of Robinson's recently abandoned home in response to this information. Bloodstains were found on the carpet. Robinson was detained on unrelated minor narcotics charges on August 10, 1994. He was given a Miranda warning, but he chose to ignore it. He claimed that 5 drug dealers killed Sylvia at his apartment in an effort to recover some drug money. According to him, The man stole $100 and struck the woman with a hammer. He buried the body once the man had gone. On August 16, 1994, Robinson gave the police a different account and said that he had stolen goods from Sylvia's home, including electrical equipment, in order to purchase crack cocaine. Robinson had a long history of abusing drugs, including alcohol, Mary Jane, and crack cocaine. To replace the things Robinson had stolen, Sylvia received money from Robinson's mother. Robinson had sold the stolen goods to the drug dealer, so Sylvia went with him. The drug dealer informed Sylvia and Robinson that he had sold Sylvia's belongings. Sylvia dozed off on the couch the night of the murder, July 24, 1994. He retrieved a long-handled steel drywall hammer with a waffle-patterned head and a claw on the rear after she had fallen asleep. Sylvia woke up to some extent when Robinson returned inside carrying the hammer. Robinson waited for her to fall back asleep. He moved around the back of the couch after Sylvia went back to sleep and started hammering her in the head, each blow forcing the metal into her skull. He twisted the hammer around and hit her with the claw as well. Robinson then pulled out a carving knife with serrations. To stop her from breathing and her heart from beating, he inserted the knife into the soft region of her throat and down into her chest. He then covered Sylvia's body with cloth before burying it. Robinson led the police to Sylvia's gravesite. The reason Sylvia was slain, according to Robinson's account to the police, was so that she wouldn't confirm a police report that she had made after Robinson had taken her items. He additionally claimed that he murdered Sylvia in order to take the cash she was hiding in her shoe. Kenneth Hartley, 56 years old, 30 years on death row. A witness stated that on 22nd of April 1991, the victim, Gino Mayhew, was selling crack cocaine outside of the victim's Chevrolet Blazer when Kenneth Hartley and two co-defendants, Ronnie Farrell and Sylvester Johnson, approached him. The witness saw Hartley pull Mayhew into the driver's seat while holding a gun to his head. Farrell slid into the front passenger seat and Hartley took the seat in the rear, behind Mayhew. Johnson followed the Blazer out of the parking lot in a pickup. Police discovered Mayhew slumped in the driver's seat on April 23, 1991, suffering from 5 gunshot wounds, 1 to the forehead, 3 to the back of his head, and 1 to the shoulder. For the first-degree murder, robbery, and kidnapping of 17-year-old Gino Mayhew, Hartley and the two co-defendants, Farrell and Johnson, were each charged and tried separately. Farrell and Hartley were found guilty and given the death penalty. Johnson was also found guilty, but he was given a life term. Thomas Moore, 50 years old, 30 years on death row. Moore was found guilty of robbing, killing, and setting Johnny Parrish's home on fire. Parrish lived in the same area as Moore, and the two were close friends. On January 31, 1993, at 3 p.m., Moore and Parrish were drinking outside Parrish's home. Moore said in a statement that Clemens and Gaines, two local kids, approached the house. Earlier that day, he had observed the same two young people having a rifle. At the trial, Clemens refuted these incidents. Gaines and Clemens both attested to speaking with Moore about robbing Parrish. It was decided during this talk that Clemens would enter the house with Moore and Gaines would act as a lookout. Gaines said that he did not see Moore or Clemens enter the home, but that he heard 2 gunshots, saw Clemens leave the building, then come back in through the rear door. Gaines turned to leave the house, but Clemens followed him and informed him that Moore had shot Parrish. In his testimony, Clemens claimed that after entering the home with Moore, Moore pulled a revolver on Parrish. He shot Parrish because he refused to tell him where he hid his money when he asked him. When 2 neighbors observed flames pouring from Parrish's home, they rushed inside to save him. He, however, had passed away by this point. The fire inspector claims that there were 2 different purposeful fires started. Shorter, a witness, claimed that Moore instructed him to burn a bag of garments that he had brought him. He also claimed that Moore added that he had shot Parrish and set fire to his home. Moore made it clear that after shooting Parrish twice, Clemens fled the house and Moore used the lawnmower top that he had found to set fire to it in order to burn off any remaining fingerprints. Shorter dialed his mother's phone, who then made a police call. According to testimony from a prisoner, Moore claimed that he didn't intend to kill Parrish, but that he had no choice because he knew who he was. Another neighbor said that Moore had asked him to rob Parrish as well. Jack Sliney, 51 years old, 29 years on death row. Sliney was found guilty of murdering George Bloomberg, the owner of a pawn business, and he was given the death penalty. Marilyn Bloomberg found her husband George Bloomberg dead behind the counter of the pawn store they co-owned and operated on June 18, 1992. He had suffered traumatic head injuries, possibly from being struck by a camera. He had also been stabbed 3 times in the neck with a pair of scissors and repeatedly struck in the skull with a hammer. Police only discovered one pertinent fingerprint, and it belonged to Keith Whiteman, whom Sliney had mentioned in his evidence. Kenneth Dobbins, a witness, claimed to have seen 2 young males enter the shop and have a conversation with Bloomberg regarding a piece of jewelry. From Dobbins' description, composite drawings were created. Thomas Capels, his stepdaughter's boyfriend, was shown the sketch by an officer because he shared the same age range as the suspects and would know them. Capels couldn't place either person. However, he later got in touch with the officer because Jack Sliney, the club's manager, had offered to sell Capels a gun, and Sliney resembled one of the persons depicted in the composite sketches. After Capels' information, a controlled weapons purchase was organized. The gun that was purchased from Sliney had a serial number that matched the list of guns at Bloomberg's pawn. Another well-planned gun purchase was made, and the weapons in question likewise matched the pawn shop registration. Shortly after the second gun sale, Sliney was taken into custody. In a recorded oral statement and a written statement, Sliney admitted to killing Bloomberg. He informed the police that he and Whiteman entered the shop and had a disagreement with Bloomberg on the cost of a necklace. He claimed that Whiteman ordered him to strike Bloomberg before telling him that Bloomberg would have to be killed since the victim knew who they were. Bloomberg was stabbed with scissors, slammed in the head with a camera, and lastly struck with a hammer, according to Sliney. Contrary to what he initially told the police, Sliney testified during the trial that Whiteman killed Bloomberg. Keith Whiteman was convicted and sentenced to life for first-degree murder during the commission of a felony. He also was sentenced to 10 years for robbery with a deadly weapon. Ken Lott, 70 years old, 28 years on death row. On June 23, 1995, Ken Eldon Lott was found guilty of first-degree murder and given the death penalty. On the morning of March 28, 1994, Rose Connors' body was discovered in her estate's master bedroom, both naked and murdered. In addition to being severely beaten, Connors also sustained major injuries like a knife wound to the back, a cracked larynx, and a sliced throat. Medical examiners determined that Connors' neck injury, which severed the jugular vein, was the true cause of death. Other than a few bruises on Connors' thigh that might have been caused by her legs being pulled apart, there was no real physical proof of SA. Lott worked on Connors' lawn at her house before the murder. Lott and Raymond Fuller planned to rob Connors on the day of the murder, when they ran out of money and were unable to buy drugs. They came up with a scheme to rob Connors in which Lott would act as the designated driver and Fuller would be the designated robber. They both were high on cocaine and crystal meth when they committed the heist. Because Connors got away from Fuller and ran out of her home, the heist did not go as planned. Lott, who was hidden in some bushes outside her house, immediately caught her and dragged her back inside. Lott claimed he beat Connors because she was retaliating like a maniac and that he had to kill her because she would have known his identity and would have resulted in him being imprisoned. Lott and Fuller stole a diamond tennis bracelet from her home after killing Connors. Lott went back to tidy up the crime scene later that evening. A few months after the incident, Lott was identified when his acquaintance Robert Whitman got in touch with the Orange County Sheriff's Office. Whitman claims that Lott approached him after the event and made an offer to sell him a gold ring and a tennis bracelet set with diamonds. Lott acknowledged killing Connors with Fuller's help during the meeting. When Whitman and the Sheriff's Department came up with a plan for Whitman and Lott to meet to discuss the stolen jewels, Lott was apprehended in May 1994. Before the case went to trial, Lott testified that Whitman had made up the murder of Connors. Whitman had previously encountered legal issues thanks to Lott, Lott said. Therefore, Whitman was setting him up and seeking retribution. Even though Lott acknowledged using Connors' ATM card and PIN, Lott insisted that Whitman had provided it to him and that he was unaware that it had been stolen, particularly from Connors. Employees of Lott's wife have testified that she was observed wearing a diamond tennis bracelet at work one day after Connors passed away. Presley Alston, 52 years old, 27 years on death row. James Lee Coon was robbed, kidnapped, and then killed by Alston, who was found guilty and given the death penalty. Coon was last seen leaving a hospital in Jacksonville on January 22, 1995, and his red Honda Civic was later discovered abandoned behind a convenience store the following day. Alston was living with Gwenita Faye McIntyre at the time, and on January 23, 1995, Gwenita fled from Jacksonville owing to an argument with Alston. McIntyre saw Alston and his half-brother, DeLeangen Ellison, arrive in a red Honda Civic from behind as she parked her gray Monte Carlo in the lot of a convenience shop. McIntyre couldn't leave because Alston and Ellison had parked parallel to her. The McIntyre's Monte Carlo was then occupied by Alston and Ellison, and they all departed together. When Alston informed McIntyre that the Civic had been stolen, McIntyre realized Alston was in possession of a pistol she kept at home. After learning of Coon's disappearance and realizing that Coon was driving a red Honda Civic on the night of January 22, 1995, McIntyre developed a suspicion about Alston. Alston questioned McIntyre about how long it would take for fingerprints to wear off a bullet and the body to decompose. That's when she started to suspect Alston was involved in the crime. On May 25, 1995, McIntyre told her minister what was going on before getting in touch with the sheriff's office. Later that day, authorities detained Alston and Ellison based on the facts McIntyre provided deputies and the pistol they discovered in her residence. Alston confessed in writing that he and Ellison intended to rob Coon. Carlton Francis, 48 years old, 25 years on death row. The bodies of 66-year-old twin sisters Claire Brandt and Bernice Flegel, both of whom had sustained multiple stab wounds, were discovered in their house on July 24, 1997. Investigators at the scene discovered 3 knives that were out of place, one of which had blood remnants, as well as several shoe prints within the house, some of which were consistent with Carlton Francis' shoe size. 16 knife wounds, some of which were 3 to 4 inches deep, perforated Claire Brandt's lung and cut her jugular vein. 23 stab wounds, some of which were 4 to 5 inches deep, were dealt to Bernice Flegel, severing her jugular vein as well. The sister's next-door neighbor, Carlton Francis, resided with his mother, Eleanor Goods, his 2 nephews, and his ailing aunt. Francis occasionally received financial assistance or trips to school from the sisters, who were good friends with Mrs. Goods. Francis' nephews claimed to have seen him nearby the sisters' house around the time of the killings, wearing a t-shirt with a crimson stain on the shoulder. On the day of the killings, Mrs. Brandt's daughter noted that the sister's car was missing and the front door was ajar when she arrived for a visit at around 4 p.m. She entered the house and discovered the bodies of her mother in the living room and her aunt in the kitchen. A number of little goods, including jewelry, old coins, pocket watches, and a black radio, were missing upon search of the home. On the day of the killings, Francis went to see a body named CJ at around 3:40 p.m. CJ acknowledged selling Francis multiple times. According to his testimony, the car Francis was operating was the identical one that had been taken from the sisters. Francis requested to use a wheelbarrow and some gasoline after viewing a TV report about the killings. He then set fire to some clothing, a duffel bag, and what seemed to be a woman's wallet and passport. Francis took a taxi back to his area around 7 p.m. Police questioned him and his mother, but he was unable to produce the clothes he had been wearing during the day. Later, Francis made an attempt to convince CJ to pawn some valuables like coins, jewels, and a black radio, but CJ refused. Further investigation led to the discovery of various items belonging to the sisters in a trash heap next to CJ's home. Sonny Jeffries, 60 years old, 24 years on death row. In her capacity as a property manager, Wilma Martin was in charge of collecting rent from tenants. Kevin Jeffries, Roxanne Jeffries, and Tammy Avant, all of whom are related to Sonny Jeffries, became Martin's tenants. Sonny Jeffries relocated to Florida from New Jersey in the summer of 1993, where he met Harry Thomas, the brother of Tammy Jeffries' boyfriend. On August 20th, 1993, Martin's body was discovered. She had died from many stab wounds as well as being kicked or stomped. At the scene of the crime, a bloody footprint and fingerprint were discovered. A number of jewelry items were stolen and afterwards pawned. Sonny Jeffries and Harry Thomas were overheard discussing going out, robbing and killing someone, according to Roxanne Jeffries, who testified about it. Roxanne saw that Jeffries had rings that he had never had before after Thomas and Jeffries had returned from a trip to Disney World. Harry Thomas's brother Dennis testified that he also overheard Thomas and Jeffries discussing robbing Martin. He overheard the two talking about how Martin would make a suitable target because she collected rent. Although Jeffries may have worn shoes of the same type that left the print at the crime scene, laboratory tests could not definitively say that Jeffries' shoes were the ones that left the print. Further examination of the fingerprint discovered at the crime scene revealed that it matched Jeffries'. Robert Morris, 60 years old, 24 years on death row. On the morning of September 2, 1994, Violet Livingston's son found her body. The body was discovered in between two unmade mattresses. Her head was completely covered by the bed linens. The victim's walking cane was discovered on one of the mattresses, and blood was discovered on the walls. Multiple injuries were the cause of death, according to the medical examiner's testimony. A cerebral hemorrhage, rib fractures, bruising, lacerations, and mechanical asphyxia from suffocation were all sustained by the sufferer. Her neck wounds were consistent with having been strangled. Her right forearm, hand, and knee also bore protective scars. The majority of the wounds were consistent with cane-related beatings. The victim was alive at the start of the attack, according to the medical examiner's testimony, even if the order of the wounds could not be determined. A screen was propped up against the building outside the flat. It was no longer attached to the kitchen window. Even though the window was still closed, someone had smashed the glass to get inside the apartment. The porch lights cover had been removed and set on the ground, and a yellow chair had been positioned underneath. On a partially unscrewed light bulb that was outside of the apartment, Morris's fingerprints were discovered. Two areas on the victim's body and the kitchen curtain both had fluids with DNA in them. The DNA in these samples matched Morris. His valuables included a number of the victim's things, including several coins. Morris allegedly used rare coins to make purchases at a petrol station close to the victim's home. He admitted trying to take a bicycle from the deceased's apartment building when he took the stand, but he denied killing the victim. Additionally, he acknowledged that he removed the light bulb and proceeded upstairs after spotting a bike at the top of the stairs. He said that the bike was locked and that he was unable to remove it. James Ford, 63 years old, 24 years on death row. Greg Mallory and James Ford worked together at the South Florida sod farm in the outlying Charlotte County. On April 6, 1997, Ford made arrangements to go fishing with Greg and his wife Kim on the sod farm. Greg and Kim Mallory's bodies were discovered on April 7, 1997. They were in a field close to the pond. The Mallory's 22-month-old daughter was discovered in their truck, still alive but exposed to the elements. According to the medical examiner's testimony, Greg Mallory was bludgeoned with an axe at least 7 times before having his throat sliced. He had also been shot in the back of the head with a .22 caliber bullet. Ford essayed Kim Mallory before hitting her 9 times in the head with an axe. He then put the barrel of a .22 caliber pistol in her mouth and fired. Ford was connected to the crimes because he was spotted with blood on his hands, face, and clothing on the same day of the murder. John Huggins, 61 years old, 24 years on death row. Carla Larson dropped her daughter off at daycare on June 10, 1997, and then left for work. She informed a colleague that she was heading to the grocery store before lunch to buy food for a meeting later that day. She bought meals according to a receipt, but Larson never showed up for work. A Ford Explorer sport utility vehicle that resembled Larson's SUV was seen by numerous witnesses in a forested area. Co-workers discovered Larson's death 2 days later after being led by witnesses who observed the SUV in the woods. Larson died of strangulation, and her belongings, jewelry, clothes, and a purse were all vanished. John Huggins, his wife Angel, and their 5 children were in the Orlando region on the day of Larson's disappearance. Faye Blades, the mother-in-law of John Huggins, testified during the trial that she saw an unidentified white SUV in her carport on June 10, 1997, when she returned from work. Blades' neighbors later reported that the Ford SUV had been spray-painted black. Police were called to check a flaming truck on a deserted Cocoa Beach property on June 26, 1997. It was identified as being Larson's white Ford Explorer. John Huggins and his sister-in-law, with whom he had started dating, left Florida on June 27, 1997. Later, Larson's murder was covered on the television program America's Most Wanted. Angel Huggins contacted the police because she thought her husband had killed that person. Police searched Blades' home and the shed on her property 3 times in late June and early July, but no incriminating materials were discovered. Blades carried out her own investigation and discovered jewelry in her shed that was subsequently determined to belong to Larson. Paul Brown, 56 years old, 27 years on death row. On November 5, 1992, Paul Anthony Brown was found guilty of murdering Roger Hensley and received a death sentence. In October 1992, Brown relocated from Tennessee to Daytona Beach. He met Scott Jason McGuire, and the two of them engaged in drug and alcohol abuse together for a number of weeks. Brown made the decision to return to Tennessee, but he had no way of getting there since McGuire's car was immobilized. On November 5, 1992, Brown and McGuire encountered the victim, Roger Hensley, outside a bar. To enjoy a beer and smoke some Mary Jane, the 3 men went back to Hensley's apartment. McGuire said in court that Brown informed him he planned to shoot Hensley and seize his car. Brown got 2 knives from the kitchen and gestured to McGuire that he would slit Hensley's throat because McGuire was worried about the loud noise a gunshot would make. According to reports, McGuire dropped the knife and objected to his involvement in the killing. Brown then said that he would complete the task personally, but he also gave McGuire the task of closing the door so that Hensley could not leave. Brown went into the room and started stabbing Hensley. McGuire entered the room after hearing Hensley yell "no" and discovered him covered in blood and struggling for breath. The 2 men escaped to Tennessee after Brown discovered the car keys to Hensley's vehicle. The FBI detained Brown on November 8, 1992 for his involvement in a bank heist in Tennessee. When he was interrogated, he admitted to taking part in the murder of a guy from Florida, but claimed that McGuire was the one who cut off Hensley's throat. Jonathan Lawrence, 48 years old, 23 years on death row. Jonathan Huey Lawrence was found guilty and given the death penalty on March 24, 2000 for killing Jennifer Robinson, conspiring to kill her, giving alcohol to a juvenile, and abusing a corpse. Robinson, then 18 years old, was picked up by Lawrence and his friend Jeremiah Martell Rogers from her mother's house on May 7, 1998. The 3 went drinking in a remote part of the woods once they had driven there. While under the effect of the alcoholic beverages offered by the 2 guys, Robinson had intercourse with Lawrence and then with Rogers. She was then shot in the back of the head with a handgun by Rogers. Robinson died a short while later. After loading her body into Lawrence's truck, Rogers and Lawrence continued into the woods. Lawrence stopped in a position where he could score Robinson's calf and cut out her muscle. With the Polaroid camera, Rogers captured Lawrence's process as they alternately posed with Robinson's body. They buried her after that. The disappearance of Robinson was linked to Lawrence and Rogers. When an investigator approached the men, they denied ever knowing her. Lawrence offered the investigator permission to search his truck and trailer. A handgun, frightening notes regarding the mutilation, photographs of Robinson's body taken during the murder, and other ancillary items were found by the investigator. The detective immediately detained Lawrence, and he admitted to being involved and showed them where Robinson's body was. Lawrence was charged on June 4, 1998, and pleaded guilty to 4 counts: conspiracy to commit first-degree murder on count 1, providing alcohol to a youngster on count 2, first-degree premeditated murder on count 3, and mistreatment of a corpse on count 4. On March 27, 2000, Lawrence submitted a direct appeal. Norman Grimm, 63 years old, 23 years on death row. A Santa Rosa County Sheriff's deputy responded to a disturbance complaint at Cynthia Campbell's home on July 27, 1998 at around 5 a.m. When the deputy went to the disturbance Campbell had reported behind her house, he discovered a smashed window and a chrome lug nut in the underbrush. Before Deputy Lynch left, Campbell's next-door neighbor, Norman Grimm, extended an invitation to her for coffee. Later that morning, 2 employees from Campbell's law firm visited her home and discovered her car in the driveway, but no trace of Campbell inside. Deputies were dispatched from the sheriff's office and arrived on the site. They observed reddish-brown stains on Grimm's shoulder and cut-off blue jean shorts when they interrogated him about Campbell's disappearance. Grimm clarified that the stains were caused by his car's primer paint. On the afternoon of July 27, 1998, 2 fishermen hooked a body wrapped in a sheet, a shower curtain, and masking tape. This body was ultimately identified as Campbell's. With the blunt force damage of a hammer, Campbell's body had deep abrasions and contusions around her shoulders, eyes, forehead, chin, and lips. In addition to the blunt force injuries, her body contained 11 knife wounds to the chest, which contributed to her demise. A former employee of Grimm's saw him earlier that day sitting in his parked car on the Pensacola Bay Bridge with the trunk and doors open. Grimm was also captured on surveillance camera film shortly after being spotted parked on the bridge, entering a convenience store near the bridge's base. Grimm's home also contained additional forensic evidence, including 2 damp, bloody mops on the kitchen, small areas of blood on the floor and cabinets, 2 bloody fingerprints, a stripped pillowcase with blood on it in the kitchen trash, blood spots in the dining room, a pair of blue jean shorts with bloodstains in the living room, bloody athletic shoes, and rope that matched the rope used on Campbell's body. Additional forensic evidence was discovered on Grimm's back porch, including a cooler, a green carpet that matched the carpet used to wrap Campbell's body, and a pair of glasses with Campbell's prescription. A steak knife, a piece of cloth splattered with blood, a pair of men's underwear, a tampon, masking tape, and a blood-stained hammer were all found inside the cooler. Campbell's distinctive genetic markers were present in all forensic evidence. Fred Anderson, 55 years old, 22 years on death row. When he was robbing the United Southern Bank in Mount Dora, Florida, Fred Anderson killed a bank teller and was found guilty and given the death penalty. Anderson was under community control for grand theft prior to the robbery of the United Southern Bank and the murder of Heather Young. Anderson was required to pay $4,000 in restitution as a condition of his community control, but as of March 1999, he had only paid $100. He made the decision to rob the United Southern Bank in order to obtain the funds necessary to pay his restitution so that he could avoid spending a year in a probation facility for breaking the terms of his community control. Anderson took a loaded pistol from one of his neighbors on March 18, 1999. He went to the bank the following day to gather the data required to carefully organize the robbery. He met with the bank manager while posing as a student doing research for a report on finance. He paid close attention to the location of the bank's surveillance camera. On March 20, 1999, Anderson visited the United Southern Bank again and brought some donuts and orange juice as a thank you gift for the bank's assistance with his finance paper. Since the bank was set to close at noon, there were only 2 staff present, Heather Young and Marisha Scott. Anderson informed Young and Scott that he was going outside to his car to get his business cards when there were no other customers around. The women were ordered into the vault when Anderson reappeared with 2 loaded weapons. Anderson ordered them to stuff money into a garbage can liner. Before starting to fire, he asked the women who wanted to die first. Sherry Howard entered the bank with her kids at the time of the crime. She heard gunfire and she also saw Anderson in the vault. In a hurry, Howard left the bank and dialed the police. The first policeman to arrive on the scene saw Anderson tearing a VCR containing security footage from the bank's wall. Anderson obeyed the officer's request to drop the stuff and did as instructed. Paramedics entered to provide help to the victims once Anderson was taken into custody and the bank was secured. While being transported to the hospital, Heather Young passed away. Marisha Scott lived but was left crippled. Jeffrey Hutchinson, 61 years old, 22 years on death row. On the evening of September 11, 1998, Jeffrey Hutchinson and Renee Flaherty, his live-in girlfriend, got into a fight. After the argument, Hutchinson departed and headed to a pub after loading some of his clothing and weapons into his truck. "Renee is pissed at me," Hutchinson said to the bartender, who knew both Hutchinson and Flaherty. After downing some beer, Hutchinson turned around and walked away, mumbling to himself. As he exited the bar, he drove erratically, according to witnesses. A 911 call came in from Hutchinson's house around 40 minutes after he left the bar. In the call, the caller said, "I just shot my family," and "there were some guys here." Friends recognized Hutchinson's voice as the caller. Within 10 minutes of the call, deputies arrived and saw him lying on the ground in the garage. The bodies of Renee Flaherty, Logan Flaherty, who was just 4 years old, and Amanda Flaherty, who was 7 years old, were discovered by deputies in the master bedroom. Each had received a single shotgun blast to the skull. 9-year-old Jeffrey Flaherty was discovered shot twice, once in the head and once in the chest, in the living room. Hutchinson had Jeffrey's body tissue on his scalp and gunshot residue on his hands. He claimed that 2 males entered the home and that he engaged them in combat. After shooting Renee and the kids, they ran away. Hutchinson was evaluated both on the spot and in custody and was found to be unharmed. Kenneth Desor, 45 years old, 22 years on death row. On February 9, 1999, Kenneth discovered a dead, naked woman in the hallway of her apartment and called 911 to report it. He informed the operator that when he went to his neighbor Cindy Ridwig's apartment to borrow some ice, he instead found the body. Ridwig's arms were tucked under her body while she lay face down. 3 bruises, 15 scratches, pick marks, 16 superficial cuts, 15 deeper cuts, and 4 stab wounds were among the 53 wounds on the body. The victim died as a result of many stab wounds to the thorax and neck. Desor told authorities that as he was taking out the trash, he observed Ridwig sunbathing. He started washing dishes when he got back to his flat, but when he washed a knife, he wounded his hand. He went to Ridwig's flat next door to get some ice because his ice cube dish was empty. When he knocked on the door and called for Cindy, he discovered that the door was not locked, so he went into the flat. He exited the apartment after discovering the body. Bloodstains on Desor's clothing that match Ridwig's DNA profile were discovered through forensic investigation, and his genetic material was found in a towel and comforter from Ridwig's residence. In his kitchen, a knife with blood on it was discovered. He allegedly confessed to the essay and murder of Cindy, according to Valdez Hardy and Shavar Sampson, 2 of his fellow prisoners at the Pinellas County Jail. Lucius Boyd, 64 years old, 22 years on death row. On the morning of December 5, 1998, Donia da Costa was returning from a church service when her car ran out of gas. She took a gallon of fuel and filled a gas can at a neighboring Texaco station while on foot. Gas station patrons overheard Da Costa conversing with a black man in the parking lot. She was last seen with the man she had been speaking to, subsequently identified as Lucius Boyd, getting into a teal church van. Da Costa's body was found on December 7, 1998, in an alleyway behind a warehouse. The body was covered in a brown bedsheet, a yellow bedsheet, and a liner from a shower curtain. Her head was covered by 2 big black trash bags and a purple wash bag. Da Costa's death was attributed to a penetrating head wound, according to forensic evidence. Her head injuries were consistent with those caused by a reciprocating saw's faceplate, and chest, arms, and head injuries were consistent with those caused by a Torx screwdriver. Da Costa also had bruises in her private parts. The Hope Outreach Ministry Church, which owned the teal van, hired Lucius Boyd to perform routine maintenance. On the weekend of the Da Costa murder, Boyd was behind the wheel of the van. The word Hope was written on the teal van that Da Costa was last seen driving away from the patrol station, according to witnesses there. The church had several tools in the van, including a reciprocating saw and a set of Torx screwdrivers. Boyd's DNA profile matched DNA evidence found on Da Costa's body and hair samples. Boyd's teeth were compatible with bite marks on Da Costa's arm. One of the sheets used to cover her had tire prints that matched those on the church van. Paul Everett, 44 years old, 20 years on death row. Despite residing in Alabama, Everett traveled to Panama City Beach, Florida, the week of November 2, 2001. He did drugs, played video games in one of the arcades, and stayed in the motel. On November 2, 2001, around dusk, went in search of cash. When he entered Kelly Bailey's apartment, he immediately saw her purse and started looking through it. Everett discovered $70, but Bailey caught him. Everett remembered punching her twice, seizing her by the hair, and attacking her, though his memory of the details was incomplete. Bailey died from asphyxia, according to the medical examiner's testimony, which was brought on by a fractured vertebra that prevented her diaphragm muscles from working properly. Everett broke the vertebra by grabbing Bailey by the hair. She had a broken nose, slightly swollen eyelids, abrasions to the bottom of her chin, lacerations and bruises to various areas of her lip, a laceration to the top of her lip where her front teeth protruded, bruises to the tongue, a knocked-out tooth, as well as abrasions and carpet burns to her thumb, elbows, and middle of her back. Everett was out on bond at the time of the murder while awaiting the outcome of an appeal he had filed with an Alabama appellate court. Due to the bond's terms being broken by his trip to Florida, he was apprehended and taken to the jail in Baldwin County, Alabama, on the day of the murder. Everett admitted to breaking into Bailey's home, fighting with her, and essaying her a month after the murder. William Taylor, 65 years old, 19 years on death row. At Harry's Bar in Riverview, William Taylor met Sandra Kushmer and her brother Billy D. Maddox. Kushmer was a classmate of Taylor's. Taylor made the decision to rob them after noticing that Kushmer's brother had purchased pricey beverages and left large tips. He led them to the home of their mother, where he attacked and took advantage of them. Kushmer was shot in the face with a shotgun after Taylor struck her in the head. Then he beat Maddox severely. Maddox supposedly still has long-lasting brain damage from the beating, which almost caused his death. He also had many skull fractures. Taylor cleaned up his bloody clothing after the incident, pawned the shotgun, used Maddox's credit card to make purchases, and tried to cash one of Maddox's checks while he was still in Tampa. Taylor then escaped to Memphis, Tennessee, where he pretended to be Maddox, a stockbroker, and made purchases with his stolen credit cards and checks. The police detained Taylor in Memphis. He has provided numerous accounts of what took place. He once asserted that Jose Arrano and his wife Lorena Taylor were present and took part in the atrocities, although neither of them has ever been charged with the crime. Thomas Richterink, 52 years old, 18 years on death row. Richterink fatally stabbed Alison Sousa and Jeremy Jarvis on September 24, 2003. According to sources, Jarvis was attacked and stabbed by Richterink before fleeing from his home to a nearby place. Richterink entered the office and attacked Sousa, a secretary, stabbing her as she sought the telephone for assistance. The stab wounds caused the deaths of both Sousa and Jarvis. Sousa had 6 stab wounds while Jarvis suffered 22 stab wounds. When Richterink was detained on October 15, 2003, he confessed to having a snapshot memory of the assault and gave police a hand-drawn map of the attack's location. The police interrogation was videotaped. Philip Partin, 58 years old, 15 years on death row. On December 1, 2008, a jury returned a verdict of 9-3 in favor of the death penalty for Partin for the murder of 16-year-old hitchhiker Joshan Ashbrook on July 31, 2002. Partin picked up Ashbrook on July 31st while she hitchhiked through Florida, according to the evidence during this trial. Partin's daughter, who was 7 at the time, joined him and Ashbrook for a day of swimming and fishing before they went back to the Newport Richey home, where he and his daughter were residing. Authorities believe Ashbrook was killed between 9 o'clock and midnight. Workers discovered her dead in the woods of Shady Hills Road the following morning. Her neck had been fractured, her throat had been slashed. 9 days after the discovery, Partin left the state after dropping off his daughter in Wauchula. He had been on the run for more than a year when police finally located him in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Margaret Allen, 57 years old, 12 years on death row. On May 19, 2011, Allen received a death sentence in Brevard County. Her crime was torturing and murdering Wenda Wright, her housekeeper, whom Ellen thought was stealing from her. She abused Wenda Wright for hours, the prosecution claims, before belt strangling her. In order to bury the victim in a shallow grave, Margaret Allen needed assistance from her roommate, James Martin, and her nephew, Quinton Allen. The two were found guilty for their respective roles. Rodney Newberry, 54 years old, 9 years on death row. Florida's state court handed down a death sentence to Newberry for killing Therese Stevens. Court records state that Therese Stevens was fatally shot by Rodney Newberry outside the Jacksonville nightclub. A few months later, Newberry shot 2 police officers, injuring both of them. Newberry was already a felon, having been convicted of shooting a person 4 times in the 1990s. Officers Ronald Bilyeu and William Schrum from Jacksonville, who initially approached Newberry in March 2010 under the suspicion that he was drinking on West 12th Street, as well as the victim in the 1990s case, all made it out alive. James Herard, 34 years old, 8 years on death row. On the evening of November 14, 2008, Eric Jean-Pierre, 39 years old, was shot and killed as he made his way home from work. According to the prosecution, Herard and 2 other backstreet Crips were essentially hunting people for sports in a body count competition. Although Tharod Bell, a 26-year-old gang member, was the one who fired the gun, the prosecution claims that Herard is equally at fault. He himself claimed in police interrogation tapes that he had advised Bell to shoot someone in order to advance in the gang. Bell selected Jean-Pierre in a terrifyingly random manner, shooting him in the chest from close range with Herard's shotgun. On the evening of November 26, 2008, Herard and other gang members entered the Dunkin' Donuts, threw customers and employees to the ground, stole their wallets, and stole money from the register. Herard then started firing inside the Dunkin' Donuts, leaving 2 victims with serious injuries and 2 others with minor ones. One victim, Hewen, received a gunshot wound to the face as the gang member left the shop. Cecil King, 54 years old, 12 years on death row. King, who maintained Rennie Telzer Baines lawns, broke into her Breward residence and bludgeoned her to death with a hammer. At his trial, the murder weapon, 2 socks, nail clippings, hair and garment fibers, and blood evidence were all shown. King insisted on his innocence, claiming the evidence connecting him to the crime was merely a coincidence, but prosecutors claimed his DNA matched that of a piece of fruit discovered inside the house. King asserted that he never went inside Baines' house. Detectives laughed at King's claim that he randomly acquired dozens of Telzer Baines belongings after purchasing some of them on the street and discovering others in an empty flat. Although Telzer Baines' home was devoid of fingerprint evidence, investigators were nevertheless able to build a case by tracking down pawned items and DNA testing a piece of cantaloupe they discovered in the kitchen. King continued to deny the crime as officers questioned him in the videotaped interview about why he was eating fruit inside the house that he claimed he had never entered. Bill Marquardt, 48 years old, 11 years on death row. The state of Florida handed down a death sentence to Marquardt for a double homicide. According to court records, Bill Marquardt broke into a house and killed Margarita Ruiz, 72 years old, and her 42-year-old daughter, Esperanza Wells. He managed to escape justice until DNA connected him to the double crime. Marquardt was previously acquitted of the murder of his own mother. When he was arrested after his mother's death, he had a knife that contained DNA evidence of his own, his mother, and 2 unidentified females. David Spar, 32 years old, 11 years on death row. In July 2010, Tiara Poole was found dead in her Hodges Boulevard condominium after being shot in the first degree by then 23-year-old David Kelsey Spar. In order to meet the 21-year-old while her husband was away at sea, Spar, who resided in Waynesville, Georgia, set up a meeting on Craigslist. Later, he claimed that Poole's death was motivated by the rush. Approximately 90 times, Spar stabbed Poole. During the time her sons were away visiting their grandparents, Poole, whose marriage had grown strained, posted a Craigslist ad asking for a male partner. Spar gave his attorney, Chief Assistant Public Defender Rafik Eller, instructions to not present any evidence on his behalf during the trial and sentencing phase. Billy Shepard, 37 years old, 11 years on death row. During an attempted armed robbery, Patrick Stafford, 39 years old, was shot and killed by Shepard. 3 hours later, Shepard killed 16-year-old Monquel Wimberly when he was nearby riding his bike after stealing a car from a grocery shop in Jacksonville. Shepard was arrested and charged with aggravated assault in 2001 when he was 14 years old after shooting into a car full of youngsters. His violent behavior resulted in one 15-year-old child receiving a gunshot wound to the leg. Johnny Calhoun, 46 years old, 11 years on death row. In December 2010, Calhoun was convicted of kidnapping and killing Mia Brown. In Alabama, her burned-out body was discovered inside her car. Brown was local of Holmes County. For the murder and the kidnapping, Calhoun received a death sentence. Tina Brown, 53 years old, 11 years on death row. Brown was found guilty of using a crowbar to beat 19-year-old Audriana Zimmerman, shocking her with a stun gun and setting her afire in the family home. At her own trial, Brittany Miller, who was the daughter of Tina LaSonia Brown and only 16 years old, admitted to the judge that the original plan had been to fight Zimmerman, but things spiraled out of control. It was said that the argument over a man was the cause of the attack. The group assaulted Zimmerman and used a stun gun on her before locking her in the trunk of a car. They took her to a wooded area, doused her in gasoline, and lit her on fire. Despite having 60% of her body covered in serious burns, Zimmerman was still able to rush to a nearby house and dial 911, but after 2 weeks, she passed away. Only one of the 3 co-defendants in the case, Tina LaSonia Brown, was given the death penalty. Brittany, her daughter, received a life sentence for her involvement in the murder. The third conspirator was Heather Lee, a friend and neighbor of Miller and Tina LaSonia Brown. After entering a plea deal with the government, she was given a 25 years prison term. In her appeal, Tina LaSonia Brown made a strong case for Lee being the most accountable for Zimmerman's death. According to the appeal, Lee wanted to get revenge on Zimmerman for having an affair with her husband. All of the attack's weapons, including the gas can, crowbar, and stun gun, were claimed to have originated from Lee's home, and Lee later told friends that she had been responsible for setting Zimmerman on fire. Dale Middleton, 50 years old, 11 years on death row. Roberta Christensen, 49 years old, was stabbed to death at her home in July 2009, and Dale Glenn Middleton was detained in connection with the crime. Investigators learned through Middleton's friends that he had discussed breaking into Christensen's house a few days after her passing. He had stolen a big screen television from the house that was discovered by the investigators. The television was sold by Middleton for $200, according to witnesses. Joel LeBron, 45 years old, 10 years on death row. In 2002, after a date, Nelson Portobanco, then 17 years old, and Ana Maria Angel, then 18 years old, were walking back to their car when LeBron and 4 other men forced them into a pickup. Portobanco was allegedly stabbed by LeBron and left for dead, but the boy lived. After being brought to a retaining wall next to Interstate 95 and subjected to further assaults, Angel was shot dead by LeBron. LeBron and another man in Palm Beach County marched Angel into the woods close to a sound barrier wall along the side of the road. Angel was praying with her hands clasped and pleading for her life when LeBron shot her in the back of the head. LeBron remained emotionless when the verdict was announced. His relatives weren't present in court. Hector Caraballo, one of the co-defendants, was given a 50-year sentence, and another conspirator received a life sentence. Delmar Smith, 52 years old, 10 years on death row. Delmar Smith III was charged by the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office in connection with the 2009 murder of a 34-year-old woman after DNA evidence linked him to her death. In her home in the heart of Sarasota, Delmar Smith killed the woman on or around April 6, 2009. Friends found the woman after she failed to show up for work. A baseball bat was discovered near her, and it was used to bash her to death. Foreign things left within her body after her death were used to assault her. The woman's residence was searched by forensic experts for tangible evidence, including the clothes she was wearing when she was killed. A report identifying Delmer Smith's DNA profile was given to detectives in November 2017. Gaddafi Mullins, 40 years old, 10 years on death row. Gaddafi Mullins was given the death penalty for the 2008 heist that left 2 people dead and was vividly documented on a convenience store security camera. Mullins killed Ronald Hayward, 50 years old, a customer, and Mohammeduddin, the store's owner, in August 2008 at Central Food Mart. He also shot Albert Barton, 69 years old, who was entering the store, but he lived. Mullins undoubtedly believed the video recording system to be the only one in the business when he removed it during the heist. He was mistaken. A new surveillance system had just been installed, and it produced the crystal clear video that served as the basis for the case's strong evidence. In the footage, Mullins and another man can be seen shoving Good into the ground while brandishing a firearm. His car keys are demanded, and they steal his lotto tickets. The client, Hayward, is also present in the shop. The second robber then departs. Mullins shoots and kills Udin after he observes him making a phone call. Hayward is then grabbed, thrown to the ground, and shot. Barton looks to be entering the store from outside. He is pulled inside by Mullins, who then shoots him. Barton loses his balance but recovers and lives. Authorities say that the other man that was with Mullins was actually his co-defendant, Spencer Peoples. Joseph Jordan, 53 years old, 10 years on death row. In the summer of 2009, while living together in Edgewater, Joseph Jordan hogtied Keith Cope to a bed. He then stole the victim's car and drove to South Florida. Cope was tied so tightly that he lost limbs and was kept there for days before being discovered. He later passed away in the hospital. Jordan's court-appointed attorneys had already informed Judge Mitchell Hutchinson that Jordan did not want to attend the sentencing hearing. However, the judge disregarded their request, and Jordan was taken into the courtroom, while his face was covered by a manila envelope. A jury found Jordan guilty in under 20 minutes. According to Cope's daughter, her father has received justice with the death penalty. Kim Jackson, 54 years old, 10 years on death row. Jackson was apprehended by Jacksonville police 4 years after Deborah Pierce, 49 years old, was killed. He was found guilty of slitting Pierce's neck and stabbing her with an 8-inch knife so forcefully that it nicked a bone in her back. It is unknown why Jackson killed Pierce. The sale of drugs out of Pierce's home in Bennington Drive may have played a role. Jackson was convicted of 2 violent felonies in Georgia, drawing a gun on a covert agent in 1992 and robbing a Days Inn in 2005. When DNA evidence from the crime scene of Pierce's murder was discovered to match, Jackson was sent behind bars. At the time of the murder, he was under probation for the assault offense. Stephen Cozy, 34 years old, 10 years on death row. Courtney Wilkes, 15 years old, was beaten, choked, and essayed by Cozy on June 16, 2011, in a forested location close to Seagrove Beach in Walton County. Wilkes and her family were on vacation when the murder occurred. Cozy was found guilty of the crime, and the jury, by a vote of 12-0, recommended that he be executed. Cozy committed the crime when he was just 21 years old. Besman Okafor, 39 years old, 10 years on death row. Alex Zaldivar, 19 years old, was killed in Orange County in 2012, and Okafor was found guilty of the crime. Okafor killed him before Zaldivar could testify against him in a case involving a home invasion. Zaldivar was shot numerous times before passing away. The jury had recommended death 11-1, and the judge at the time agreed. John Sexton, 60 years old, 10 years on death row. Judge Mary Hansel gave Sexton the death penalty for brutally essaying and killing Ann Parlato, 94 years old, at her Port Richey home in 2010. According to Sexton, there wasn't enough evidence to convict him. He claims that the only place his DNA was discovered was on a cigarette butt that was in the victim's kitchen trash can. Although forensic witnesses stated that Parlato's blood was found on Sexton's t-shirt, khaki shorts, and boots during the trial, Sexton maintains innocence. DNA remnants from the victim were also discovered on Sexton's hands. Michael Bargo, 31 years old, 10 years on death row. 5 people conspired to kill Seth Jackson, a teenager who lived in Bellevue, Florida, a small town in the state. The incident that led to the killing involved Seth, Amber Wright, and Michael Bargo, and was the result of their relationship, which ended horribly. When Seth and Amber began dating, they were just 14 years old. However, their relationship didn't last, and after they split in March 2011, their online feud swiftly escalated into a physical one. Amber lured Seth to her female friend Charlie Ellie's house one night when he was jumped and killed. Due to the murder's extreme violence and both Seth and his attacker's age, the killing was especially shocking. Seth was only 15 when he was brutally murdered in April 2011 by his ex-girlfriend Amber, then 15 years old, Michael, then 18 years old, Kyle Hooper, Amber's stepbrother, who was just 16 years old, Justin Soto, then 20 years old, and Charlie Eli, Amber's female friend, who was 18 years old. Seth was kneecapped, subjected to torture, and shot repeatedly with a .22 caliber weapon. Following his death, his corpse was placed in a pyre and burned. The next day, Justin and Michael took Seth's remains to the Ocala quarry, where they placed them in paint buckets and dropped them into the water, while cinder blocks were used to weigh them down. Bleach was used by Kyle, Charlie, and Amber to clear the blood out of the house, but there was still proof of the crime that was subsequently discovered. Charlie's DNA would be discovered in a blood mixture that also contained Seth's blood in the living room, and Michael's DNA would be discovered in a blood mixture in the bathroom. The bullet discovered in Seth's remains was connected to the .22 caliber weapon, which allowed police to pinpoint the murderer. Amber was convicted of first-degree murder and received a life sentence. Charlie and Justin were given life sentences as well. After Charlie's conviction was later overturned in 2020, he pleaded guilty to a lesser offense and was eventually allowed to go free. For his part, Michael Bargo was found guilty of first-degree murder in August 2013 for orchestrating and carrying out Seth Jackson's murder. He was the only one sentenced to death. Christian Cruz, 30 years old, 4 years on death row. Cruz and Justin Charles were both found guilty of first-degree murder as well as other offenses in the 2013 slaying of Christopher Jemery, a 25-year-old. After beating Jemery, Cruz and Charles left a puddle of blood and their shoe print inside the flat. They then placed Jemery in a car trunk, wrapped him with wire and duct tape, and took him to an industrial park in Sanford. Jemery was shot in the head with a .22 caliber pistol outside of a parking lot next to some shrubbery. Jemery was discovered barely alive and later passed away. Cruz left one of his fingerprints on the duct tape that was used to bind Jemery, according to investigators. Donald Williams, 63 years old, 10 years on death row. Williams was found guilty of robbing, killing, and kidnapping Janet Patrick, 81 years old, in a grocery shop in Leesburg in 2010. One observer claimed to have seen Williams leap off the bench he was sitting on and offer to assist Patrick with her purchases, but she resisted the offer. According to court documents, security cameras and eyewitnesses provided evidence that he was seen getting into her white Chevrolet Impala. On October 23rd, a policeman in Polk County saw Williams sitting in her car with her credit cards in his pocket. The victim's naked, decomposing body was discovered under 2 tires not far from where Williams had lived the day he gave interviews to the media. Quentin Truhill, 36 years old, 9 years on death row. In March 2010, Truhill and 2 of his cellmates escaped after holding one officer hostage and attacking another. At the time, he was incarcerated for manslaughter in connection with the shooting of a man. A truck with tools and knives inside that was stolen by the group was later discovered in Miami and had a significant amount of evidence. In order to finance a portion of their travel, the 3 men stole a purse in Louisiana. They then attacked a woman in Pensacola, severely hurting her, and stole her money. They attempted to rob a man in Tallahassee, but he managed to escape. They subsequently stole a woman's purse, and a few hours later, they kidnapped 29-year-old Vincent Binder. In St. Augustine, the decomposing body of Binder was discovered off I-95. He was killed, according to investigators, on the area where he was discovered. According to court documents, Binder also had numerous defensive wounds in addition to numerous stab wounds and brain trauma. Dante Morris, 38 years old, 8 years on death row. Between May 18 and June 8, 2010, Morris shot and killed Harold Wright, 25 years old, Derek Anderson, 21 years old, and Rodney Jones, 42 years old. The investigation determined that drug exchanges were to blame. The Kennett Court Apartments, Cotton Club Bar, and Palm River Clare Mall, all in Tampa, were the crime scenes. Morris killed David Curtis and Jeffrey Kokab, two police officers, on June 29, 2010, while they tried to apprehend him in East Tampa. When the officers pulled up a car for missing license plates at the intersection of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard on 50th Street, Morris was a passenger in his girlfriend's car. Curtis asked his partner Kokab for help because Morris had an arrest warrant out of Jacksonville for check fraud. Morris fired a gun at both officers after they ordered him to place his hands behind his back, hitting them both in the head before running away on foot. On July 2nd, Dante Morris was arrested by law enforcement at a law firm in South Tampa. Daniel Craven, 37 years old, 5 years on death row. On June 28, 2015, while a prisoner at the Graysville Correctional Facility, Craven fatally stabbed his cellmate John H. Anderson with a shank. Because of their distinct racial and religious backgrounds and his desire to incite a race riot inside the prison, Craven killed his cellmate. Craven was serving a life term at the Graysville Correctional Facility for the 2011 murder of Ronald Justice, according to evidence given during the trial's penalty phase. Justice was beaten with a baseball bat outside the house where he was staying by Craven, who had been having an affair with Justice's wife, and Justice begged for his life. He later placed Justice in handcuffs and drowned him in a dog bowl. Randy Tandedor, 57 years old, 9 years on death row. Tandedor was convicted of the murder of his landlord, Nova Southeastern University professor Joseph Morrissey. He was upset with Morrissey and wanted to send a message after receiving a letter from him that day demanding overdue rent. Tandedor involved his son in his revenge plan, planning a home invasion. The son admitted to bursting into Morrissey's house, holding him and his wife Kay at gunpoint, tying their hands and feet up with plastic zip ties, searching the house for valuables, and forcing them to drive to an ATM to withdraw money. When his father attempted to shoot Morrissey, the pistol jammed. Then he repeatedly stabbed him with a hunting knife before starting a fire in the house. The couple's kid and Kay Morrissey were able to flee. Edward Covington, 51 years old, 8 years on death row. Covington admitted to killing his then girlfriend Lisa Renee Freeberg, 26 years old, and her two young children, Zachary and Heather Savannah, in 2008. According to reports, the former Department of Corrections officer murdered Freeberg and her small children inside their Lutz, Florida home, leaving behind a gruesome and bloody crime scene for investigators to find. It was eventually established that Covington had a history of drug usage, mental health problems, and animal cruelty, and that he had used drugs the day before the killings. The young mother was stabbed in the neck and strangled to death. She also had numerous bruises and defensive wounds on her body and face, which indicated that she had been attacked before the murder. He beat the young Heather before killing her. She was later dissected and had her head cut off. The little victim suffered several fractures as well as a cut to her skull's top. Zachary was stabbed at least 5 times in the neck and back, had his head crushed, and had his genitalia cut off. Rafael Andres, 51 years old, 8 years on death row. Yvette Farinas, 31 years old, was beaten, stabbed, then strangled by Andres using a rice cooker cable. He was doing handyman work that was connected to her apartment. The handyman faced devastating evidence, to put it mildly. A neighbor saw the victim escape the scene with a gas can in his hand just before the victim's house caught fire. Second, a washcloth that had been stained with blood and had his DNA was discovered beside the body and unharmed by the fire. Additionally, it was found that Andres used Faria's debit card after she passed away to get cash from an ATM, buy things at a Home Depot, fill up his car with gas, and reserve a stay at a resort and casino. Andres was previously found guilty in 1987 of killing another lady, although he only spent 18 months in prison for that. Robert Kraft, 33 years old, 4 years on death row. At the Columbia County Correctional Institution, Robert Kraft, who was previously incarcerated for aggravated violence with a dangerous weapon, was found guilty of killing his cellmate. After discovering that Darren Shira was being held in the North Florida prison for allegedly molesting minors, Kraft informed detectives that he made the decision to kill him. On a number of counts from Polk County, including aggravated violence with a deadly weapon and false imprisonment, Kraft was initially given a prison term in 2015. Randall Deviney, 34 years old, 8 years on death row. After being found guilty of first-degree murder in the August 2008 killing of Dolores Futrell, who was discovered inside her West Side house with her neck cut, Deviney received the death penalty. He said that he lost his temper after his neighbor urged him to inform the police about the child's sex abuse he had experienced at the hands of his mother's drug dealer. He told the jury that since killing Dolores Futrell on August 5, 2008, he hasn't slept the same and that he feels guilty about using a fish fillet knife to sever her throat. Deviney claimed that he visited Futrell's townhouse in Bennington Drive in Jacksonville at around 9:30 p.m. solely to speak with the woman. Since it was sweltering indoors and Futrell's koi pond was leaking, they headed outdoors into the backyard. He claimed that he was using the fillet knife to remove spider webs from the pond as they talked about his going to the police to report the essay he had experienced. He claimed to have turned aside, but she allegedly grabbed his arm and drove her nails into it, just like his mother had done when she beat him into submission so that her drug dealer could essay him. At that point, he claimed he lost it, twisting the knife around, slicing her throat from ear to ear, and then stabbed her 3 times before she fell. He claimed to have dragged her into the house after that, and her pants became trapped on the patio and came off. After cutting off her bra and underwear, he allegedly had her stand in the living room while pulling up her shirt to reveal her chest. Eris Tisdale, 36 years old, 7 years on death row. During a traffic check in Fort Pierce on the morning of February 28, 2013, Tisdale, who was 25 at the time, fired 7 times at Morales. The bullets struck the veteran sergeant in the head, neck, and arm. Another sheriff's deputy arrived on the scene in time to see the shooting. On Naylor Terrace, south of Edward Roads, Morales, 35 years old, was discovered dead inside his patrol cruiser. He left behind a wife and 2 children. Craig Wall, 48 years old, 7 years on death row. For killing his girlfriend and their 5-week-old infant in 2010, Craig Wall received a death sentence. Wall had entered a no-contest plea to the first-degree murder of their son, Craig Wall Jr., and had admitted guilt to the first-degree murder of Laura Taft. Wall has had a difficult life and served 14 years in prison for armed robbery and robbery with a lethal weapon. Shortly after exiting, he ran into Taft. They welcomed Craig Wall Jr., popularly known as CJ, into the world shortly after Christmas 2009. However, the boy died 5 weeks later after suffering from brain damage and fractured ribs. Although Wall was suspected practically right away, he wasn't detained immediately. The fact that Wall was a suspect in his baby's death, clearly indicated on an arrest affidavit, was never brought up in court when he was arrested a few days later on a different offense. He was released on bail. Later, the Pinellas Pasco state attorney admitted that the case had not been handled properly. According to investigators, Wall entered Taft's apartment through a sliding glass door 3 days after being released from jail and fatally stabbed her. Mesak Damas, 47 years old, 6 years on death row. Gerlin Dio Damas and their 5 children, Michak, 9 years old, Marvin, 6 years old, Maven, 5 years old, Megan, 3 years old, and Morgan, just 1 year old, were stabbed to death in their North Naples home by Damas, who used the fillet knife to sever their throats. Gerlin Damas, his wife, dressed the subject of separation that evening, September 16, 2009, while they were at home. The discussion, according to Damas, turned frantic. The following day, after leaving work, Damas made his way to a nearby store and bought a Berkeley fillet knife, a roll of silver duct tape, and a box of gum. Damas claimed that his wife did not talk to him when he got home other than to ask him to sign immigration documents and inform him that she still intended to leave. Damas seized the knife at that point, bound her with a rope, and duct taped her lips shut. As Gerlin Damas's family had not heard from her since Thursday, September 17, 2009, and she had not reported to work, they got in touch with the Collier County Sheriff's Office on Saturday, September 19, 2009, to report her missing. Gerlin Damas was found face down in a big pool of dried blood with a black trash bag over her head and her limbs bound with duct tape when deputies forced through the locked door. Her right elbow and right eye had suffered blunt force injuries, while her left shoulder and neck had severe, deep, sharp force injuries. The body of Mesak Damas was then found by deputies in a bedroom on the second floor, lying face down on a mattress on top of a pool of dried blood. He had severe sharp force injuries across nearly the entire length of his neck, as well as injuries to the palm of his right hand, according to the autopsy. Deputies entered a different bedroom on the second floor and found the bodies of the remaining 4 Damas children there, 2 of them lying next to each other on the floor, 1 on the bed and 1 on a mattress on the floor. Each of the 4 suffered a neck injuries from a sharp force. Sean Bush, 54 years old, 6 years on death row. Nicole Bush was murdered at her home in Jolington Creek, and her ex-husband, Sean Bush, was found responsible. She had been struck with a baseball bat, stabbed, and shot in the head. Before she passed away, she was unable to identify her attacker, but detectives discovered Sean Bush's DNA on the bat handle. They also discovered that Bush called 2 insurance companies shortly after the murder to inquire about 2 plans for which he was the beneficiary. He also had a conviction for trying to kill her previously by electrocution. Benjamin Smiley, 31 years old, 5 years on death row. According to testimony given in court, Smiley used a chrome revolver to tap Clifford Drake, 58 years old, in the forehead in his Lakeland Homes bedroom in April 2013. When Drake responded that he didn't have a safe, he was wounded in the leg by Smiley to pressure him into disclosing where it was hidden. According to the evidence presented in court, Smiley shot Drake in the chest fatally when he kept repeating his denials. During the assault, Smiley of Tampa also held Drake's stepson, Mark Wilkerson, at gunpoint. After firing the rounds that resulted in Drake's death, the stepson fled the house. Before capturing Smiley in July 2015, Lakeland police investigators spent 2 years looking into the crime. Their opportunity came when Hillsborough County deputies picked him up for armed robbery. The DNA from that arrest was connected to DNA from the Drake murder site. Donald Smith, 67 years old, 5 years on death row. After a sequence of incidents that started when he met Cherish Periwinkle's mother, Rain Periwinkle, at a Dollar General shop, Smith was charged with her murder. Smith promised to take Rain Periwinkle and her daughters shopping at a Walmart. Smith promised to buy the family cheeseburgers at the nearby McDonald's while he was in Walmart, but he ultimately drove 8-year-old Cherish Periwinkle away in a van. He was found guilty of assailing the young girl, strangling her, and dumping her body in a creek. James Coley, 43 years old, 5 years on death row. James Coley Jr., 38 years old at the time, was given the death penalty for the shooting deaths of his estranged wife Amanda Coley, 36 years old, and her closest friend Lindy Dobbins, 39 years old, inside the couple's house on August 27, 2015. Coley was found guilty of 2 charges of first-degree murder, 2 counts of attempted first-degree murder, 2 counts of burglary, and 1 count of aggravated stalking. Coley's victims weren't in any way responsible for his attack. Less than 30 minutes before the killings, he casually went shopping at a gas station. He then armed himself before heading to the crime scene. Jonathan Alsager, 34 years old, 4 years on death row. In the shooting deaths of David Washington, 24 years old, Stacy Branch, 31 years old, and Angelica Castro, 23 years old, Alsager was found guilty. The first of 3 Miami men accused in the early morning home invasion murders is Alsager. The only survivor of the shooting, Felix Campos, testified in front of the jury that he saw Alsager among the 3 attackers in Washington's house that morning. Campos was also shot, but he managed to live to name the guys he claimed were responsible. He claimed to have met them before at the house and to have known them. Alsager was held responsible for taking a vehicle to Lakeland on January 6th in the early hours with Jamal Smith and another man before breaking into Washington's home and asking for money. Court testimony during the trial showed that Washington had been purchasing cocaine from the Miami man, including 38-year-old Andrew Joseph, Alsager's brother, and had just arrived that morning from a trip there. Prosecutors alleged that the gunman, who they identified as Smith, killed Washington first, then the 2 women who were sleeping in their respective bedrooms. Mark Severs, 55 years old, 3 years on death row. Teresa Severs, a 46-year-old doctor in Southwest Florida, was the wife of Mark Severs, 54 years old, who was found guilty of plotting her assassination. In order to murder his wife, Severs recruited Curtis Wayne Wright to orchestrate a home invasion. Jimmy Rogers would assist Wright in carrying out the murder in exchange for close to $100,000 in life insurance payouts. Wright and Rogers flew from Missouri to Bonita Springs while Severs was on vacation with his 2 daughters, and there they beat the doctor to death with hammers. 2 weeks later, Wright was identified as a suspect, and additional search warrants turned up information linking him to Dr. Severs' demise. Wright received 25 years in prison after accepting a plea deal to testify against Mark Severs and Jimmy Rogers. Michael Gordon, 43 years old, 3 years on death row. On January 15, Gordon and 3 co-defendants held up a pawn store in Auburndale with a gun before leading police on a high-speed chase. Patricia Moran, 72 years old, and Deborah Royal, 51 years old, were home when Gordon entered with force. After stabbing the women more than 50 times, he took Moran's car and tried to flee by driving through a garage door. Devanir McCune, a co-defendant, received a life sentence after juries found him guilty of second-degree murder, armed robbery, and 3 charges of attempting to kill a police officer. Terrell Williams, a second co-defendant, was found guilty of first-degree murder in 2018 and received a life sentence. Joe Van Lemp, the third co-defendant, was accused of 2 counts of first-degree murder. Granville Ritchie, 45 years old, 3 years on death row. For the 2014 essay and murder of 9-year-old Felicia Williams, Ritchie is currently on death row. Young Felicia Williams was attacked and strangled by Ritchie before her body was placed in a suitcase and dumped into the ocean close to the Courtney Campbell Causeway. The woman who was watching her left her to buy drugs, leaving her with Ritchie alone. Before they met on May 16, 2014, Ritchie and Felicia were strangers, but they were both close to Ebony Wiley, who was the man's then-girlfriend as well as the girl's neighbor and family friend. Felicia went to Ritchie's mother's apartment at the Doral Oaks apartment complex on the day of the murder, leaving her home with Wiley. Ritchie asked Wiley, who was watching Felicia, to go out and purchase some Mary Jane. The girl was later essayed and then strangled by Ritchie when Wiley was away. Ritchie claimed that he had given Felicia money to use to purchase candies at the local CVS store when Wiley arrived almost an hour later and did not find the little girl there. Marlon Joseph, 32 years old, 3 years on death row. For the murders of 36-year-old Kalada Crowell and her 11-year-old daughter Kyra Inglet on December 28, 2017, at a residence on 3rd Street in West Palm Beach, Joseph was given the death penalty. Kyra had previous issues with one of Joseph's daughters who was around her age. Investigators claimed that his daughter contacted him the day of the shooting to report another incident, even though the kids had resolved their differences by the time he arrived home. When Crowell arrived home, Joseph originally went to his room to read the Bible. However, he later approached her and shot her multiple times, including once in the head as she cried out for assistance. Then he is accused of chasing Kyra out of the house as she ran, hitting her 5 times, including 3 times in the head. Reynald Sanabria, 51 years old, 2 years on death row. In April 2013, while aboard the boat Relax In, which was docked at the Loggerhead Marina close to Pinellas Point in St. Petersburg, Figueroa Sanabria killed John Travlos and Germana Moren. Authorities said that Figueroa Sanabria, a handyman who had previously worked at the marina, forced Travlos to open a safe containing jewels by holding him at knife point. Moren had his throat cut off from ear to ear, while Travlos had received 11 stab wounds. Marquette Lloyd, 48 years old, 1 year on death row. During a manhunt that started in December 2016 after Lloyd shot and killed his ex-girlfriend and her unborn child, a jury found Lloyd guilty of killing Orlando Police Lieutenant Deborah Clayton. In January 2017, Lloyd shot and murdered Clayton as she attempted to approach him outside a Walmart while he was on the run, according to authorities. Days later, he was detained. Lloyd was convicted on 5 charges, court records show, including first-degree murder of a police officer, attempted first-degree murder, aggravated assault, carjacking with a firearm, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Clayton, 42 years old, was a master sergeant in the police department at the time of her death and was posthumously promoted to lieutenant. Everett Miller, 52 years old, 1 year on death row. Miller was found guilty of murdering Sergeant Sam Howard and Officer Matthew Baxter. The 2 officers were shot in August 2017 while responding to a report of gunfire between Palm Way and Cypress Streets. Dispatchers got a call regarding policemen being shot at around 9:32 p.m. Miller was a 21-year Marine Corps veteran whose last known address was in Orlando. At the time of his last service, he was a master sergeant with the U.S. Special Operations Command at McAdill Air Force Base in Tampa. William Roberts, 62 years old, 1 year on death row. He is on death row for killing his girlfriend and riding around with her body in the trunk of her car for 4 days. Hellstrom, 55 years old, sustained bleeding on the brain, a shattered sternum, broken ribs, pulled abdominal fat from muscle tissue resembling stomping, and nearly split a kidney. Her limbs and legs were covered in bruises and abrasions, and her ear had been severed. A short, sturdy wooden handle smeared in her blood and his DNA and discovered in his bloody RV had caused more than 40 wounds on her body. A surveillance video showed him dragging her body out of the trailer. Tyrone Johnson, 47 years old, 1 year on death row. In November 2021, Tyrone Johnson was found guilty of killing Stephanie Willis and her son Ricky, who was 10 years old. That evening, Johnson was inconsolable as he told investigators that he felt attacked by Stephanie and had no choice but to shoot her. Johnson claimed that Ricky got caught into the crossfire as he ran into the master bedroom. A different picture was painted by the prosecution, however. They claimed that after killing his girlfriend, Johnson went in search of Ricky, who was hiding, and then shot him. Bullet casings were found under the little boy's bed. Mark Wilson, 33 years old, 1 year on death row. Wilson was convicted of first-degree murder for the deaths of Robert Baker, 12 years old, and Tatian, 14 years old, who were both killed in August 2020. The boys were beaten with a hammer before having their throats slashed by Wilson, who at the time was living with his wife, the boy's aunt, in a shed on the family's Melrose property. During the killings, their mother, Sarah Baker, was sound asleep inside the residence. Wilson appeared to have repeatedly attempted to slit older brother Tatum's throat. According to reports, Robert, the younger brother, had his throat cut end to end, almost causing him to lose his head. During the trial, Baker testified that she had observed Wilson outside before the killings, honing a knife that would subsequently be identified as the murder weapon. An 18-foot blood trail led her to her oldest son's body, which she discovered. The extent of the boys' injuries were initially concealed by the blankets that both boys were wearing. Lauren Cole, 57 years old, 28 years on death row. On February 18, 1994, Cole was found guilty of murdering John Edwards and given the death penalty. John Edwards and his sister Pam went camping in the Ocala National Forest over the course of the weekend on Friday, February 18, 1994. Cole came by and introduced himself as Kevin and helped them settle in as they were setting up camp in the Hopkins Prairie. Later that evening, Cole and William Paul, who was not related to Cole, returned to the Edwards campsite. Cole introduced William Paul as his brother. The four made the choice to go for a walk after spending time by the campfire. Cole attacked Pam while she was on the move, knocking her to the ground, striking her in the head, and handcuffing her. John and Paul started to argue at the same time. Paul was holding a walking stick when John grabbed it and started beating him with it. Cole assisted Paul in restraining John and placed him close to his sister on the ground while handcuffing Pam. All John could do was apologize to his sister for putting her in such a risky predicament while Cole and Paul were robbing the siblings. Paul moved Pam up the trail while Cole stayed behind with John and thrashed him for earlier assaulting his brother with a walking stick. Cole soon joined Paul and Pam and advised them to wait until John fell asleep before leaving. After that, Cole returned to the injured John and cut off his throat while claiming to Pam that he was merely removing John from the trail and tying him up. John perished from several skull fractures and a sliced throat. Pam was returned to the campsite by Cole and Paul, where Cole essayed her. The following day, Cole assured Pam that John was fine while making the pretense that he was going to check on him. Pam was then assaulted again by Cole, who then tied her between two trees. Early on Sunday morning, Pam was able to free herself from the bonds. She initially stayed put out of concern for her brother's safety, but Pam ultimately hailed down a driver who drove her to call the police. Pam gave police a comprehensive description of Cole and Paul, which allowed officers to recognize them and apprehend them. Anthony Ponticelli, 56 years old, 35 years on death row. Ponticelli convinced two brothers they could conduct a drug deal by luring them to an isolated spot. The brothers were in the front seat and Ponticelli was in the back, making a total of 3 men in the vehicle. Ponticelli shot both of them in the back of the head during the journey. Ralph Grandinetti, 20 years old, passed away instantly, but his brother was still conscious, and Ponticelli struck him with the revolver to stop him from wailing. Ralph Grandinetti's body was discovered by authorities near the Silva Springs Mobile Home Park. 25-year-old Nicholas Grandinetti was rushed to the hospital, but he also passed away. Richard Randolph, 61 years old, 34 years on death row. Minnie Ruth McCollum was murdered, and Richard Randolph was found guilty and given the death penalty. Randolph used to work at a Handyway convenience shop in Patatka, which was run by Minnie Ruth McCollum. Witnesses Terry Sorrell, Dorothy Patilla, and Deborah Patilla saw Randolph shutting the front door of the Handyway convenience store on August 15, 1988, while he was wearing an employee shirt. Randolph was questioned by the women on the closure of the store and the whereabouts of McCollum. The women were informed by Randolph that McCollum had borrowed his vehicle since her own vehicle had broken down. He told the women that McCollum's car was fixed and that he was on his way to pick her up. He then walked out of the shop. The trash can was turned upside down and the women saw the counter was a mess. They reported the incident to the sheriff's office over the phone. After receiving the call, a deputy entered the establishment by smashing a window. The deputy discovered McCollum, who was still breathing and wailing, lying on her back with blood dripping from her head and neck. From the waist down, McCollum was also exposed. The deputy quickly ordered her to be sent to the hospital. A surgeon named Dr. Kirby Bland testified that McCollum was unconscious when arriving at the hospital. He discovered that she had endured a brutal beating and many blows to the head. McCollum's face, neck, and scalp all bore severe wounds. McCollum had a shattered jawbone. She also sustained stab wounds close to her left eye and a knife wound to the side of her neck. 6 days after the tragedy, McCollum passed away from the severe head injuries. Richard Shear, 57 years old, 34 years on death row. For the murder of Drew Snyder, Richard Shear was found guilty and given the death penalty. In December 1987, the victim, Drew Snyder, was reported missing. On January 13, 1988, Richard Shear was approached by authorities as part of their investigation into Snyder's disappearance. Snyder was a friend of Shear. He waived his rights to an attorney, talked to the police about the murder, and led them to multiple areas where Drew Snyder was killed. Daniel Peterka, 56 years old, 33 years on death row. Daniel John Peterka was due to turn himself in to Nebraska authorities on February 11, 1989, to start serving 2 consecutive one-year jail terms for theft. Peterka told his fiancée at the time that he did not want to go to jail and that he wanted to get a job and start over someplace else prior to turning himself in. In late February 1989, Peterka made an appearance in Niceville, Florida. He moved in with Ronald LeCompte. The former bought Peterka a gun. Peterka and John Russell shared a duplex when they moved in April 1989. The two, according to witnesses, did not get along well. Peterka showed up at Thompson's place of business that evening, driving Russell's vehicle. He invited Thompson to a restaurant and stated that he was on the run and did not want to go to jail. Francis Thompson spent the night at the duplex before departing the following morning for work. On July 13, 1989, Russell skipped work that morning. Around 9 a.m., a coworker named Gary Johnson visited the duplex and reported seeing Russell's car in the driveway. When no one answered the door, the coworker was worried about Russell and allowed himself in through a window. When he found the gun, he noted that it was unloaded and that the couch's cushions were missing. After work, he came back and questioned Peterka regarding Russell. Peterka said that Russell had departed with someone the previous evening, but he denied knowing where he was now. Eventually, Peterka did admit to the crime. Police were contacted by Peterka, who admitted to forging Russell's signature on a money order and paying Russell $100 to use his identity. Russell began pushing Peterka while talking about the money order, and the two eventually got into a brawl in the living room. Peterka won as they both reached for the gun. Russell was inadvertently shot in the top of the head by the gun as he stood up from the couch. Russell was buried in a shallow grave after Peterka wrapped his body in a rug and took him to a remote area of the Eglin Air Force Base. Jesse Guardado, 61 years old, 18 years on death row. He was given the death penalty for the robbery murder of a political and community leader who had attempted to assist him in getting back on his feet after being released from prison. He received a sentence from Judge Kelvin Wells for the beating and stabbing death of 75-year-old Jackie Malone at her house. In order to use the woman's money to purchase crack cocaine, he killed her in September 2004. Guardado assaulted the victim with a metal rod while she struggled for her life. When she didn't pass away, he stabbed her with a kitchen knife and slit her throat. The killer strike was a heart stabbing. Gary Lawrence, 66 years old, 28 years on death row. Soon after getting married, Brenda and Gary Lawrence parted ways. Brenda and her daughters, Kimberly and Stephanie Pitts, together with Stephanie's friend Rachel Mayton, welcomed Michael Finken into their home. Gary and Michael drove Brenda to work on July 28, 1994, the day of the murder, and then they had a beer at a friend's house. Brenda was picked up by Gary and Michael after she left the office so they could take her back to their friend's place and continue drinking beer. When Gary arrived back to Brenda's apartment, he found Michael sleeping with Brenda and they got into a fight and Gary punched Michael. They eventually appeared to have settled their argument and Michael fell asleep on the couch. Brenda ran about the home gathering weapons, including a pipe and a baseball bat, not long after she and Gary finished talking. In their words to Rachel and Kimberly, Brenda and Gary were going to knock off Mike. Kimberly was also instructed by Gary to stay inside the bedroom no matter what she heard. Rachel and Kimberly reported hearing a hammering noise in their bedroom. According to Rachel, she overheard the victim say, "Stop it, if you stop, I'll leave." The victim allegedly repeated this claim multiple times, according to her. As reported by Kimberly, the victim added, "Please don't hit me, I'm already bleeding." The girls were made to assist in cleaning up the area around the victim after the loud hammering stopped. Both girls testified about the victim's face being cut off throughout the trial. The victim was alive despite the beatings. Kimberly reported seeing Brenda, her mother, emerge from the kitchen with what seemed to be a dagger. Then, though Kimberly was unaware of what her mother was holding at the moment, she saw her make a stabbing motion in the direction of the victim. Brenda then requested that the girls go ask Chris Weatherby for assistance. Chris entered the flat and found the victim's skull shattered, his face unrecognizable, and the mob handle jammed down his throat. Gary kicked the victim after Chris asked him what was going on, stating, "This is what's going on." Chris heard the guy take 3 or 4 ragged breaths after the mob handle was taken out of his throat. Then the man stopped breathing and passed away. Gary told Chris that after beating the victim with a pipe until it bent, he then beat him with a baseball bat. The victim's pockets contained a little amount of cash that Gary and Brenda stole. The body was then placed in the victim's car after being covered in a shower curtain. Gary took the car to a remote location where he lit the body on fire. Brenda and Gary danced when Gary entered the flat. Later that day, Gary was pulled over while operating the victim's vehicle. Gary admitted to the killing and said he attacked the victim because Brenda and the victim had been having a relationship. The victim's death was attributed to blunt force trauma and possibly asphyxia, according to the medical examiner's testimony during the trial. He added that when the mop handle was rammed into the victim's throat, he was still conscious. Given that the victim's blood alcohol level was quite high, it was possible that one or more of the hits to the head could have resulted in unconsciousness. George Treppel, 74 years old, 32 years on death row. George James Treppel was given the death penalty by the court for killing Peggy Carr. After consuming Coca-Cola from a tainted bottle that contained thallium nitrate, Peggy Carr became ill. Pesticides containing the hazardous ingredient thallium were outlawed in 1965. The compound is, nonetheless, extensively employed in the chemical production of methamphetamine. The same toxin also poisoned further Carr family members, but they lived. Investigators went undercover in search of information, and one of them had George James Treppel, Carr's neighbor, as his primary suspect. Treppel moved out a year later, and only then did the police search his house. An old bottle of thallium left behind in Treppel's garage was the case's missing piece, which the detectives were able to find. Robert Rimmer, 56 years old, 32 years on death row. Aaron Knight and Bradley Krause were killed on May 2, 1998 during a heist at an audiologic business in Wilton Manors, and Rimmer was found guilty of their murders. The victims were shot from point-blank range in a brutal manner. Rimmer and Kevin Parker entered the audiologic store in Wilton Manors, Florida, probably with the help of a third person. Bradley Krause and Aaron Knight were the 2 employees that were working that night. Rimmer and Parker instructed the 2 workers to lie face down on the ground before taping their hands together. Rimmer had a semi-automatic weapon at his disposal. 11 offenses, including a first-degree murder, armed robbery, armed kidnapping, attempted armed robbery, and aggravated assault, were brought against Parker and Robert Rimmer. Rimmer got the death penalty, and Parker received a life sentence. Anton Krozak, 64 years old, 31 years on death row. David Stocker was robbed and killed at his house by Krozak and his co-defendant William "Billy" Poirer. In Lee County, Texas, in September 1990, Stocker was choked by Krozak while Poirer kept his mouth and nostrils closed to prevent him from breathing. For around 10 minutes, Krozak choked Stocker before pouring drain cleaner and water down his mouth. Then Poirer tapped a washcloth inside Stocker's mouth. Stocker was placed in the bathtub as his ankles were shackled together by Krozak. They took over Stocker's pickup truck and loaded it with audio gear, 2 television sets, 5 rifles, a video recorder, and a revolver. On their way out to sell the stolen goods, they also loaded Stocker's body into the truck. His body was transferred to their car, which was parked down the street after they finished their appointment with the buyers. They proceeded to transport the body to a remote area in Charlotte County that Krozak had already scouted. For second-degree murder and robbery, Poirer received sentences of 35 years and 15 years respectively. Harry Jones, 64 years old, 31 years on death row. For a robbery and a murder, the state of Florida gave Jones a death sentence. Court records say that Harry Jones killed George Wilson Young Jr. in order to take his car. According to the medical examiner, Young drowned in fresh water, which is the cause of death. Young was alive when he was submerged, even though the medical examiner was unable to identify whether or not he was awake at the time he drowned due to plant matter that had become stuck in his neck and lungs. In addition to other wounds, the medical examiner found that Young had many shattered ribs and a fractured arm, which were consistent with pre-mortem defense wounds. Juan Franklin, 46 years old, 19 years on death row. Florida State Court handed down a death sentence to Franklin for killing John Horan. In accordance with court records, Juan Franklin and a companion had recently been released from jail when they robbed and killed pizza delivery man John Horan. Jerry Lawley was shot and killed in Lake County in December 2001. Franklin was charged with attempted armed robbery and first-degree murder in connection with this incident. Franklin had committed 3 violent crimes in as many weeks, with Lawley's murder constituting the third. Franklin received a 10-year prison term for robbing Clarence Martin in 1993 when he was 16 years old. John Horan, the pizza delivery worker, was ambushed by Franklin on December 18, 2001 in Leesburg. After driving Horan to a different place while he was restrained with duct tape, Franklin shot him in the back, killing him. Alice Johnson's home was forcibly invaded by Franklin and the co-defendant, 13-year-old Pamela McCoy, on December 27 or December 28. Franklin took Johnson's car and hit her in the head with a hammer. When Johnson was attacked, fragments of her skull became lodged in her brain, causing severe injuries. Johnson was unable to live alone after the attack. Robert Consalvo, 61 years old, 30 years on death row. Consalvo was found guilty and given the death penalty for the murder of Lorraine Pezza on September 27, 1991. On the evening of September 21, 1991, Lorraine Pezza and her neighbor Robert Consalvo visited an ATM. Withdrawing $200, Pezza put $60 in her wallet and the remaining $140 in her glove box. After the two had gone back to Pezza's flat, she discovered she had left her $140 in the car around an hour later. She looked for her car keys but couldn't find them. Pezza used the backup key to unlock her car but found that her money was gone. When the police responded to her call, they questioned Consalvo. He denied any involvement in the keys or money being missing. He and the police left, but Pezza called the police and asked them to come back. She admitted that she believed Consalvo had stolen the money, but she refrained from saying anything out of fear. She also asked how she might file a complaint against him. Pezza hired a locksmith to replace the locks on her doors, mailbox, and car on September 27, 1991. The final person to see her alive was him. The teller's surveillance video captured Consalvo using Pezza's ATM card on the same day. He was also identified while operating a vehicle that resembled Pezza's. On October 3, 1991, Consalvo was seen entering Myrna Walker's apartment, Lorraine Pezza's downstairs neighbor. Consalvo was arrested after the police were called to the location. Police searched Consalvo and discovered Pezza's checkbook there. When a detective knocked on Pezza's door to ask her about the missing checkbook, no one answered. He placed his business card in her doorway with the request that she phone him as soon as she entered. Police broke into her apartment after her friends and relatives started to worry about her disappearance, and they found the detective's card still in her doorway. The decomposing remains of Pezza were discovered in the apartment. Troy Merck, 51 years old, 30 years on death row. Troy Merck Jr. was found guilty of first-degree murder and given the death penalty on September 7, 1993. On the evening of October 10, 1991, Merck went to a pub in Pinellas County with his friend Neil Thomas, who had traveled to Florida from North Carolina. A number of customers lingered in the parking lot after the pub closed at 2 a.m. Merck and Thomas were two of the patrons and witnesses who had been drinking heavily throughout the evening at the tavern. Merck and his partner were standing in the parking lot, leaning against a parked car with several others inside. They were requested politely not to lean on the car by one of the passengers. Merck apologized sarcastically with his partner. James Anthony Newton came up to the car and started chatting with the people inside. After hearing Catherine Sullivan, a passenger in the car who had been drinking and was working as an off-duty bartender at the establishment, congratulate Newton on his birthday, Mark made a sarcastic remark to him. Mark tried to start a fight when Newton urged him to mind his own business, but Newton resisted. After approaching his vehicle and unlocking the passenger's side door, Mark removed his shirt and tossed it in the back seat. Once more approaching Newton, Mark started pounding him in the back. Sullivan tested that she observed bloodstains on Newton's back and a blade glimmer in the darkness. In her testimony, Sullivan claimed that she returned to the club and ordered the bouncers to dial 911. According to medical examiners, Newton died from multiple stab wounds, but the main fatal wound was to the neck. Enoch Hall, 54 years old, 13 years on death row. Hall killed a prison guard at Tomoka Correctional Institute near Daytona Beach. Hall was found guilty of killing Donna Fitzgerald, the prison officer. He was a welder for Tomoka Correctional's PRIDE program, Prison Rehabilitative Industries and Diversified Enterprises, at the time of the murder. According to court records, Fitzgerald was discovered dead from stab wounds inside the PRIDE facility, and Hall acknowledged killing her. Charles Anderson, 69 years old, 29 years on death row. Because Anderson became upset that a male co-worker was taking his stepdaughter Kayna Smith home from work, he was accused of killing the girl. According to testimony, 19-year-old Smith was either pushed out of Anderson's car or leaped out. After that, Anderson did a U-turn and ran Smith over. In his appeal, Anderson claimed that the trial court erred by allowing evidence that he was still on probation at the time of the murder on 11 charges of attempted capital essay of Smith. Anderson's argument was rejected by the justices. In this instance, the disputed evidence wasn't excessively far-fetched or pointless. The evidence instead showed Anderson's persistent possessiveness with Kayna. A witness's evidence that Anderson frequently screened Kayna's phone calls supported this. All of this information taken together helps to explain Anderson's murderous intent, the court wrote in an unsigned ruling. Dana Williamson, 64 years old, 29 years on death row. The state of Florida handed down a death sentence to Williamson for a robbery murder. At gunpoint, he allegedly forced his way inside the house. Dana Williamson shot 2 guys and the youngster who survived after stabbing Donna Roberts to death during a home invasion. When the victim got home, Williamson was looking around the house. He seized her as she approached the bedroom and dragged her into the hallway. Williamson repeatedly stabbed Donna. She was able to dial 911 from a house closet. She reported the robbery to the police and voiced concern for the safety of her husband and son. Williamson resumed the investigation of the house before going back to Donna's bedroom and requesting a copy of Robert's signature on a piece of paper. Robert saw that Donna, his wife, had already signed the document. Williamson then fatally shot Carl, Clyde, and Robert in the head. The boy and the man lived, but Donna was discovered dead in the closet when the police came. Jermaine Foster, 50 years old, 29 years on death row. Foster was sentenced to death by the state of Florida for a robbery and double murder. According to court documents, Jermaine Foster and 2 accomplices forced 3 men and a woman to drive to a remote location where they were robbed. Jermaine Foster shot and killed 2 of the men, Anthony Clifton and Anthony Faella, and shot and injured a 3rd person. Thomas Fletcher, 56 years old, 3 years on death row. Thomas Fletcher, a prisoner at Blackwater Corrections serving a life sentence for the 1994 slaying of a man, was given the death penalty in 2019 after he strangled Kenneth Davis, another prisoner. In their cell, Fletcher choked Kenneth Jeff Davis, 33 years old, to death from behind. In order to get the death penalty, Fletcher confessed to the crime and acknowledged that he did kill Davis. Fletcher declined to submit mitigating circumstances that would have resulted in a lesser punishment, abandoned his right to a jury trial, and never objected to the death penalty. Thomas Goodinas, 49 years old, 28 years on death row. On May 23, 1994, between 8:30 and 9 p.m., Thomas Goodinas and 3 of his roommates made their way to Barbarella's in Orlando. The gang smoked Mary Jane and drank beer at their apartment before heading to the bar. Goodinas was not there when the bar closed at 3 a.m. According to testimony from one of his roommates, he was last seen at 1 a.m. On May 23, 1994, between 11 and 11:30 p.m., Rachel Smith and her fiancé came at Barbarella's. At around 2 a.m., when they left the pub, Smith proceeded to the wrong parking lot and saw a man she subsequently recognized as Goodenough watching her from behind a vehicle. Smith walked to the proper parking lot after realizing she was in the wrong one to find her car. Smith shut the doors of the car as soon as she realized she was being followed. The same man who had earlier been observing Smith attempted to enter the passenger door before attempting to break out the driver's side window while yelling, "I want to have you." The man left after Smith honked her car horn. Smith later recognized Goodenough as the assailant in a police photo lineup. At around 2:45 a.m., Michelle McGrath was last seen at Barbarella's. Smith first encountered Goodenough there, where she had parked her car. An employee of Pace School found McGrath's body on May 24, 1994, in an alley near the school. Her passing occurred between 3 and 5 in the morning, according to estimates. The only thing covering McGrath's bare body was a bra that was raised above her chest. Multiple brain traumas from blunt force trauma and sign of SA were present on her body. Edward James, 62 years old, 28 years on death row. For a double homicide, the state of Florida gave James a death sentence. Edward James killed an 8-year-old girl and her grandmother, according to court records. Toni Neuner, 8 years old, was subjected to SA by Edward James before her grandmother, Betty Dick, was fatally stabbed. James escaped the scene in Betty's car, and he wasn't apprehended until he was featured on America's Most Wanted. Elijah Brookins, 44 years old, 27 years on death row. Brookins was found guilty by a jury of first-degree murder in the death of 34-year-old Eric Sexton. According to the evidence, Sexton suffered more than 20 stab wounds to his face, eyes, neck, torso, and other body parts from a manufactured prison shank. The incident happened while the offenders rode a dock bus from the Jefferson Correctional Institute to the Northwest Florida Reception Center through Gadsden County. The case's prosecutor, Assistant State Attorney Frank Allman, stated that robbery appeared to be the crime's motivation. Brookins stole Sexton's baggage after the stabbing, poured it out, searched through his belongings, and then threw the shank out the window. After moving Sexton's body and eating his lunch next to it, Brookins attempted to clean up the murder scene with water from a keg. Corrections officers stated that before Sexton's body was discovered on the bus, after the bus arrived at the intake center, they were uninformed of the attack. Brookins was already serving a life sentence for a 1995 first-degree murder and robbery. Brandy Jennings, 54 years old, 27 years on death row. When they were killed on the morning of November 15, 1995, during a heist, Vicky Smith, Jason Wiggins, and Dorothy Siddle were working at the Cracker Barrel restaurant in Naples, Florida. All three victims had their throats slit when police discovered them on the freezer's floor. Siddle was discovered with her wrists tied behind her back using electrical tape. Despite the tape still hanging from their left wrists, Wiggins and Smith's right hands appeared to have released it. Bloody shoe prints could be followed from the freezer through the kitchen and office. Cash and plastic containers were located around the office safe, which was discovered to be open. Unsorted money, a knife case, a pair of blood-stained gloves, an air pistol, and shoe tracks leading away from the restaurant were all found in the area behind the building. Jason Graves and Brandy Jennings were acquainted with the victims from their time working at Cracker Barrel. Jennings and Graves were arrested and imprisoned in Las Vegas, Nevada for the robbery and killings 3 weeks after they occurred. Jennings said that he slipped in the blood after seeing the deceased victims on the floor of the freezer, but he cannot recollect tripping, getting his hands and clothing stained, or cleaning the blood off his hands in the sink. Andrew Luke Hart, 50 years old, 26 years on death row. Luke Hart lived with his girlfriend, Misty Rue, and her 2 children, Ashley, age 2, and Gabrielle, age 5 months. On the afternoon of February 25, 1996, Rue put Ashley to sleep in her bedroom while Luke Hart stayed in the adjacent room with Gabrielle. Rue noticed Luke Hart leaving in her Wild Oldsmobile around 5 o'clock after hearing her car start. Gabrielle wasn't in the house, which was another thing she observed. After 30 minutes, Rue got a call from Luke Hart. He claimed that a person driving a blue Chevy Blazer had abducted the youngster from the house and that he was pursuing them in her car. He asked her to dial 911 to contact the police. Rue phoned the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office after waiting 20 minutes. A witness informed the Clay County Sheriff's Office that a car had veered off the road close to his property and that he was unable to locate the driver at around 6 p.m. Rue got a call from the Clay County Sheriff's Department while a deputy from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Department was speaking with her in her house. The officer reported that no one was inside Miss Rue's car when it was found, even though it had been driven off the road in Clay County. The area was searched, but neither the infant nor the driver could be located. A nearby resident, a Florida state trooper who was not on duty, was made aware of the search by the usage of helicopters. When he went outside, Luke Hart was in front of his yard. Putting his hands up, Luke Hart approached Trooper Davis and said, "I'm the one they're looking for. Read my rights to me." Due to Trooper Davis' incomplete understanding of the circumstances, he decided to handcuff Luke Hart before informing his dispatcher. Luke Hart was rescued by a deputy from the Clay County Sheriff's Office and brought back to the location of the abandoned car. Luke Hart ultimately acknowledged killing the infant around 18 hours after handing himself up. He said that while changing the child's diaper, he dropped her and then dumped her body in a pond in Jacksonville. Michael Zack, 55 years old, 26 years on death row. Zack was found guilty and given the death penalty for killing Ravone Smith on June 13, 1996. Michael Zack was a Florida resident who had lived in Tallahassee before killing Smith. Zack traveled to Joe's Dirty Bar in Pensacola. There, he got to know Ravone Smith, a worker at the pub. That afternoon, the bar wasn't too full, providing Smith the chance to spend her time chatting with Zack. Zack and Smith went to her home. Zack allegedly beat Smith over the head with a beer bottle as soon as he got inside the home. The interior of the doorframe and the nearby couch were covered in blood and glass pieces. Smith left a blood trail behind her as she dashed down the hallway to the master bedroom. She was essayed in the bedroom by Zack after he had followed her there. Zack slammed her head onto the wooden floor after witnessing Smith stumble into the guest room. Zack went to the bedroom where Smith was lying and used a oyster knife to stab her 4 times in the chest. Scott Mansfield, 62 years old, 25 years on death row. Mansfield was found guilty of first-degree murder and given the death penalty on January 30, 1998. On October 14, 1995, Sarah Robles and Jesus Alfonso went to Rosie's pub. Alfonso testified that he left the bar at 1:30 in the morning, but Robles remained to play a game of pool with a man who matched Mansfield's description. Robles' body was discovered in a grassy area near to the Winn-Dixie on the morning of October 15. Her clothing was shifted to display her chest and pelvic region when her body was discovered. She had a lot of bruising around her private area. The medical examiner testified that Robles' cause of death was hypoxia due to airway constriction brought on by a blunt force injury to the neck. Jason Stevens, 49 years old, 25 years on death row. For the murder of 3-year-old Robert Sparrow III, Stevens was found guilty and given the death penalty. On June 2, 1997, Jason Stevens and a number of helpers broke into Robert Sparrow Jr.'s apartment. Stevens entered the house brandishing a 9mm gun. Robert Sparrow III, who was just 3 years old, and Consuelo Brown, Sparrow's mother, were standing next to Stevens. Stevens confronted Brown and struck her in the face with the gun. After demonstrating that the gun was loaded by firing a bullet into the ground, Stevens demanded money and Mary Jane. A blue car was parked next to the home, and Stevens asked Robert Sparrow Jr. to give him the keys, but Sparrow did not have the car keys. Robert Sparrow III, Robert Sparrow Jr., Consuelo Brown, Kahari Brown, Tracy Williams, Derek Hosiat, and Tammy Cobb were the hostages. Stevens ordered them all to lie down, and an unidentified man held them all at gunpoint while Stevens searched the house for a room to hide them in. The hostages were forced to crawl to the bathroom by Stevens. Half-brother David Cobb of Robert Sparrow Jr. and his friend Roderick Gardner came at the house while the heist was taking place, and they were coerced into the toilet with the other hostages. The keys to Gardner's mother's green Kia were among the items taken from the man. Stevens displayed his ID to the prisoners and announced that Robert Sparrow III would be accompanying him as insurance. Stevens declared that if he wasn't followed, he would leave Robert Sparrow III somewhere. Stevens drove Robert Sparrow III away from the Sparrow residence in the green Kia because his thugs would not let him take the child in the black car they had used to get to the Sparrow residence. Around 2:30 in the afternoon, the black and green cars both drove off, stopping less than a mile away in a sunlit area with Robert Sparrow III still inside. The car wasn't discovered until after 9 that evening. The 3-year-old was discovered dead in the green Kia. Curtis Beasley, 74 years old, 25 years on death row. For a robbery and a murder, the state of Florida gave Beasley a death sentence. Court records state that Curtis Beasley killed Carolyn Montfort first before robbing her. Jane O'Toole visited her mother in Dundee, Florida on August 24, 1995 to make sure she was okay after not hearing from her for 2 days. Outside the house, several morning newspapers were still wrapped. Jane found her mother's lifeless body in the blood-spattered laundry room. Mrs. Montfort had endured a brutal beating. Donald Bradley, 63 years old, 25 years on death row. Florida's state court handed down a death sentence to Bradley for a homicide. In accordance with court records, Bradley killed Jack Jones after the victim's wife urged him to beat Jack up because he was having an affair. When Linda Jones discovered that her husband, Jack Jones, was having an affair with a teenage girl they had befriended and taken into their house, she got very angry. Mrs. Jones made many attempts to end the relationship, but when she was unable, she persuaded Bradley to kill her husband in the course of a staged house invasion. Kevin Foster, 46 years old, 25 years on death row. Foster served as the head of the teen militia known as the Young Lords of Chaos. On April 30, 1996, Chris Black, Peter Magnotti, and Derek Shields, 3 members of the gang, together with Foster, went to the home of Riverdale High School music instructor Mark Schweebs at Black's request after Schweebs had earlier discovered Black and another youngster preparing to tag the school. In Schweebs' lessons, Shield knocked on his door. Foster killed Schweebs by shooting him twice after he responded. Foster was found guilty of first-degree murder and given the death penalty. Magnotti received a 32-year sentence, and Black and Shields each received a life sentence. Noel Doorball, 52 years old, 25 years on death row. Daniel Lugo, 60 years old, 25 years on death row. For a double homicide, the state of Florida handed down a death sentence to Daniel Lugo. According to court records, Frank Griga and Christina Furton were killed in 1995 by Daniel Lugo and Adrian or Noel Doorball. Doorball discovered the fortune of a local businessman, Frank Griga, and his lover, Christina Furton, through his girlfriend at the time. Doorball informed Lugo of this information, and the two decided to kidnap and blackmail the pair. In order to earn Griga's trust, Lugo and Doorball decided to meet him under the pretense of offering a business proposal. However, Griga was not interested. On May 24, 1995, Lugo and Doorball were scheduled to carry out the abduction, but Lugo changed his mind. The next plan was to propose a dinner invitation in order to entice the pair to Doorball's residence. On May 25, 1995, the pair went to Doorball's apartment after following Lugo and Doorball. That evening, a man named Delgado went to see Doorball at his flat, and he learned that Griga had been slain in an altercation with Doorball. Furton started screaming as soon as she realized Griga was gravely harmed. At that point, Lugo restrained her and gave her a Rompun injection, a horse tranquilizer, to calm her down. They then concentrated on Furton in an effort to learn the code needed to break into Griga's house and commit burglary. Furton started screaming again at the bottom of the staircase after being dragged there by Doorball. The tranquilizer was subsequently administered to her a second time. Furton answered a few inquiries, then opted not to give them any further details. They gave her a third tranquilizer injection. John Raimondo, a prison officer Lugo had recruited to kill Furton and dispose of both bodies, showed in at the moment. However, he did not murder Furton, and he did not get rid of the bodies. With what he believed to be the key to Griga's home, Lugo proceeded there. When he discovered he didn't have the right code, He dialed Durball, who told him Furton had passed away. When Lugo arrived back at Durball's apartment, he instructed Delgado to leave and come back the following morning with a vehicle. Both bodies were placed on the truck the following morning and driven to a storage facility. Lugo and Durball acquired the necessary tools, then used a hatchet and chainsaw to cut the bodies apart. In a metal drum, they also made an attempt to burn the heads, hands, and feet. Everything that was blood-stained in Durball's apartment was taken by the pair, including the carpet and computer equipment, and was kept in Lugo's flat storage room. Lugo attempted to access Griga's bank account on May 27, 1995, but was unsuccessful and had to return to Miami. The torsos, arms, and legs of the bodies were disposed of on May 28 by Lugo, Durball, and another man at a location in southern Dade County. The Everglades held separate burials for the heads, hands, and feet. After making his getaway to the Bahamas, Lugo was apprehended in June 1995 thanks to the information given to police by his then-girlfriend. Durball was connected to the crimes. The murder case was later turned into a movie named Pain and Gain, which starred Dwayne Johnson and Mark Wahlberg. Alex Pagan, 54 years old, 25 years on death row. Pagan was convicted for the murders of 6-year-old Michael Lynn, his father, Freddie Jones, and the attempted murder of his mother, Latasha Jones, and his 18-month-old brother, Lafayette Jones. On January 23, 1993, Pagan and Willie Graham broke into the victim's home and stole clothing, jewelry, and money, all of which were later discovered in Pagan's hands. Pagan and Graham intended to go back to the same residence because they had learned that they might be able to find an extra $12,000 to $13,000 there. On February 23, 1993, Pagan and Graham, both wearing ski masks, broke the sliding glass door to the victim's master bedroom, where Freddie, Latasha, and their infant Lafayette were asleep. One of the burglars started exploring the home when Freddie said he didn't have any money. Michael Lynn was taken to the master bedroom after he was discovered in another room. He then searched the rest of the house while holding Latasha at gunpoint. He took Latasha back into the bedroom and shot her with the gun when he was unable to locate the money. Latasha said that she could see through one of the gunman's masks, which was partially off, that he had white skin. The victim's car keys were then taken by one of them, who instructed the other to start the vehicle. Then Pagan, the shooter, tied everyone up. Once he had shot Freddie, he turned to Michael Lynn and said, "Shorty, if you live through this, don't grow up to be like me." Then he continued to shoot. Despite being shot, Latasha survived. She claimed to have heard between 7 and 8 bullets. Latasha escaped her bindings after Pagan and Graham left and yelled for Freddie and Michael. She took her infant and fled the house in search of assistance when neither of them responded to her questions. Michael Lynn and Freddie both passed away from gunshot wounds to the head and one to the buttocks, respectively. Search and arrest warrants were issued for Pagan on February 27, 1993 for the deaths of Freddie and Michael Lynn Jones, as well as the attempted murder of Latasha and Lafayette Jones. Thomas Woodall, 53 years old, 24 years on death row. For a double homicide, the state of Florida gave Woodall a death sentence. According to court records, Thomas Woodall planned to kill Clifford Moody, 79 years old, and Bernice Moody, his wife, who was 74. In his testimony, Woodall would admit to killing Bernice Moody with a knife, then killing Clifford Moody when he returned home. On December 31, 1996, shortly after 1 p.m., the Moody's bodies were discovered. Clifford was discovered face down in the dining room of the trailer. His pants and underpants had been lowered to just above his knees. His spectacles were about 2 feet away from his head. The medical examiner testified that Clifford had a total of 8 stab wounds, more of which resulted in internal bleeding than external, and that he passed away very shortly after his wife died as a result of these wounds. In the same trailer, Bernice was discovered with numerous stab wounds. She was naked with the exception of one sock as she lay lifeless on a bed in the trailer's back. On the floor next to the bed, there was a nightgown and a pair of female underwear with a knot in it. Also discovered beneath her were fragments of a porcelain toilet tank lid. In his testimony, the doctor stated that Bernice suffered from a total of 56 cut or stab wounds, many of which he believed to be defensive wounds on her right arm. The vein in her jugular had been cut. Additionally, she had received significant blunt trauma injuries to her head, and her nasal bones were fractured. LeBrant Dennis, 51 years old, 24 years on death row. The black Ford Explorer that Earl Little had lent to his roommate Marlon Barnes was waiting for him when he arrived at his University of Miami on-campus residence on the morning of April 13, 1996. Little discovered that his car had a puncture in the right rear tire, which was the reason it was leaning to the right. Barnes was slumped against the front door, severely battered and barely conscious when Little opened the door to his apartment. When Little phoned the police, they arrived at the flat and discovered Timwanika Lumpkin's body, who had sustained significant head injuries but was still alive. Barnes passed away there, while Lumpkins passed away after being flown to the hospital. It was then discovered that both of them had lacerations and trauma wounds that were caused by repeated shots from a shotgun. Barnes and Little were both football players for the University of Miami, and after the killings, the football team met, and some of the players mentioned that Lumpkins had a former boyfriend by the name of LeBrant Dennis. Dennis acknowledged having a romantic relationship with Lumpkins and having a kid with her during a police interview. He also admitted to the police that he and Lumpkins had fought the week before the killings over the time she arrived home late from an evening out with Barnes. Dennis, Lumpkins, Dennis's cousin, and her boyfriend were all residing in the same home at the time of the argument. Following the argument, Lumpkins departed. The state presented evidence that Dennis had stalked Lumpkins on numerous occasions and had once threatened to shoot her, which further connected Dennis to the killings and showed Dennis's motivation. Thomas Overton, 68 years old, 24 years on death row. For a triple homicide, Overton was given the death penalty by the state of Florida. According to court records, Overton entered the home of Michael and Missy McElvore and murdered the couple and their unborn child while robbing it. DNA linked Thomas Overton to the crime. Susan Michelle McElvore, age 29, and her husband Michael McElvore, age 30, were discovered dead in their Tavernier Key home on August 22, 1991. Susan was 8 months pregnant with the couple's first child. Samuel Smithers, 70 years old, 24 years on death row. For 2 murders that occurred within 10 days, Smithers was given a death sentence by the state of Florida. Sam Smithers killed Denise Roach and Christy Cohen in a short period of time, according to court records. They had all been beaten. Denise Roach was stabbed to death, while Christy Cohen was slain by an axe blow. He was arrested on May 28, 1996. Daniel Conahan, 69 years old, 24 years on death row. Conahan was found guilty of 1 murder, but has been linked to a dozen other killings, largely of gay men and transients looking for work in Charlotte County, Florida, which came to be known as the Hawk Trail murders. The Fort Myers 8, a group of 8 men whose bodies were found in a mass grave in 2007, have also been linked to Conahan as the main suspect. Gary Hertz, 46 years old, 23 years on death row. Jason Looney, 46 years old, 23 years on death row. Early on July 27, 1997, the bodies of Melanie King and Robin Keith Spears were discovered in their burning house. Around 11 p.m. on July 26, Gary Hertz, Jason Looney, and Jimmy Dempsey walked away from a friend's house which was close to the victim's residence. Approximately 500 yards away from the victim's home, a woman claimed that Hertz visited her house at around 2 a.m. and asked to use her phone because his truck had broken down. The 3 men continued to make their way up the road toward Melanie King's and Robin Keith Spears' house after she declined. "There's my car right there," Looney cried as soon as he saw their black Ford Mustang. "That is the one I want." Dempsey and Hertz knocked on the victim's front door while posing as a decoy and requested access to a phone. They were given a cordless phone by King, and Dempsey pretended to use it. Hertz barged into the house with a rifle as Dempsey began to give King the phone back. Looney followed him inside and pointed his weapon at Spears. King and Spears were chained and gagged with duct tape before being forced face down on their bed. A TV, a VCR, furniture, jewelry, CDs, and $1,500 in cash were among the many goods the 3 defendants stole. King allegedly said to the defendants that she would rather die being burnt up than shot. She said, "Please God, don't shoot me in the head." Hertz said, "Sorry, can't do that." And then he began to discharge his gun. Dempsey then started firing after Looney. The gunshot wounds caused the deaths of King and Spears. The residence was burned to the ground after the shootings. Micah Nelson, 48 years old, 23 years on death row. On November 17, 1997, Micah Lewis Nelson broke the screen and climbed through the bedroom window to enter Virginia Brace's house. The glasses and hearing aid of Brace, who was 78 years old, were on her bedroom dresser when she went to bed. Nelson put Brace in the trunk of her own car after essaying her and stealing her car keys from her handbag. After hours of driving with Brace in the trunk, he finally made his way to an orange orchard with the apparent intention of abandoning her there. At around 9:30 a.m., the car got stuck in soft sand and had to be removed with the aid of machinery. When Stephen Ware, the operator of the heavy machinery that dug the automobile out of the sand, put his hand on the trunk, he heard a thump. Nelson turned up the car radio after informing him that there was a puppy in the trunk. Nelson was pacing and acting weird, and he avoided looking the heavy machinery operator in the eye while they spoke. As soon as the vehicle was raised out of the sand, Nelson accelerated and drove to another orange grove, where he left Brace out of the trunk and dragged or walked her 175 feet into the grove. Nelson attempted to strangle Brace with just his bare hands while she was on the ground. He then emptied the contents of a fire extinguisher into her mouth and forced a tire iron into her mouth and through the back of her head. Leonard Fillmore, 47 years old, 23 years on death row. Anthony Spann, 49 years old, 23 years on death row. The state of Florida imposed the death penalty on Leonard Fillmore and Anthony Spann for a heinous crime. According to court documents, Fillmore and Spann carjacked a car, looted the owner Casio Perron, and then killed him. Spann and Fillmore made the decision to rob a business in order to get the money they needed to travel to New York. They chose to rob a bank after their initial attempt to rob a pawn shop failed. On November 13, 1997, Spann informed Fillmore that they needed to take a car to use a getaway vehicle in order to rob the bank. This was after picking up their girlfriends. Spann also instructed Fillmore to execute the driver. Willie Crane, 77 years old, 24 years on death row. On September 9, 1998, Crane met Catherine Hartman for the first time at a Hillsborough County pub thanks to his daughter. 4 hours later, around 1:30 or 2 in the morning, Crane and Hartman had finished their conversation and they were dancing. Hartman requested to see Crane again after Crane dropped her off at her trailer. On the afternoon of September 10, 1998, Crane visited Hartman's trailer where he met Amanda Brown, her 7-year-old daughter. Brown was finishing her homework while Crane and her were playing games at the kitchen table. Crane accepted Hartman's invitation to come back for supper that night before departing that afternoon. When Brown begged her mother to let her visit Crane's trailer, she accepted. In his white pickup truck, Crane drove Hartman and Brown to his trailer. Crane and Brown started viewing the movie in Crane's living room before moving to his bedroom, where Hartman discovered them watching the film while seated on Crane's bed. Brown fell asleep on Hartman's bed at about 2:15 a.m. The following morning, Hartman awakened to discover Brown missing and Crane gone. When she phoned Crane on his cell phone, he informed her that he was loading his boat at a boat landing and that he had no idea where Brown was. Trial witnesses stated that when Crane was launching his boat, he looked to be carrying something that resembled a rolled-up article of clothing. One of the guys who was at a boat ramp that day testified that Crane told him twice that he could dispose of a body somewhere where no one could find it. Additionally, he admitted to authorities that he unintentionally spilled bleach in his bathroom and that he had to spend the early morning hours cleaning it. An investigator used luminol, a substance that reacts with blood, on Crane's restroom while examining his trailer. In his testimony at trial, the detective said that the walls, bathtub, and floor lit up. Additionally, the bloodstains in the toilet and on Crane's boxer shorts both included DNA that was compatible with the blending of Crane and Brown's DNA profiles. Brown's body was never found despite an exhaustive 2-week search of Upper Tampa Bay. Dwight Eaglin, 48 years old, 17 years on death row. Eaglin was sentenced to death for the first-degree murders of Corrections Officer Darla K. Lathram and inmate Charles Fuston. He committed the murders at Charlotte Correctional Institution on June 11, 2003, when Lattram was the only guard supervising a 5-man work crew doing dormitory renovations at the prison. Eglin, imprisoned for life for a previous murder, beat Lattram and Fuston to death with a sledgehammer before attempting to escape. Eglin planned the slayings, talked about them in front of other inmates, and executed them with repeated blows. Rory Conde, 58 years old, 22 years on death row. Conde killed Lazzaro Comesana, a transgender male prostitute, on September 17, 1994. Later on, he claimed that he killed Lazzaro after discovering his gender while having intercourse. Conde murdered 2 additional prostitutes, Charity Nava on November 20th and Elisa Martinez on October 8th. In the following weeks, Conde murdered 3 more prostitutes, Wanda Crawford on November 25, Nicole Schneider on December 17, and Rhonda Dunn on January 12, 1995. He essayed the corpses after he had strangled his victims to death. On June 19th, while Conde was in court on a charge of stealing, Gloria Mestre, a prostitute he had chained from head to toe, produced enough noise to draw neighbors. Conde was then taken into custody. Ricardo Hill, 54 years old, 17 years on death row. For a prison murder, the state of Florida gave Hill a death sentence. According to court records, Ricardo Hill killed Orlando Rossello, who was his cellmate. After committing his first murder, Hill vowed to the judge that he would continue killing until he was given the death penalty. Orlando Rossello's murder took place 4 days after he was sentenced to life. Ray Johnston, 69 years old, 23 years on death row. On the evening of August 19, 1997, clinical orthodontist assistant Leanne Coriel left work at 8:38 p.m. After that, she visited a grocery store and left at 9:23 p.m. At 10:30 p.m., her body was found floating in a pond on the grounds of St. Timothy's Church. Coriel's death was ruled to have been caused by manual strangulation by forensic analysis, and the injuries appear to have been caused by a blunt object. She may have been pulled to the pond as well because of vertical scrapes on her back. Experts in forensics came to the conclusion that she was strangled with her own belt before she passed away because of 2 strangely shaped marks on her buttocks. Additionally, her body displayed external and internal injuries consistent with SA. A nearby embankment was where her garments were discovered, and shoe prints were also discovered there. A person was seen taking $500 out of Coriel's bank account in ATM surveillance photographs, which were handed to the media and broadcast. Johnston was also convicted and sentenced to death for the 1997 murder of Janice Nugent. Sean Rogers, 43 years old, 6 years on death row. For a prison murder, the state of Florida gave Rogers a death sentence. Rogers killed Dean Martin, a cellmate at the Santa Rosa Correctional Institution in 2012, according to court records. Officials claim that the murder was committed in retaliation for Trayvon Martin's passing. In March 2012, Ricky D. Martin was discovered in his cell at the Santa Rosa Correctional Institution, lying in a pool of blood with bound wrists and feet. He was sent to a hospital in Pensacola, but he passed away a week later. For offenses in Volusia County for armed robbery and violence, Rogers was already serving a life term. According to authorities, Rogers had a violent past that included numerous assaults on prisoners. Luther Douglas, 49 years old, 21 years on death row. Mary Ann Hobgood and Misty Jones left their parents' house in the evening in a car driven by Jones's boyfriend, Luther Douglas. Jimela Dozier, the mother of one of Douglas's children, owned the red Ford Escort that Douglas was operating. The 3 then made a stop at a liquor store where Douglas and Hobgood purchased a bottle of rum and coke. After that, they visited a number of local bars. At around midnight, Douglas dropped Jones off at home and departed with Hobgood in the car. In the late afternoon of December 26, 1999, Hobgood's body was discovered next to some railroad tracks. She was discovered with her legs extended in front of her, lying on her back among a line of shrubs. Hobgood's knit top and black bra were shredded and pulled up to her shoulders, leaving her body nude from the waist down. Police discovered a lug wrench, a rubber car part that was later identified as being from the red Ford Escort, and a maroon jacket covered in blood that was later revealed to belong to Douglas. Hopgood suffered 10 punches to the face, 7 to the back of the head, and 7 to 10 strikes to her wrists and arms before dying from traumatic head trauma, according to the results of the forensic study. She also had damaged bones in her jaw and nose, multiple missing teeth, and a dislocated right shoulder. The autopsy revealed that the deceased had sustained additional severe injuries after death, most likely as a result of being struck by a vehicle. Genetic material that was later identified as coming from Douglas was also found in Hopgood's private area. Traces of blood that matched Hopgood's blood were found in, on, and under the red Ford Escort after forensic examination. Police detained Douglas on suspicion of essaying and killing Hopgood. Douglas confessed to the crimes to a fellow prisoner while he was being held in jail and awaiting trial. Howard Ault, 57 years old, 24 years on death row. Ault was found guilty in 1999 of essaying and killing Deanne Mumin, 11 years old, and her 7-year-old sister, Alicia Jones, in Oakland Park. The girl's mother, Donna Jones, was living with her daughters in Oakland Park's Easterling Park at the time of the killings. At the campground, Jones and Ault had become friends. Ault offered to drive her girls home from school in his truck on November 4, 1996. Instead, he took them to his Fort Lauderdale home, where he essayed Deanne before strangling both her and her sister. Later, he concealed their corpses in his attic. Their bodies were discovered 2 days later. Tavares Wright, 42 years old, 18 years on death row. On Friday, April 21, 2000, Tavares Wright and co-defendant Samuel Pitts murdered David Green and James Felker in a remote orange grove on Barfield Road near Polk City, Florida. The bodies were discovered on Wednesday, April 26, 2000. After being approached by Wright in a neighborhood parking lot in Lakeland on the evening of the 21st, David Green and his cousin James Felker were kidnapped and murdered. Wright allegedly told several witnesses that he approached Felkner and Green and requested a smoke. Wright forced his way into the back seat of Green's car with a revolver after they refused to let him in. Wright then took the victim's vehicle and drove them to an apartment complex where Pitts was waiting. The victims were subsequently transported by Wright and Pitts approximately 10 miles to an isolated orange grove in Polk City. They were shot when they protested they had nothing to offer to the attackers. 3 shots had been fired at each victim. Green was discovered face up with gunshot wounds to his head and chest. He held out his wallet, which had Green's license. Felker was found with 3 head wounds and his body lying on its side. Gunshot wounds to the head were found to be his cause of death. From the vandalized car, Wright and Pitts removed the black bag containing computer accessories, a Polaroid camera, and the Nextel phone. The backpack containing the computer tools and the Polaroid camera were pawned, and Wright gave a teenage friend his mobile phone. Samuel Lee Pitts received a life sentence for the murders. Michael Tanzi, 46 years old, 20 years on death row. For a robbery murder, Tanzi was given a death sentence by the state of Florida. Court papers state that Tanzi carjacked Janet Acosta and made her drive to a rural spot where she was killed. At the time, Tanzi, who was 25 years old, admitted to strangling Janet Acosta, the 49-year-old manager of the Herald paper's makeup department. Tanzi claimed that while he made ATM withdrawals, he tied up Acosta, covered her face with a towel, and placed her in the back of her van. He said that after turning up the van's radio so no one could hear, he strangled her with a rope. 2 days later, in Key West, he was apprehended. Michael Siebert, 55 years old, 20 years on death row. 2 police officers responded to a suicide attempt complaint at Michael Siebert's apartment on March 17, 1998. Officers arrived and knocked on the door. After finally opening the door, Siebert said he was fine, and then he closed the door again. Under the belief that there was a life-threatening emergency, the officers pushed their way through the door and demanded entry. Siebert was examined by the officers for weapons and wounds. One of the officers was inspecting Siebert's apartment when he saw a severed foot in the bathtub and shouted to the other officer that a homicide had occurred. Siebert ran off but was stopped in the hallway of the flat after being tackled. When he was booked, the officer noticed his strange conduct and how he appeared to be out of it. The body parts found in Siebert's bathtub belonged to Carole Adrianza. Adrianza had gone out the previous evening to the beach with her boyfriend and never returned home. Gerald Murray, 54 years old, 20 years on death row. On September 15, 1990, at around midnight, James Bubba Fisher dropped up Murray and his buddy Stephen Richard Taylor at the residence of the victim, 59-year-old Alice Vest. Close to where Murray and Taylor had been dropped off, a Ford Ranchero was reported stolen from a home. A passing driver observed the car parked in a driveway close to Vest's mobile home at around 4:30 in the morning. A few blocks from Taylor's home at the time, the Ford Ranchero was discovered abandoned later that day behind a used car lot. Vest's severely beaten body was found in her mobile home's bedroom that same morning on September 15, 1990, by members of the neighborhood where she lived. Vest had allegedly been essayed, strangled, and stabbed around 20 times, according to the medical examiner's evidence. Scotty Allen, 46 years old, 4 years on death row. Florida State Court handed down a death sentence to Allen for killing a prison guard. Scotty Allen strangled his cellmate at the Wakulla Correctional Institute, according to court records. Allen told detectives he wanted the death punishment when he strangled his cellmate to death back in October 2017. He had already been found guilty of assault after strangling a lady to death. He did the same thing to 2 other people as well. Michael Reynolds, 68 years old, 20 years on death row. For a triple homicide, the state of Florida gave Reynolds a death sentence. According to court records, Reynolds killed Danny Privet, Robin Razor, and Christina Razor, who was 11 years old. Shirley Razor, the mother of the victim Robin Razor, traveled to the killing scene on July 22, 1998, to provide supplies that Danny needed there to work on trailers. Shirley arrived at the house and saw Danny on the ground outside. She went to her own trailer on the side to have lunch because she was used to seeing Danny drunk and unconscious. Shirley had just finished her lunch when she decided to visit Danny and Robin in their trailer again and saw that Danny had a hole in his head. She sprinted to a neighbor's house and dialed 911 when she realized he was actually dead. After the firefighters arrived, Shirley went to her daughter's trailer and discovered her daughter Robin and her granddaughter Christina inside, both of whom were dead. Ronnie Williams, 61 years old, 19 years on death row. Lisa Dyke was stabbed in 1993 and she died 19 days later. Ronnie Keith Williams was held responsible. In the apartment Ruth shared with her son David, the victim, Lisa Dyke, and Ronnie Williams on January 25, 1993, the two got into an argument. Ruth Lawrence was the sister of Ronnie Williams' girlfriend. Williams' fiancée, Stephanie Lawrence, informed him that he was no longer welcome at either her or her sister's house after the altercation. On January 26, 1993, at around 8:30 a.m., a frightened female caller who identified herself as Lisa Dyke placed an emergency call to 911. The caller was pleading for assistance after being stabbed. The operator initially thought the name Dyke gave her when she asked the victim who had stabbed her sounded like Rodney, but when the audio was played back for her, she realized it was actually Ronnie. Officers Gillespie and Costello were sent by the operator, and they reached Dyke's flat, which she shared with Ruth and David, in under a minute. Dyke opened the door for the officers while still covered in blood from many wounds. At the time of the assault, the woman was more than 7 months pregnant. Officer Gillespie questioned the victim about the assault as paramedics were attending to her. Detective Serratt examined the crime scene and discovered no evidence of forced entry, but he did find blood on the floor, a bloodied knife next to the victim's bed, a dust ruffle, a door, and the bedroom door, which had a fingerprint on it. Serratt gathered bloodied clothing, removing 6 prints from the crime scene, and forwarded them to the lab for identification when Dyke was taken to the hospital. Officer Jones presented Dyke with a photo lineup at the hospital and asked her if she could recognize one of the people in the lineup as the person who attacked her. She identified Ronnie. 2 days later, Jones took pictures of the bite marks she had discovered on the victim's body, and she compared them to William's teeth impressions. The forensic dentist determined that the bite marks in the photos matched those from William's teeth impressions. According to testimony from fingerprint expert Fred Boy, a fingerprint discovered in a red substance on Ruth's apartment bathroom door matched William's left ring finger. Blood samples from apartment clothing were used for DNA testing, and matches to William's DNA profile were found in 4 different genetic regions. Lisa Dyke had been stabbed 7 times, 6 of which were between 1/4 and 1/2 inches deep, according to the medical examiner. The left lung of the victim was perforated by the 7th stabbing wound, which was about 4 inches deep. It was determined that Lisa Dyke's multiple stab wounds caused her death on February 14, 1993. Corey Smith, 51 years old, 18 years on death row. A Miami-Dade County grand jury issued a 17-count indictment against Corey Baba Smith and 7 other people in December 2000 for offenses connected to the John Doe organization. Smith was accused of being the group's leader and was named in 14 counts of the indictment, including 14 counts of conspiracy to engage in criminal activity, 14 counts of criminal activity, 14 counts of conspiracy to traffic in drugs, conspiracy to traffic in Mary Jane, conspiracy to traffic in cocaine, 14 counts of first-degree murder for the deaths of Leon Hadley, Cynthia Brown, Jackie Pope, Angel Wilson, and Melvin Lipscomb, 14 counts of conspiracy to commit murder, and 14 counts of second-degree murder. Gerhard Hojan, 48 years old, 18 years on death row. Hojan was given a death sentence in 2003 for the murders of Willie Absolu and Cristina de la Rosa. In addition, he was found guilty of attempted murder for shooting Barbara Nunn, a 3rd employee at the restaurant in Davie, Florida. In order to steal money, Hojan and his accomplice Jimmy Mickle imprisoned the 3 workers in the restaurant's freezer. Hojan told the 3 workers to kneel and turn around, at which point he shot them all. Nunn, who had survived the gunshot wound to the head, was able to name the 2 men because they often spent time in the restaurant. When Hojan was apprehended, he admitted to the killings. Mark Poole, 60 years old, 18 years on death row. For a robbery murder, Poole was given the death penalty by the state of Florida. According to court records, Poole broke into a house and beat Noah Scott to death before essaying Scott's expectant fiancée. Between 11:30 p.m. and 12 a.m. on October 12, 2001, Noah Scott and Loretta White went to bed after playing some video games in their mobile home's bedroom. White awoke later that night with Poole seated on top of her and a pillow covering her face. She pleaded with Poole not to hurt her because she was pregnant as he started to essay her. He assaulted White with a tire iron repeatedly as she resisted and fought back. The tire iron severed one of her fingers and a portion of another finger as she raised her hand to shield her head. Poole asked White where the money was while hitting her repeatedly. As Scott struggled to defend White, Poole continued to strike Scott in the head until he died of blunt force head trauma. At some point after the attack, Poole left the bedroom and White was able to get off the bed and put on clothes, but she passed out before leaving the bedroom. When Poole entered the room again, he touched her private area and said, "Thank you." For the remainder of the evening, White was in and out of consciousness. The next time she saw the clock was between 8 and 8:30 in the morning when her alarm went off. White retrieved her cell phone and dialed 911. Soon after, police were called and sent to the house. White was badly hurt in the corridor next to the bedroom, while Scott was found unconscious in the room. White lost a portion of her finger and sustained numerous face and head wounds in addition to a concussion. Scott was declared dead on the spot. Thomas Bevel, 42 years old, 18 years on death row. Bevel was found guilty of shooting and killing Garrick Stringfield and his 13-year-old son, Philip Sims, in 2004. Bevel and others claimed that Stringfield and Bevel were drug dealers. When Sims was fatally shot, he was engaged in video game playing. Bevel was also convicted of wounding a woman visiting Stringfield who played dead after Bevel shot her. Pinkney Carter, 69 years old, 18 years on death row. For killing his ex-girlfriend, her new partner, and her daughter, Carter was found guilty. After the crime, Carter escaped to Mexico by swimming across the Rio Grande and leaving his pickup at the Texas-Mexico border. He was promptly detained by Mexican officials on suspicion of possessing a weapon, but they released him 3 months later after he had paid a $1,000 fine. 2 years later, a state trooper in Kentucky arrested him on suspicion of public intoxication after spotting him on a wanted poster. Carter was sentenced to death for killing 35-year-old Liz Reed and 49-year-old Glenn Pafford, and to life for 16-year-old Courtney Smith's murder. John Mosley, 59 years old, 17 years on death row. John Mosley Jr. was sentenced to life in prison for the murder of Linda Wilkes and sentenced to death for her son's Jaquan Mosley murder. This happened in 2005. The two disappeared in 2004, and when the authorities found Wilkes in Alachua County a month later, her body was burned. Her son's body was never found. Prosecutors said he killed Wilkes and the baby when she asked for child support. Mosley denied the baby was his. Robert Bailey, 41 years old, 16 years on death row. The Panama City Beach Police Department's Sergeant Kevin Kite stopped a white Dodge Durango that was obstructing traffic on Front Beach Road around 10:20 p.m. on March 27, 2005. The driver of the car was Robert Bailey, and his passenger was Tory Crawford, a friend of his. Kite radioed the dispatcher at 10:30 p.m. to report being shot. At a nearby site, Officer Michael Rosier was conducting a traffic stop. He headed to the Front Beach Road location as soon as he learned that Kite had been shot. Kite was on the ground being treated by two other cops. Following the vehicle's exiting traces, Rosier discovered a white Dodge Durango parked a short distance away. Shortly after Kite's radio communication, other police officers arrived at the area. The officers started providing emergency medical help right away. Paramedics eventually came and continued CPR. Kite was never found to have a pulse, and the hospital declared him dead. That evening, Panama City Beach resident Hillary Schaefer was driving on Front Beach Road. She observed that a police car had been halted. She spotted the cop approaching the white Dodge Durango as she maneuvered her pickup into a position parallel to it. The officer had his right hand on his revolver, and his left hand was reaching back toward his handcuffs. Schaefer turned to start driving when she heard two shots being fired. When she turned around, she observed the Durango's driver shoot the officer with a third round. Robert Bailey was revealed to be the Durango's driver by Schaefer later. Troy Victorino, 47 years old, 17 years on death row. Jerome Hunter, 37 years old, 17 years on death row. In a mass murder that took place in a home on Telford Lane in Deltona, Victorino and Jerome Hunter were found guilty in 2006 and given the death penalty. In connection with the killings, Michael Salas, 31 years old, received a life sentence. Robert Cannon, 31 years old as well, who was facing the death penalty, entered a guilty plea and is now serving a life sentence. Erin Bellinger, 22 years old, Michelle Nathan, 19 years old, Robert Tito Gonzalez, 28 years old, Jonathan Gleason, 17 years old, Francisco Flaco Ayoroman, 30 years old, and Anthony Vega, 34 years old, were all killed in the horrific crime. A dog was also killed. The 6 victims' autopsies were examined by James Fulcher, the chief medical examiner for Volusia County. According to Fulcher, blunt force trauma was the cause of death for everyone. He described stab wounds and skull fractures among the victims. A few of the skull fractures were what Fulcher described as hinge fractures, which separate the skull into two parts. According to him, some of the wounds happened after the victims were already dead or close to death. Every victim, however, had defense wounds, showing they were all still alive and able to experience the excruciating pain. Richard Knight, 45 years old, 16 years on death row. Knight shared an apartment with Hans Mullings, his cousin, Odysseus Stevens, Hanesia Mullings, and Mullings' girlfriend. Knight had received multiple requests to leave from Mullings and Odysseus. Mullings was at work the evening of the murder, June 27, 2000. He spoke to Odysseus just before 9 o'clock, and she stated she was going to bed. Odysseus and Hanesia were all at the flat with Knight. Around midnight, an upstairs neighbor heard 2 female voices, one of which was a sobbing child, and many banging noises on the apartment walls. The neighbor dialed 911 on June 28, 2000 at 12:21 a.m. After the police arrived, the cries persisted. The first person to reply was Officer Vincent Sachs. The master bedroom and hallway lights were on when he arrived at 12:29 a.m., and the second bedroom's window was slightly ajar. He knocked and got no response, so he walked around the unit and saw that the lights were out and that the windows that had been slightly ajar were now totally open with blinds hanging out of them. Sachs peered through the dining room window with his flashlight. In the dining room and master bedroom, he observed blood. He also saw Hanesia huddled up against the door in the fetal position. Odessia's body was in the living room when he entered. The flat had not been ransacked and all of the doors were shut. The next officer to arrive was Officer Natalie Mockney, who circled the unit. Approximately 100 yards from the structure, she also observed Knight on the other side of some hedges and the open window. She called him over so she could interview him. Joining Mockney was Officer Sachs. The cops reported that Knight had cuts on his hands, a scrape on his shoulder, and a scratch on his chest. Knight was clearly wet, even if it wasn't pouring. Knight said that he had been jogging despite the fact that he was wearing formal clothing and dress shoes and that he owned the property but lacked the necessary keys to enter. The $10 cash he was holding and the clothes he was wearing both had blood on them. Odessia was discovered in the living room floor close to the door, surrounded by a number of shattered knife fragments. She was stabbed 21 times, 14 times in the neck, once in the chin, and the remaining 16 times on her back and chest. She also had bruising, ligature marks, and 24 puncture or scrap wounds on her body. The belt or any other comparable device seemed to have caused the injuries. She also sustained injuries in self-defense to both hands, legs, chest, back, and neck. Even though some of the knife wounds were lethal, none would have caused rapid demise. She had lip and scalp bruises from being hit. According to Davis, Odessia ran to the living room as Knight started his attack in the bedroom. After the attack, Odessia was conscious for 10 to 15 minutes, according to his estimation. Nelson Serrano, 85 years old, 16 years on death row. At the Erie manufacturing facility in Bartow on December 3, 1997, Frank Dosso, Diane Patiso, George Patiso, and George Gonsalves were discovered shot execution style. Prosecutors said that Diane Patiso, a young state prosecutor, was killed in order to prevent her from identifying the killer. That evening, she had gone to the factory to pick up her brother Frank and her husband George. Serrano was charged by Dosso and Gonsalves of graft and then theft, but investigators, including the FBI, disproved these claims. The victim's relatives quickly suspected Nelson Serrano, a former business partner and CEO, even though there was no physical evidence at the scene connecting him to the crime. Nelson Serrano opened a different business checking account with a different bank in the summer of 1997. In order to protect funds from Dosso and Gonsalves, he deposited 2 checks totaling more than $200,000 from Erie's sister firm Garment Conveyor Systems as instructed by corporate counsel. There were disputes over how the assets should be divided, and Serrano claimed there were 2 sets of books. Serrano sued his partner in a civil matter. In the end, the other 2 partners decided to have Serrano resign as president, and he did so. The building's locks were then modified after that. Francisco Serrano had been sacked by Phil Dosso and George Gonsalves not long before Serrano was fired as CEO. Serrano, according to the prosecution, was upset that Gonsalves and Phil Dosso, the company's third partner, had fired him and his son from both businesses. Authorities claimed that both Serrano men had a motive for the killings, but Francisco Serrano offered an alibi. His father told the police he was in an Atlanta hotel room with a migraine headache all day, so no one saw him or talked to him. Leo Boatman, 37 years old, 1 year on death row. William Wells, 48 years old, 2 years on death row. Boatman was previously given a life sentence for the 2006 murders of 2 Santa Fe College students in the Ocala National Forest, Amber Peck and John Parker, both 26 years old. Boatman was just 21 years old when he committed these crimes. In addition, he received a sentence of an extra 15 years for third-degree murder in Charlotte County in 2013 and an additional 7 years for the attempted murder of a prisoner in Dixie County in 2010. Prosecutors say Boatman and another man, William Edward Wells III, were responsible for killing fellow inmate William Chapman. Wells was sentenced to life in this case, but this was the crime that landed Boatman on death row. Wells, who was dubbed the Mayport Monster after killing 5 people in the Jacksonville region, including his wife in 23, may have fulfilled his final ambition. After killing 7 people, William Edward Wells III was given his first death sentence for the murder of a prisoner at the Florida State Prison. Wells, who also killed a fellow inmate in 2011 and had tried to kill another in a Miami-Dade prison in 2008, said before that he wants to die. Angel Santiago Gonzalez, 43 years old, 5 years on death row. In 2016, Santiago Gonzalez entered a plea of guilty to murdering Donald Burns in the first degree. Both individuals were prisoners at the Reception and Medical Center, a Florida Department of Corrections institution situated in Union County, at the time of the 2014 assault that killed Burns. Santiago Gonzalez was given a death sentence after the punishment phase was conducted without a jury. When Sergeant Young entered the cell, Burns, the victim of a vicious stabbing, was lying on the floor and Santiago Gonzalez was standing inside. Burns' wrists and feet were bound and he was also restrained. Young, who was still outside the cell, radioed for assistance. Captain Hamilton went to the cell, made a call to other staff members for aid, and alerted the on-site medical staff. Michael Jackson, 41 years old, 16 years on death row. Tiffany Cole, 42 years old, 15 years on death row. Carol and Reggie Sumner, both 61 years old and disabled, were abducted, robbed, and then brutally murdered, being buried alive. You may know about this case in relation with Tiffany Cole, who, as well as Jackson and Alan Wade, received the death penalty for the crime. Cole lived next door to the Sumners in South Carolina before they migrated to Florida. The crew, formed of Cole, Alan Wade, Bruce Nixon, and Cole's boyfriend Michael Jackson, robbed the Sumners while they were visiting them in Florida, then drove them into Georgia where they were buried alive. Cole withdrew money from an ATM using a couple's card, which made it possible to track down 3 of the group, who were later found in a South Carolina motel. After being apprehended, Nixon freely led police to the cemetery where the Sumners were buried. Although both victims had been able to escape their shackles, they only had time to embrace each other before passing away. In June 2022, Wade was resentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Harold Brady, 74 years old, 16 years on death row. A jury found Liberty City native Harold Brady guilty in 2007 of abducting a 5-year-old and abandoning her to die on the side of Interstate 75, where alligators ate her alive. Harold also attempted to murder the little girl's mother, but she survived the attack and later testified against him. Prosecutors claimed that on November 6, 1998, Brady put the mother and child in his rented Lincolntown car and drove them to Broward County, where Chandel Maycock was thrown out of the vehicle and choked until she passed out. 3 days later, Quatisha's body was discovered in a canal along Interstate 75, close to milepost 34. The medical examiner claimed that she was still alive when an alligator bit her head and torso, despite the fact that the other official cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head, consistent with being thrown into rocks close to the canal. Her left arm had also been severed by alligators when the girl's body was found. Charles Brandt, 58 years old, 16 years on death row. Sarah Redfar was killed on July 1, 2004, and Charles Brandt was found guilty and given the death penalty. Redfar was discovered deceased by police at her house. Brandt claimed he went to Redfar's house on July 1st to take images of her tile floor, which he had installed. Redfar opened the door for him, and as he was snapping pictures of the tiling, Redfar entered the restroom. He was forced into one of the bedrooms by Brandt after he had grabbed her. After putting a sock in Redfar's mouth to calm her, according to Brandt, he began to choke and suffocate her. He claimed that he began wandering around the house when he believed Redfar had either passed away or lost consciousness. When she came to, she bolted for the entrance. She was then taken back into the bedroom by Brandt. He then started choking and suffocating her once more. According to him, he did that for a while. Redfar was then taken to the bathroom by Brandt. As he placed her in the tub, he said that she was breathing. Then Brent took a dog leash, a stocking, and the heating pad's power wire, wrapping them around Radfar's neck. Brent claimed Radfar passed away in the bathtub. Additionally, he said that when she passed away, he started cleaning the duplex, changed into clothes he had found inside, exited the house through the front door, pushed Radfar's car out of the driveway, and then took a walk back to his house. Brent continued by saying that the following day he returned to Radfar's residence and made an effort to remove any remaining fingerprints. Todd Zomer, 52 years old, 15 years on death row. The state of Florida handed down a death sentence to Zomer for a robbery murder. Todd Zomer broke into the home of 77-year-old Lois Corinne Robinson, beating her severely before slitting her neck. He admitted to killing her because he believed she had seen him steal a boat. Zomer borrowed $20 from the victim, identified as Corinne, on the day he killed her. The court determined that Robinson was struck by Zomer both with a hurricane lamp and an old stringed instrument called a ukulele. The 243-pound, 6-foot male then attempted to choke her with a computer mouse cord, but it tore. Zomer stopped to use the restroom, came back and kicked Robinson in the face, stopped to get a cool drink from her refrigerator, then cut her throat with a knife he found in her kitchen. Ronaldo McGirt, 35 years old, 15 years on death row. He was found guilty of 2 counts of premeditated first-degree murder, robbery, and evading police on July 21, 2006. Diana Miller and her husband James Miller were held up at gunpoint in their home in the Villages, Florida, in July 2006 by 3 men. James and Diana both had gunshot wounds to the back of their heads, with Diana's wound turning out to be deadly. The couple's disabled daughter, Sheila Miller, was abducted by the 3 guys, one of whom had previously dealt drugs to Sheila. As they approached a shopping center, the men forced Sheila to use numerous ATMs to withdraw money from the family's personal bank accounts. The men were later apprehended by police after a recorded high-speed chase that ended in a horrific collision. During the crash, one of the suspects was thrown from the car and stuck and trapped under the van. Ronaldo McGirt, a robber who was eventually identified as the shooter and murderer of Diana Miller, was given a death sentence for the crime 2 years after it occurred, making him the youngest on Florida's death row at the time. Dane Abdul, 37 years old, 15 years on death row. Amelia Sukdeo spent the evening of February 24, 2006 at her friend Natasha Jaglal's house. Sukdeo told Jaglal that she would be meeting Dane Patrick Abdul later that evening for drinks. Sukdeo was driven home by Jaglal's mother at 10 p.m. She arrived home, then later that evening she contacted Abdul and requested that he get some alcohol for her. Abdul stopped in front of Sukdeo's home after 11 p.m. and waited for her to come out. After that, the two went to drink at Abdul's place. There, he noted that Sukdeo started acting stupid after just a few sips. After having relations, Sukdeo was still acting stupid, so Abdul instructed her to put on clothes so they could leave. She yelled at Abdul to drive her home as soon as they got in the car. She had changed her mind and asked him to leave her off on the side of the road so she could walk home when he started to turn the car around. She expressed her displeasure with the way she was being handled. Once more, Sukdeo requested that Abdul stop so that she may walk. He agreed. He admitted that he was now really pissed off with Sukdeo at this point. He took out some duct tape and tied it around her after getting her out of the car. He then reached into the car and pulled out a can of gas. Abdul had bought the can, duct tape, and gasoline earlier in the evening with the intention of frightening her. He explained that he wanted her to experience what it's like to die in order to stop acting foolish when police later questioned him about why he had bought those items. He sprayed her with the fuel at this moment, and while the two struggled, Sukdeo was knocked to the ground. She sprang up and moved in the direction of Abdul, who lighted the lighter and set her ablaze. Abdul panicked and drove away from the situation when he began to experience burning sensations as well. He went through a car wash with his vehicle on the way home. Around 4:15 a.m. on the 25th of February 2006, a police officer spotted a small fire burning on the side of State Road 545. As the officer got closer, she realized that it was a human body on fire. Vettai Skirtman, 45 years old, 15 years on death row. Following his 2006 conviction for the murder of Doris Knowles, Kirkman received a death sentence. Doris Knowles, a 22-year-old former beauty queen, was buried alive by Kirkman in 2006. It took 4 years after the tragedy for her body to be found. The victim was brought to a forested area where she was later bound and gagged according to the conclusions of the investigation. After that, she was coated with concrete and dropped into a hole. For the 2006 murder of Willie Parker, Kirkman was already in the midst of a life sentence. Gary McRae, 44 years old, 15 years on death row. McRae was found guilty of shooting dead Robin Selkirk, 45 years old, John Whitehead, 37 years old, Philip Perota, 53 years old, and John Oliver Ellis Jr., 51 years old, at an Orange Park home in 2004. With a powerful semi-automatic weapon, each person was shot. Due to the fact that McRae and 3 of the 4 victims were both apprehended in a previous drug raid at the same location, the prosecution claimed that the deaths were drug-related. When McRae was deemed incompetent to face trial, the trial was postponed for years. When it eventually started, McRae outbursts caused multiple delays as he scolded Judge William Wilkes, threatened to dismiss his attorney, and constantly stopped proceedings. William Sylvia, 58 years old, 14 years on death row. Sylvia was found guilty of killing his estranged wife and given a death sentence by the state of Florida. According to court records, William Sylvia walked over to Patricia Sylvia's house and used a shotgun to kill her. He then shot his mother-in-law, Betty Woodard, but she survived. Michael Woodbury, 48 years old, 5 years on death row. For a prison murder, the state of Florida gave Woodbury the death penalty. According to court records, Michael Woodbury killed Anthony Haynes in his cell while he was serving a life term for a quadruple homicide. Woodbury and his alleged victim had only been residing in the same cell together for 8 days. Using a metal lock to shut the cell door, he allegedly beat and tormented Haynes for more than 2 hours while threatening to kill anyone who entered. Barry Knotzel, 49 years old, 3 years on death row. For a prison murder, Knotzel was given the death penalty by the state of Florida. Barry Knotzel and Jesse Bell were accused of killing Donald Eastwood Jr., a fellow prisoner, and trying to kill a prison officer at the Mayo Correctional Institute. The 2 murderers, who have now been found guilty, declined to go to trial and gave up their right to a sentencing hearing. Additionally, they took on the role of their own attorneys and declined to allow legal representation throughout the sentencing phase. Timothy Fletcher, 39 years old, 11 years on death row. After almost 2.5 hours of deliberation, Timothy Wayne Fletcher was found guilty of the death of Helen Googe, age 66. The case started with a jailbreak and finished with Fletcher and co-defendant Donnie Ray Brown being sought after and apprehended. The sheriff's office claimed that both men already knew one another and were incarcerated in Putnam County. Brown had been detained on suspicion of armed robbery months before. 3 counts of failing to appear in court on an accusation of serious assault landed Fletcher in jail. He and Brown were both accused of participating in an armed robbery. On April 15, 2009, around 2 in the morning, they broke out of the jail after Fletcher brought a car jack into the facility that he had taken from a correctional transport van following a court hearing. They pried a toilet out of a wall with the jack, crawled through the gap, and exited. Just hours after the escape, Googe was discovered dead in her Barden Road house. She had been killed by being strangled in exchange for a revolver, some jewelry, $37, and her car. When he had nowhere else to go, she and Fletcher's grandfather had taken him home for around 4 months about a year prior. David Russ, 61 years old, 14 years on death row. For a robbery murder, the state of Florida gave Russ a death sentence. In accordance with court records, David Russ broke into Madeline Lanan's home, hogtied her, and repeatedly stabbed her. After killing the victim, he immediately sped to the Fairwinds Credit Union in Apopka in her Toyota Camry. There, he made an unsuccessful attempt to use an ATM to withdraw money from her account. His actions were filmed by a security camera. Joshua Altersberger, 36 years old, 14 years on death row. Altersberger shot Sergeant Nick Sotile after leading him into a false feeling of security following a routine traffic encounter. Altersberger abruptly reached for a revolver and shot the trooper in the upper torso while Sotile was starting to relax. He pointed the gun out the window of his car and attempted to squeeze off more rounds into Sotile's head as the veteran Florida Highway Patrol officer lay bleeding on the side of the road before accelerating away. 9 Florida Highway Patrol troopers in uniform, together with Sotile's wife of 24 years, Elizabeth, and his 2 children, Heather and Nicholas, attended his hearing. By a vote of 9-3, the jury recommended that Alterberger be given the death penalty. Eric Patrick, 60 years old, 14 years on death row. In 2009, Patrick was found guilty of killing Stephen Schumacher by beating him. He reported to the police that Schumacher made an attempt at having sex with him. After serving a 9-year prison term, Patrick acknowledged that he had been specifically targeting LGBT individuals. For hog-tying, beating, strangling, and robbing a 72-year-old man in Oakland Park, Patrick received the death sentence. Raymond Bright, 69 years old, 14 years on death row. For a double homicide, Bright was given the death penalty by the state of Florida. According to court records, Bright used a hammer to kill Derrick King III, 20 years old, and 16-year-old Randall Brown. The murder took place at Bright's house. He stated that after a battle for the weapon, the two attacked him after threatening him with a gun. King received 20 additional blows to the rest of his body, in addition to 38 hits to the head and neck. Brown suffered 14 more injuries to his body, in addition to 8 to 10 distinct fractures in his skull. According to the testimony of doctors, both also displayed indications of defensive wounds. Dante Hall, 39 years old, 14 years on death row. Hall's girlfriend, Angel Glenn, was employed as a stripper to perform at a party on September 9, 2006. She informed Hall of the gathering. Together with 2 other masked men, Orlando natives Hall and his twin brother Dante Hall robbed the partygoers and started shooting at those they thought were resisting giving them their money. Anthony Blunt, 35 years old, of Mount Dora, and Kisson Evans, 32 years old, of Tavares, were shot by Dante, the ringleader. Glenn received 10 years in prison for testifying against the brothers. The identities of the 2 other intruders remains unknown. Michael King, 52 years old, 14 years on death row. King was given the death penalty for the kidnapping, essay, and murder of a Northport mother after the court concurred with the jury's verdict. Killing Denise Amber Lee resulted in King's conviction. He was connected to the crimes according to DNA evidence and the 911 call Denise Lee made using his cell phone. On one of the numerous 911 calls made in relation to the kidnapping, Lee's cry for aid could be heard. Although a driver was able to describe the vehicle and its position, patrol officers searching for the 21-year-old mother of 2 were never informed of the call. Matthew Kaler, 48 years old, 14 years on death row. Melinda Henson was essayed and strangled by Kaler, a registered sex offender, at the Value Lodge Motel. The defendant was staying at the same hotel on the west side as the 13-year-old victim and her family. The girl was essayed by Kaler in his room before she was strangled to death, according to evidence and witnesses in the 2009 trial. His concealment of her body led to its discovery 2 days later under the bed. David Martin, 37 years old, 13 years on death row. Martin was judged responsible for the beating death of Jacksonville resident J.C. Lynn McWilliams, 23 years old. On a lonely, wooded road in Middleburg, McWilliams' corpse was discovered in March 2008. She received multiple blows from hammers to the head. At the time of the murder, the two had been dating for roughly 6 weeks. J.C. was employed in the service division of a Florida car dealership at the time of the event. On March 11, 2008, J.C. was last observed at work. The last time anyone heard from her was around 9:22 p.m. that same day when she spoke with her mother. The authorities discovered a pair of glasses, some slippers, some coins, and what seemed to be a bloodstain on the ground in the vicinity of where J.C. Williams's body was discovered. Her pockets were also turned inside out, and her top was pushed up, indicating that she had been dragged. Hector Sanchez Torres, 34 years old, 12 years on death row. Eric J. Cullen, 19 years old, was killed in September 2008. Hector Gabriel Sanchez Torres admitted culpability. Cullen was robbed as he made his way home from a friend's house on Cheswick Oak Avenue in Argyle Forest when Sanchez Torres shot him. Only a few blocks from his house, his body was discovered on the pavement. Between the Cullen murder and Sanchez Torres' capture in March 2009, a charge of the Jacksonville murder of 25-year-old Levi E. Rollins in July 2008 was brought against him. According to the police, a quarrel over their relationship and homosexuality led to Sanchez Torres shooting Rollins. Rollins' car and bullet-riddled body were dumped at a West Side cemetery. Tavares Calloway, 45 years old, 13 years on death row. Invading a Liberty City apartment with another man, Calloway tied up 5 men, taped their mouths shut, removed their pants, discussed which to leave alive, and then methodically shot each of them in the head. Calloway, according to the prosecution, was looking for cash or drugs. Leo Kazmar, 40 years old, 13 years on death row. He received a death sentence for stabbing 49-year-old Mary Ruiz, his father's girlfriend, about 90 times. In December 2008, Kazmar attacked Ruiz while he was high on cocaine. He set the house on fire, and after his arrest, he paid an undercover officer $300 to frame someone else for the murder. He also had a 2005 conviction of using the internet to solicit or attempt to solicit a child for sex. Leonard Gonzalez, 49 years old, 12 years on death row. Bird and Melanie Billings were killed in Pensacola, Florida on or around July 9, 2009. Bird Billings, 66 years old, and his wife Melanie, 43 years old, were discovered shot to death. When they broke into the expensive Billings home west of Pensacola, the suspects, who were dressed in ninja garb, took a safe and other items. 9 of their kids were at home at the time, but the trespassers spared them any harm. The wealthy couple were known for adopting children with special needs. They had a total of 16 children, 12 of whom were adopted. Bird Billings owned several businesses, including a used car dealership. 8 people in total were found guilty of organizing and taking part in the crimes. The 2 criminals who drove the getaway cars, the criminal who assisted in disposing of the stolen goods, and the 5 crooks who broke into the Billings home were all found guilty. Gary Hilton, 77 years old, 12 years on death row. Between 2007 and 2008, Hilton, also known as the National Forest Serial Killer, traveled hiking trails throughout the American South, killing victims as they passed through remote areas. Sources claim that he was responsible for at least 4 verified murders in 3 states, all of which took place in national forest areas. Hilton, who was apprehended following the January 2008 murder of 24-year-old Meredith Emerson, was given the death penalty in Florida, as well as life sentences in Georgia and North Carolina. He is still in Florida's Union Correctional Institution's death row and is suspected of committing a number of additional homicides. Leon Davis, 46 years old, 11 years on death row. He murdered 5 people over the span of 7 days in Polk County, Florida in December 2007. He was sentenced to death in 2 separate trials. On December 7, 2007, Pravin Kumar Patel, 33 years old, and Ashrat Patel, 55 years old, were working at a gas station next to Interstate 4 in Polk County when Davis entered. Once inside, Davis pointed his revolver at the 2 men and killed them both with close-range execution-style shootings. He then left the area without taking any money. The killings were caught on camera, but Davis was never named in those recordings, and he wasn't interrogated in the days that followed. On December 13, 2007, Davis walked into the Headley Nationwide Insurance office in Lake Wales, which was owned by Yvonne Bustamante, 26 years old, and Juanita Jane Luciano, 23 years old, who was 5.5 months pregnant and planning to name her unborn son Michael. When they were both inside, Davis ordered them to open the safe, which held about $900 in the back room. He then used duct tape to secure both of them to chairs before dousing them in gasoline and setting them on fire. According to reports, the fire momentarily freed the women after cutting through the tape, but both were in critical condition when police arrived. Bustamante and Luciano were taken to the hospital, but on December 18th, Bustamante passed away from the wounds. On January 8th, Luciano and her unborn child both died from their wounds. She positively identified Davis as the attacker before she passed away. Darius Wilcox, 46 years old, 12 years on death row. Wilcox was sentenced to death by the state of Florida for a robbery murder. According to court documents, he shot and killed Nimoy Johnson inside of his home. The medical examiner testified that Johnson died from a single gunshot wound to the head. The bullet entered high through the back left portion of Johnson's skull and penetrated through the brain, exited the skull, and was extracted from the soft tissue of Johnson's neck. Donald Banks, 51 years old, 15 years on death row. Banks was charged with killing 46-year-old Linda Volume, who was found dead in her home on Jasper Avenue. Police went to her home after finding her stolen car crashed and abandoned in northwest Jacksonville. Investigators said they found a receipt in the car for beers and cigars from a store and an empty beer can that had Banks' fingerprints on it. The arrest report said Banks admitted stabbing Volume to his girlfriend and accidentally stabbed himself. Investigators believed that meant the victim fought back. 2 bloody footprints found at the crime scene matched Banks' DNA, and Volume's stolen laptop computer was found at the girlfriend's house. Banks was already convicted of aggravated assault and armed robbery of 67-year-old William Johnson. Johnson remained hospitalized for months after being stabbed in the back outside an Arlington convenience store. This attack was recorded by a surveillance camera. Johnson died a few months later. Galante Phillips, 51 years old, 15 years on death row. Galante Romar Phillips was found guilty of murdering Christopher Aligada and given the death penalty. He was also found guilty of armed robbery. On the evening of October 18, 2005, Phillips entered the lumberyard's parking lot with the intention of committing a robbery. Between 8 and 8:30 p.m., he approached a builder's first worker who had just concluded his shift and inquired about the end of the shift. Mr. Long confirmed that the shift was indeed ending. Then he climbed into his car and drove off. Between 8:30 and 8:45 p.m., Christopher Aligada and Wilbur Sweet concluded their work and made their way to the parking lot to find their cars. According to Mr. Sweet's testimony, he was turning his truck with a screwdriver when he noticed a man nearby who he subsequently absolutely identified as Phillips and who was holding a revolver. Mr. Sweet was the target of a gun-pointed demand from Phillips. Sweet initially said he had no money. However, he actually did have $3,100 on hand that day, which he intended to use to buy a car for his son. Sweet placed his hands up as Phillips kept pointing the gun at him and demanding money, at which point Phillips reached into his pocket and removed his wallet and money. Another employee who was there during the incident said that Mr. Aligada started sprinting their direction while screaming as Phillips approached Mr. Sweet. The worker then observed Mr. Aligada falling to the ground after hearing 2 gunshots. According to Sweet's testimony, as soon as Phillips took the cash out of his pocket, he whirled around and fired twice with his gun. Sweet fled after learning that Phillips had shot Aligada, and Phillips then opened fire on him. Phillips got into Sweet's car and took off. According to police testimony, Sweet's abandoned car was discovered about a block away from Builder's First in the middle of the road. Testing of the car indicated that the gear shift had DNA that matched Phillips' DNA. Several weeks after the killing, Phillips confessed to his girlfriend Katrina Joyce that he had robbed a man and shot someone who was attempting to halt the heist. Sean Smith, 47 years old, 25 years on death row. Smith was found guilty of killing Greshna Mlinarczyk and given the death penalty. Mlinarczyk was discovered dead in her bedroom on October 29, 1996 by her boyfriend Zdzislaw Romiński. Mlinarczyk had been shot in the head and was completely naked. The morning of her murder, she had told Zdzislaw that she had a doctor's appointment and would call him afterwards. She never called and Zdzislaw was not able to contact her by phone. He then went to Mlinarczyk's house and entered with his key. She was lying in her bedroom, naked from the waist down. Firefighters found Mlinarczyk dead after responding to Zdislav's call. A lotion bottle, a woman's undergarment, a pillow with a bullet hole in one side and out the other, 2 bank envelopes with a total of $1,200, a shoebox holding $1,000, and a wallet holding $58 were among the goods that officers were able to seize from the scene. The officers also searched the area for any witnesses. Smith, who had lived close to Mlynarchyk's flat, was approached by the police during the canvass, but he claimed to have been at work and was unaware of the occurrence. Mlynarczyk had been shot through the pillow at close range, according to a medical examiner. He found genetic material in Mlynarczyk's private region, and she also had injuries there. Smith's blood sample revealed DNA that matched that of evidence taken from her body. Finally, a match between Smith's prints and the lotion bottle that the police had taken from her house was made. Edward Zakrzewski, 58 years old, 27 years on death row. For the murders of his wife Sylvia, as well as his 2 children, Edward and Anna, Edward Zakrzewski was found guilty and given the death penalty. Zakrzewski and his wife were having marital issues before the killings. According to reports, he told a neighbor he would rather kill his family than go through with a divorce. At Eglin Air Force Base, where Zakrzewski worked for the Air Force, his 7-year-old son Edward called him early on June 9, 1994, to let him know Sylvia was discussing wanting a divorce. After that, Zakrzewski went on his lunch break and bought a machete. He returned to work after making the transaction, working all day. He hid the weapon in the bathroom when he got home earlier than the rest of his family that evening. Zakrzewski attacked Sylvia and rendered her helpless by beating her twice in the head with a crowbar after his wife and kids arrived home. He brought her to their bedroom and used the crowbar to hit her in the head once again. He then used the piece of rope to strangle her. Zakrzewski then called his son into the bedroom to brush his teeth. With the machete he had hidden behind the door, he assaulted Edward. The defensive wounds on Edward's arms and wrists showed that he tried to deflect some of the punches. Edward's severe head, neck, and back traumas caused his death. After that, Zakrzewski summoned his daughter Anna into the toilet, and he also killed her. There is some disagreement regarding whether Anna was killed as soon as she entered the bathroom or whether he made her bend over the bathtub where her brother's body was lying before killing her in an execution-style manner. Anna's hands and arms also had signs of defensive wounds. Following the killings, Zakrzewski drove to Orlando and booked a flight to Hawaii. He adopted a new name and settled down with a family who managed a spiritual commune in Hawaii. After the family he was staying with saw his image on Unsolved Mysteries, Zakrzewski turned himself in to Hawaiian authorities. Leroy Pooler, 75 years old, 27 years on death row. Pooler visited the home of his ex-girlfriend Kim Brown on January 30, 1995. He rapped on the apartment's front door. Miss Brown informed Pooler that she no longer wanted to see him after she realized it was him. Pooler shot her multiple times as he pulled her back toward the apartment. He hesitated briefly and asked, "You want some more?" Many people saw the shooting. 5 shots were fired at Miss Brown, one of which struck her in the head. Pooler left in his vehicle. Miss Brown revealed to one of her friends 2 days before the incident that Pooler had threatened to kill her. He said that if he could not have her, no one else would. David Miller, 64 years old, 25 years on death row. In June 1997, he admitted to killing a person in Jacksonville, Florida, to a police officer in Louisiana. He said he killed a man by beating him during a robbery. Miller spoke with a detective, was advised of his rights, and described what had happened on April 4, 1997. In a park, he discovered a dented 6-foot pipe. Then Miller went around the building and noticed a man curled up with a blanket. He said that until he was standing over the victim with the pipe, he had no intention of robbing him. Miller admitted to consuming 3 to 4 quarts of beer and $10 worth of crack cocaine before the event. He claimed that after that, he started looking for cash and more drinks. Miller said that he struck Albert Floyd with the pipe in order to knock him out and prevent a struggle. He emphasized that killing the individual was not his goal. To get the man to stop resisting, he struck him again. His justification was that he wanted to protect himself from harm because homeless people often carried weapons. Linda Fullwood was sleeping next to Mr. Floyd. According to her, when she awoke, she discovered a man hitting Mr. Floyd with a stick or a pipe. Miller also attacked Mrs. Fullwood with the pipe while she was screaming. He claimed that he punched Fullwood out of instinct and without thinking. As Mrs. Fullwood was screaming, Jimmy Hall, who was strolling along Duval Street, heard her and sprinted to the scene. Hall claimed to have witnessed a man using a pipe to beat two individuals. Hall observed the attacker swinging the pipe with both of his hands. He shouted at the attacker to halt. Miller claimed that Hall recognized what he was doing when Hall yelled and ran away. 3 hits to the head that cracked his skull and entered his brain caused Mr. Floyd's death. Miller claimed that he came forward because he believed the victim's family was seeking for him. His conscience was troubled and he understood what he had done was wrong. He wanted to make amends to the victim's family. After Miller was transferred to Jacksonville, he took a detective to the crime scene and talked to him about what was the sequence of events. Arthur Martin, 54 years old, 11 years on death row. Martin was given the death penalty by a jury in just under 45 minutes. The man, also known as Shorty Fat, was found guilty of killing Javon Daniels, 19 years old, in October 2009. While Daniels was in his car in a Jacksonville apartment complex, Martin shot him 12 times. The incident took place in full view of nearby kids who were playing during the day. Martin killed Daniels less than 6 months after being freed from jail for second-degree murder. Marvin Cannon, 44 years old, 11 years on death row. For a robbery murder, Cannon was given a death sentence by the state of Florida. Court records state that he and the companion robbed 2 men, stabbed both of them, killing one of them. The man that was murdered was stabbed more than 30 times on Christmas Eve 2010. William Davis, 45 years old, 11 years on death row. Davis was found guilty of kidnapping, assaulting, and premeditatedly killing Fabiana Malave, a 19-year-old Florida woman. He grabbed Miss Malave, who worked at a car dealership, made her accompany him to his house, where she was essayed before being killed. With that, my friends, we are done with the Florida series. Please hit that subscribe button if you like my channel. See you next time. Bye-bye.